Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Went to Forest of Death. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Training Ground 44 Aka, the Forest of Death. In this training ground hardly no one visits it, mostly because the nickname of it pretty much says it all, since in the ninja world you don't get a name without actually earning it, and the Forest of Death earned it. The only problem was a blonde-haired, whisker-marked 10-year-old Naruto was pretty much dared to go into this training ground by a certain loud-mouthed Inuzu, though it was kind of his own fault since he was boasting about how brave he was for pranking a couple of NBU, hence why Kiba dared him, even though his mother scared the dog boy into not going enough said. The young Naruto was walking around, wrapped up in his orange coat and orange pants. Damn it, why did I agree to this? Even the old man warned me not to go in here. If I survive this place, I'm blaming Kiba. The young boy mumbled and grunted to himself as he's climbing over a tree root, though he failed to realize there was a slight drop. Whoa. About a 5 feet drop. Luckily the root curves from the top towards the bottom, though it ended up causing Naruto to roll backwards like a ball. Though when he reached the bottom, Naruto ended up bumping into something, causing that something to turn around and bite Naruto on the arm, causing the young blonde to scream in pain, which spooked the shadowy animal, causing it to run away, though Naruto would swear he didn't scream like a girl, making the animal run because of hurt ears. Naruto slowly got up, nursing his injured arm to his chest. Oh okay, I made it into the forest. I'm getting out before anything else attacks me. Thank Kami I can retrace my steps. Remembering where I said all those pranks really comes in handy. After a while, Naruto manages to find the way out, without getting hunted, though that's mostly because of the Kyuubi sealed inside of him, though he doesn't know that. Along with the animal that bit him running away because of said tailed beast. No one attacks an alpha like the Kyuubi, but Naruto will keep thinking it was his scream. Crawling through the hole that he squeezed through, while protecting his arm, Naruto stood up and says to himself, alright that's it. That's the last time I let anybody dare me into doing something as stupid as that as long as the place doesn't have the word death in it. I'm not going realizing he would do a dare, but now, he has boundaries. As long as it's no place that has wild animals in it, he'll do it. Now that he's in the moonlight, Naruto carefully lifts his arm to see the damage. Not too bad, I'm sure come tomorrow it would have healed. Hell, I broke my arm once and it healed overnight, this should be nothing. Slowly unzipping his coat, but leaving it on his wounded arm, Naruto wraps his coat around it, not wanting it to bleed out or anything. Slowly Naruto made it home, doing the same thing he did when he sneaked into the Forest of Death, hide from everyone so no one was the wiser. Once inside his apartment, Naruto shuts the door and locks it, taking a deep breath and looking up with his head against the door. For some reason he was feeling tired, but that could be because it was now just after 9 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look at this by Temark and see what the damage is. Then it's snooze time, though why am I so tired all of a sudden? Making his way to the bathroom for better lighting, I spent loads of time being awake till after 10. That could be the reason why I sometimes sleep in class. Shaking his head to clear the cobwebs of sleep, Naruto turns on the bathroom light. From our point of view, Naruto looks awfully pale and sweaty with bags under his eyes. Slowly removing his coat, he can see the bite marks on his arm. Okay, not too bad. The thing didn't bite down to the bone. I'll just wrap it up in bandages for now and see the results tomorrow. Doing that, Naruto could feel himself getting sleepier by the second. At some point he needed the wall to keep himself up. Crashing the door open, Naruto flings himself onto his bed, feeling his eyes closing to sleep. Through the night, Naruto could feel his body aching and burning up, making him remove his clothes in his sleep. What he doesn't know is a certain fox was doing something amazing inside Naruto. Mindscape. At the gates of the seal Kyuubi couldn't believe its luck, or the luck of its container. Brat, you should be grateful with what I'm doing. If I wasn't sealed inside you, you'd be nothing but a wild beast after being bitten by a wolf with a virus that would destroy any lesser man via implosion. But with me here, I can tweak the virus to suit our needs. Since that bastard with the mask would come back for me, this will give you the strength you need to overcome anything, by becoming a new type of being. Lifting its hand towards its face, Kyuubi was holding another fox, but this one was an anthropomorphic fox. Being calm in the presence of an alpha like Kyuubi, just be patient. We wouldn't want to give these stupid villages another reason to hate you. You need to be able to control your animal urges, not to mention I need to make it so that your metabolism doesn't burn through a lot of food. That way you can live off the bare minimum of food without wasting money. Since the fox knows how Naruto is with money, it decided to change the virus enough so Naruto doesn't end up being too strange to everyone. Granted, he'll let the virus upgrade Naruto's body, along with having a taste for pig, chicken, cow, any meat not involved with humans since it would raise too many red flags, causing people to want to kill Naruto more, and that would be bad for his own health. The fox, using its chakra to change the virus a little more. Done, now go and spread, become one with the boy and become the first ever fox of Konoha, ha ha ha. A few days later, slowly, Naruto's eyes blinked open, feeling a little lightheaded. His vision was blurry. Where am I? Sitting up and looking around, he made his eyes focus on the room. Oh yeah, I'm in my apartment. Looking to the floor, Naruto sees a pair of boxers. Looking confused for a moment, he looks under the blanket. Oh, those must be mine. grabbing the boxers and putting them on while still sitting on his bed. Still dazed from what happened to him, Naruto tries to think of something. That is until someone was banging on his door with a loud voice yelling, "Oi Naruto, you better be up. I'm not missing class just because Urike-sensei was too busy to get you." Naruto knows that voice. He knows it but can't quite remember it, like it's on the tip of his tongue, getting up from his bed. Naruto makes his way to the door of his apartment. Bang, 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 the noise of the door being punched on starting to annoy him. Reaching for the handle, Naruto yanks the door open. "Would you knock it off? I only just woken up after a fever and, is something wrong?" It turns out that the young Yamanaka's home lived close to Naruto, practically down the street from him, but because of her rivalry with a certain Pinkette, she hardly noticed, but ended up being asked by Iruka to check on Naruto the next morning. Since the teacher was busy with paperwork, he asked her to help out. But at the moment, the young Yamanaka girl was stunned. There was Naruto, in his boxers. Though he wasn't scrawny, his body was now built for speed and power. At least for a 10-year-old. The 10-year-old girl thought Naruto looked good with a six-pack. "Ino, hello, Earth to Ino, what the hell's wrong with you?" She was thankful Naruto is still dense. Shaking her head from her thoughts, Ino looks towards Naruto's face, a slight blush showing. "I can't believe I was eyeing Naruto's body of all things," she thought to herself. "Why yeah, I'm fine. Urike-sensei asked me to check on you to see if you were alright, since you didn't come to the academy for the past 3 days. Now that got Naruto's attention. He missed 3 days of classes. "You've got to be kidding. 3 days? I missed 3 days of classes. I mean I knew I had a fever, but I didn't think it'd knock me out for that long." Ino began to get impatient. "Come on Naruto, get dressed before we're really late for classes." Again, that got Naruto's attention. Looking down, Naruto saw that he was only in his boxers. Thanks to Ino, he just remembered. It seems he was really zonked out of it if he forgot his clothes. Rushing back into his room, Naruto started changing. He was rushing too much that he missed the fact about his body's changes. Granted, he felt amazing, but at the moment he was focusing on not being late a 4th time for classes. Though once he was fully dressed, Naruto looked at himself in confusion. "That's strange. My clothes feel tight, even my pants. Whatever, I'll think about it after classes." What he didn't know was that Ino heard him. "Why am I blushing at the thought of his tight pants? I like Sasuke, don't I?" Anyway, once fully clothed, though Naruto had to have his coat unzipped to breathe, he says to himself, "I'm going to need a change of clothes after school. These things are too hard to breathe." Now that perked Ino up, a chance to get Naruto a different set of clothes and out of those ugly orange outfits. Yes, I'll help him out. Though knowing him he'll still want something orange, and came Ino the fashionista, her mind going a mile a minute with ideas for Naruto's new look to go with his awesome new body. During her train of thought, Naruto came rushing out, grabbing a slice of bread in his mouth, along with his keys. Seeing Ino's thinking face, he knows someone will be in trouble for shopping. Naruto grabs hold of Ino, who is still stuck in her Naruto's new clothes mode, never noticing being put over Naruto's shoulder. Once Naruto locks up, he starts running down the street for the academy. The running was what jogged Ino out of her thinking. Looking around, Ino sees she was being carried by Naruto, who accidentally had his hand on her ass, which caused the girl to blush. "Naruto, what do you think you're doing?" They were a few feet from the academy's entrance, when Ino ended up braining Naruto over the head, causing him to fall on his face and toss the girl off his shoulder, allowing her to land on her feet. Only her face was red, with Naruto ending up at her feet. Looking up with a welt, Naruto says in pain, "What the hell was that for? I only wanted to make sure we weren't late for class." Ino just huffed and looked away. "That was for touching my butt and manhandling me. Don't you know you're supposed to handle a lady delicately?" It wasn't a question but a fact for Ino. Naruto, sitting up, looks left and right, says out loud, "A lady? Where?" Wham, causing him to imprint his face into the ground again due to putting his foot in his mouth. Ino, her fist smoking, with a red face, yells out, "Just for that, I'm gonna pick out your new clothes, with you paying for them." Pulling his head out of the dirt, Naruto asks, "Huh, why?" Ino, leaning forwards with an angry look, says to him, "Huh, did you say something?" Knowing he wasn't gonna win, since he didn't want to get hit again, he merely looks away and scratches his nose nervously. "No, not a thing." Ino straightens herself up, dusting her clothes off, and says with a smile, "Good, wait for me at the entrance here, then we'll begin the hunt for your new look." Knowing better than to question the girl, Naruto suddenly realizes something. "Oh man, I quote him, the poor soul to be tortured by Ino's shopping. Shikamaru was right, women are troublesome." The poor boy finishes with waterfall tears, which starts the beginning Naruto's new life, though the question is, what will happen during the next full moon? But before that he would have to survive the day before Ino sinks her claws into him. Ino walks off, leaving Naruto to pull himself together. Looking up, Naruto watches Ino walk away. "I really need to get out of this. I could skip class," he says to himself as a shadow is now looming over him. Slowly Naruto turns around to find Iruka standing behind him with rope in his hands. "What was that, Naruto?" questioned Iruka as he pulled on the rope in his hands as he wraps the boy up in it. Naruto has tears streaming down his cheeks as he had been hogtied by his sensei and is now being carried in like a bag of potatoes. Iruka makes his way to his classroom. Out in the hallway he can hear his students fighting and talking. Mostly the girls fighting over his raven hair student Sasuke-cha. the last of the loyal Uchihas that are alive and living in the village. Iruka just sighs as he throws Naruto into the classroom as the boy lands into his seat in the back room away from everyone. All eyes turn his way as he is fighting to break free of his bindings. Just as Naruto gets the rope in his mouth, he begins chewing on it, and to the shock and amazement to everyone in the classroom, Naruto was now free and spitting out the piece of rope in his mouth. Man, that stuff tastes nasty. When was the last time you washed that rope, Iruka-sensei? Questioned the blonde as he was now throwing the rope to the front of the class as Iruka pulled himself back together. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the Kyuubi just watched on, smirking. If only these fools knew what was going to happen in the coming days, he thought to himself as he watched the werefox run wild outside of his cage. Kiba turned to Naruto and smirked. So did you chicken out on going to training ground 44? He questioned the blonde. Naruto glares at the brown hair boy as his puppy crawls into his jacket crying. No, Kiba, I didn't chicken out like you did. I went out there and something bit me, said Naruto as Kiba glared back. This made Shikamaru and Shino look over at Naruto. What do you mean something bit you? Asked Shikamaru as he was up from his nap. Like I said, I was wandering around the training ground when I bumped into something and it bit me. After that I went home and I got a fever and passed out. When Ino showed up this morning I didn't know I had been sleeping for 3 days straight, said Naruto, now looking a little annoyed. He held up his arm and you could see on his jacket where something had bit him and some old blood. Did you even clean it out? Asked Kiba as he was shocked as he didn't smell the old blood right away. Naruto glares at him. Yeah, Kiba, I cleaned it out when I got home and wrapped it. I just haven't checked the bandages as Ino was pounding on my front door and didn't give me any time to look over the bite mark, he said with sarcasm dripping in his voice. How about we check it when we break for lunch? My mom is coming by to give Akamaru a pill and she can look it over, said Kiba as all the kids nodded their heads and looked down at the bottom of the classroom as Iruka was getting things together to begin class. Time had gone by really slow in Naruto's eyes. As to the others, their morning had flown by. But for our blonde, he was having a little more trouble than normal to sit still in class, and he just wanted to be outside running and just enjoying the warm sun on his face, not in a stuffy room with a bunch of people that didn't really like him, besides the few friends he did have. The lunch bell had finally gone off and all the kids had made a mad dash for the classroom door as Naruto opened the window next to his desk and jumped to the tree that was next to the window. He sat on the branch as he waited for the others to show up at the base of the tree. One by one, Kiba, Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru had shown up and Naruto climbed down when they saw Tsume walking over to them. Hey pup, called Tsume as she saw Kiba. Kiba walked up to his mom grinning. Hey mom, he said. Tsume looked over at the boys behind her son and saw Naruto. She smiled to herself. At least my pup is making friends with him, she thought to herself. But her thoughts were interrupted as Kiba asked something. What was that? She asked him. Kiba huffed. I asked if you could look at Naruto's arm. He was bitten by something over 3 days ago and he said he had a fever and has been sleeping for the past 3 days. So that is why he hadn't been at school, he told his mother. Tsume raised an eyebrow to this. As long as she could remember, Naruto has never gotten sick and that boy has gone though hell and back and has been in pretty much perfect health. Sure, let me see his arms, she says as she walks over to the only blonde in the group of boys. Ina watches as she is off eating lunch with Hinata as she didn't feel like chasing after Sasuke today. Something deep inside of her screamed to flow the other blonde. But what she didn't know. Okay pup, take off the jacket and let me see your arms, orders Tsume as she notices that everything that Naruto is wearing is too small for him. He does as she orders and removes his jacket and she sees the bandage on his arm. She reaches for his arm and slowly she removes the bandage and the smell of old blood is strong on the wrappings. But once she has it all off, there is just a small scare of wolf bite on his arm. Where did you get this bite from? Asked Tsume as she was kicking into mother mode. Naruto looked at her a little nervous. I went to training ground 44 the other night after Kiba dared me. I slipped and bumped into something and it bit me and I went home clean it up. Got sick and slept for 3 days, he explained. Tsume turned and glared at her son. It promised him he was going to be in for it once he got home that afternoon. Well, it looks like it's pretty much all healed up. You should be fine from now on. But next time you should have gone to an adult to have had this checked out. For the animal that bit you could have been sick, and you could have ended up worse or even dead from the bite. She told him as Naruto and the other boys just paled at the idea of dying from a bite. I'll go to Jiji next time, said Naruto as he knew Tsume knew who he was talking about. Good, now you pups better eat something and return to class, ordered Tsume as she watches the boys run off. I thought I killed the last wolf in the forest, she thought to herself as she left to visit the Hokage to let him know of the latest of Naruto's injuries and where he got it. Just something about left her feeling unsettled. But it might just be that a new wolf pack might have gotten into the village and no one in her clan smelt them. The hour of Naruto's doom had finally drawn, and he stood outside the academy waiting his date with the fashion demon of Konoha Ino Yamanaka. Why am I still waiting here? He asked himself as he looked to the village planning to make a break for it. For you know better and also know I would hunt you down and make you buy me a few outfits for wasting my time as well. Came the voice of Ino from behind him as he turned to see her stand there with her hand on her hip. Naruto just rolled his eyes at her. Fine, whatever. Come on, let's get this over and done with, said Naruto, never knowing these would be his famous last words to her. Before we go to some of your favorite stores, I only have few places I am able to shop, said Naruto as he turns away from the platinum blonde girl. Glares at him. Well, if you stopped pranking half the village, maybe half the store owners would be a lot nicer to you, she scolded him. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Believe that's the reason you see people treating me like shit, Naruto thought to himself as he headed to one of the stores that Choji's mom owns. Chichiya Kamichi stood behind the counter as she saw Naruto and Ino walk into her store. Hello, Naruto-kun. Hinata, said Chichiya as she walks up to the children with a smile. Naruto grins at the large woman before him. Hi, Chichen, he told her as he walks up to her for a hug. Ino watched the two interact with each other as she follows after her fellow blonde up to the large woman for a hug as well. Hello, Chimama, she told her childhood friend's mother. What brings you two here? Questioned Chichiya as she eyes them both. Naruto had a growth spurt and I'm going to make sure he is wearing something normal and not that orange monster he loves so much, said Ino as she makes a face at his orange jumpsuit. Hey, orange is awesome, defended Naruto as he was now proud as he watched the large woman now laughing at him. Well, you're more than welcome to find something here for him, said Chichiya as she went back behind the counter. Outside of a Kamichi Rose stood Hinata as she watched from outside of the store through the window as Ino held up different color shirts to Naruto. Nuo, how can an Asen be doing this to me? Questioned Hinata as she watched Hugh new blonde hair rival for the one she loves. Inside the store, out of the corner of her eye, Ino caught the sight of an indigo hair girl watching from outside of the store at here shoving shirts into Naruto's arms. Here, go try these on, she ordered him. Yeah, fine, whatever, said Naruto as he turned away from her, walking to a dressing room that Chichiya set up for him. Ino moves around the store and out the open door to where Hinata doesn't see her as she sneaks up behind the shy Hyuga heiress. What are you doing, Hinata? Asked Ino with a smirk. Heap escapes Hinata's lips as she spins around and faces Ino with her cheeks now a bright scarlet color that Ino has ever seen in her life. 3J just wanted to see what you and Naruto-kun are doing. Ino nods her head to this. All I am doing is helping him find something new to wear. If you want to help, all you have to do is ask, she tells the shy girl. Oh no, why are you helping him? Questioned Hinata, feeling less nervous. Ino stood there for a few seconds, not really sure herself about why she was helping the blonde hair misfit from their class. I'm not sure, but he would look better in something better than always in that orange monster of an eyesore he is always wearing, and if he truly wants to be a shinobi, might as well now get him up to pair with what to wear and what not to wear, she told the indigo hair girl. Hinata nodded her head and followed Ino into the store just as Naruto walked out of the dressing room with black cargo pants with a few dozen pockets and a skin-tight black shirt with a fishnet shirt over it. He looked at both girls with a slight grin. What do you two think? He asked them. Both girls had a slight blush on their cheeks as Chichiya walked up behind them. I think that suits you quite well, Naruto-kun, she told the orange-loving boy as he handed him a black duster with an orange Uzumaki swirl on the back of it and a black cloth headband with the same orange swirl. Naruto tried it on and looked himself in the mirror, grinning at the look. Hinata blushed a little more as she looked around the store and saw an orange bottom-up shirt and walked over and grabbed it and came back over to him. Here, try this on over the black shirt and fishnet, she told him without the stutter. Something had come over her that she felt calm for once. Maybe, just maybe, she was getting over her fear and becoming a little stronger. Thank you, Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he was now grinning as he slipped off the duster and put the shirt on, leaving it up button. He looked at the three standing behind him for the seal of approval about his new look as he slipped on black ninja boots. Ino grinned at the new look. She liked it and it suited him oddly well. Hinata was liking this look as well. Chichiya was happy to see that Naruto had made a couple of friends that are willing to help him. You look good for once, Naruto, said Ino as she grinned. Why, you look really nice, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, feeling a little nervous and her cheeks heating up a little more. I think we have your new look, Naruto-kun. Come by tomorrow and I'll have several sets ready for you. For now I just have 2 of those jackets and 3 cargo pants and 4 of each of those shirts, and I want to at least give you 2 weeks worth of clothing. I know how you with training are, so I want to make sure they hold up, so I have to add seals to the others as I have already added to these ones, said Chichiya as she smiled at the blonde hair misfit of Konoha. She has always been fair to the boy, for she always had a feeling that he was the son of her late teammate Kushina Uzumaki, and she would do anything for her late best friend. Naruto bowed to the large woman and smiled up at her. Thank you, Chichiya-chan. Are you going to put it on the old man's tab? He asked her. She nodded at this and he sighed in relief, for he wasn't sure he was going to have enough for everything he bought here today. Across the village at the Yamanaka compound, Ino's father was standing in the family home looking over at his wife with a nervous expression on his face. Inoichi, what is troubling you? Asked Uzagi Yamanaka, wife of Inoichi and mother of Ino. Inoichi looked over at his wife. He slowly let out a sigh before he spoke. It is the family curse. I am worried about it might not skip Inachin, he told her. Uzagi looked over at her husband with fear in her eyes. What do you mean you're not sure that it will skip Inachin? She questioned. Didn't it skip you? He nodded to this. Yes, it did skip me, but it is rare to skip 2 or 3 generations. How Ino turned 10 not that long ago. We should begin to start seeing signs if it will come to pass. He told his now worried wife. How could your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather be so foolish to piss of an old gypsy when he was a boy? To curse his family with the mark of the werecat of all things, said Usagi as she let out a sigh. She was told the family curse the moment she married her husband and became pregnant with Ino, for there might be a chance of that curse following their child. At what age does the curse take full hold of the person? She questioned him. Ino turned and pulled an old bookstand in the living room. Flipping though a couple of pages, he found what he was looking for. For his great-grandfather many times over had kept a detailed diary of the transformation of his children that were affected by the curse. It states here that it will take full effect during the first full moon of their 12th year of their life. But also a strong alpha could affect it and cause the transformation to happen quicker. But there isn't any alphas in her class, and the Inuzuka heir isn't nothing more than a beta or omega at best. He told his wife, trying to reassure her. All we must do is watch for a marking to appear on his left shoulder of a cat claws. Usagi just nodded her head to this. She was worried for her baby. She knew her class had several strong boys and only 2 came to mind. One being the so-called rookie of the year, and the dead last for that boy seemed to be more than what he let on. Later that evening, Ino had finally gotten home from her shopping trip with Naruto and Hinata. He was surprisingly not as stupid as she believed him to be. He had walked her home and then walked Hinata home, for when they had finished shopping it was already late and it wouldn't look too well that 2 clan heiresses walking alone home. So he took it upon himself to escort them both to their clan estates before making his way home. I'm home, said Ino as she walked into her family home. Hello, sweetie, called Usagi from the kitchen as she was making dinner for her family. Hello, princess. You're getting home kind of late today, questioned Inoichi as he watched his daughter put her bag down and walk into the kitchen towards her parents as they had been chatting about the family curse all afternoon and evening. She smiled at both of them. Well, yeah, I had to help Naruto find something better to wear beside that ugly monster of an orange jumpsuit he loves so much, she told them both. Inoichi looked at his daughter a little puzzled. What do you mean you had to help him? He asked her. Ino sighed. Well, yesterday after school Urike-sensei asked me to go and check on Naruto to find out why he hadn't shown up for class for the last 3 days, for Urike-sensei couldn't do it himself, for he has been busy with teacher meetings, and after the meetings, helps out at the Hokage Tower. So how we don't live that far from Naruto, he figured I would be the best bet to ask. So this morning I left a little early so I wouldn't be late and went over to Naruto's house. When he opened the door after I was knocking like for 5 minutes, he was standing there in his boxers, said Ino as her father was turning a little red, for he was a little upset that the boy would open the door dressed only in his underwear. His wife walked up to him and placed her gentle hand on his shoulder to calm him down before he went over the boy's house to yell at him. Go ahead and tell us what else happened, sweetie, said her mother. Ino nodded. When he opened the door that way, his boy wasn't like weak looking. He was built more muscles and his boxers seems to be a little small for him. When I asked him why he hasn't been in class for 3 days, he looked at me in shock and told me he had a fever and been sleeping for 3 days straight, thinking he had only slept 1 day. I told him to hurry up and get dressed so we wouldn't be late, she told her parents. Did he tell you what brought on this fever? Asked Inoichi as he was now worried. For he knew Naruto has never gotten sick, for the fox sealed within him had always made sure the boy was in pretty much always in perfect health. Even after beatings the boy would bounce back in a day or 2. Ino frowned at her father. I was going to get to that, she told him as she kept talking. When he came back his clothes were too thigh for him and I was shocked to see he has a growth spurt, and after seeing that I got lost and thought that he would need help with shopping, and during that time he picked me up and ran us both to school. When we got there I hit him over the head. Oh, before I forget, I did ask what caused the fever and he said he got bitten by something in training ground 44. I guess he and Kiba had a bet to go there a couple days ago and Kiba chickened out, or more likely his mother threatened him, and he didn't show up and Naruto went all alone, and he said he slipped and bumped into something and it bit him. What I saw and overheard from Kiba's mom during lunch was he got bit by a wolf. She didn't seem too happy about it, said Ino as she studied her parents' faces before her. Well, Tsum don't like having wild packs of wolves running around the village. For about 15 years ago several children went missing by wolf attacks in her clan, and several members of our clan and the Akamichi clans had gathered together and hunted down the pack that was hiding in the forest of death and wiped them all out, said Inoichi as he remembered his father and him being part of that hunt. Yes, there was a frightening time, for it was around the time the Second War ended and the Third War was about to begin, said Usagi as she remembered that night, for she had lost her older sister to a wolf attack. Ino looked a little shocked. Really? There was wolf attacks like that within the village? She asked her parents. They both nodded her head. Yes, father was worried, for it was drawing too much attention. Those that had been affected by the family curse had almost been caught during that time and blamed for the murders. He thought to himself as the family worked hard to keep those affected caged and chained up in the basement of the main house. While that is scary to think about, said Ino as she turned around to run upstairs to get clean up before dinner. As she turned around, her father saw the marking he feared on his daughter's shoulder slowly appear. Something had triggered it to slowly being to appear now. After she was gone and out of hearing, Inoichi turned to his wife with a frown marring his face. We have trouble, Inoichi told his wife. Usagi looked over at her husband a little confused at first. What do you mean? She asked him. The marking is appearing, was all Inoichi told her as she had the look of horror. So very soon they would have to tell their daughter the truth about their family curse. Hokage Tower. Tsume and Yuzuka stood before the third Hokage. Sir, we have trouble for Naruto has bite marks on his forearm from a wolf that he claims bit him 3 nights ago in the Forest of Death. She tells him as she frowns at him. The third Hokage looks at her with worry. I thought your clan and the others had killed all the wolves in the forest over 15 years ago. He asked her as he now worried for his grandson. We did. We killed the pack of about 30 wolves at night. But we never found the den where the cubs were kept. So we could have missed a female with about maybe 6 or more cubs she was left to protect as the others hunted, said Tsume as she felt upset and guilty. It is strange that they kept quiet and low-key for this long, said the third Hokage as he studied the woman before him. Wolves are smart and can learn and adopt to anything to keep themselves and their young safe, said Tsume as she was ready to set that whole train ground ablaze once and for all. Sarutobi nodded his head to this. Do you think your clan would be able this time to find the den? He asked her. Tsume shook her head no. I have spent all afternoon and even until just a half hour ago there trying to track the pack that might be left. All I found is where Naruto was attacked for there was some blood in his scent and the scent of the wolf and then it was gone. Like it learned to mask its scent, she told the aged man before her. This made Sarutobi arch a brow to this. That wolf was showing intelligence on a human level. This could be very dangerous for those who go into that training ground. For now I will have the training ground closed off and have several Hyugas go with several of your clansmen to see if they can spot any tracks that your Ninken might have missed. He tells her as she nodded her head. With Hinata, Naruto had dropped the girl off at her compound as the father was standing outside the walls waiting for her as she was late for her training and it was odd for the girl to not come right home from school, to just vanish after she finishes her clan training. Hinata, said Hisashi as he narrows his eyes at the blonde-haired boy walking with his daughter. Hinata grows stiff and more nervous as she hears her father say her name and spots him waiting for her. But to her shock and surprise Naruto speaks up. I am sorry Hinata is coming home late Lord Hyuga. She was with myself and Ino Yamanaka at Lady Chichaya Kamichi's clothing stop aiding Inachin and helping me pick out proper attire of a young and up-and-coming shinobi like myself, said Naruto. This shocked all around him for he spoke in a way no one has ever heard him speak. For he has never shown any type of respect to anyone. Not even the Hokage himself has ever gotten his type of respect from the boy. Then you should have come straight here with Hinata and Miss Yamanaka and informed me or her personal guard of this. For Ko has been seeking the entire village for Hinata, said Hisashi as he glared at the boy before him. I am sorry for the trouble that I have caused for her and her personal guard. All I ask is to be forgiven as I didn't wish any trouble to befall my friend, said Naruto. So he sees Hinata and Ino as his friend, thought Hisashi as he turned around to walk back into the compound before stopping and once more looking at Naruto. Make sure you or Miss Yamanaka don't let this happen again. Come Hinata, you have training to do, he said as he vanished behind. He opened gates as Hinata nodded her head and turned to Naruto. We'll see you tomorrow, said Hinata, and with that she runs into her family compound and to find her father stand there just waiting and watching. Why did you become friends with the Yamanaka heirs and young Uzumaki? He questioned his daughter. Hinata looked up at her father. Today at lunch I became friends with Inachin and after school with Naruto as Inachin asked me to help her with Naruto-kun's new look. She didn't like his orange jumpsuit and he needed new clothing for he had grown overnight, she told her father. Hisashi nodded his head and continued walking. Minato, your son looks just like you at this age. Will he grow up to be as strong as you and Kushina? Hisashi questioned himself. For him and his late wife had been at Minato's and Kushina's wedding and once they had fallen the night of the Kyuubi he had tried to take their son on. But he wasn't allowed, but from the shadows he did as much as he could with helping the boy. He would make sure the boy had food and a roof over his head and money when he would need it. For the Hyugas managed several of the companies that Minato and Kushina had before they died and left to their son. Only several within the clan knew the truth and didn't see the boy as the beast but as the child cursed as they are with a seal that binds them. As he is bound to a beast they are bound to the main branch of their family. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the werefox virus had done some wonders to the mindscape as it changed it from a dank and dreary old sewer to a lush and beautiful forest as he worked on fixing the boy's mind and making him more cunning and intelligent. Something he was going to need when he undergone his first full moon and transformation into a werefox. The Kyuubi was proud of himself for fixing the virus and making it more intelligent and cutting back on the primal menace that it would normally be. For his jailer to be behaving as a primal and mindless beast once he turned wouldn't work very well for either of them, for the villagers would demand his death even more so than what they already do now. It was a wonder the boy ever made it out alive on his birthday. Even the Kyuubi wasn't a miracle worker. It must have something to do with his mother's bloodline of being an Uzumaki, for they have insane healing and then add in the Kyuubi. The boy was almost immortal. You've done well with the boy, the Kyuubi told the virus as the werefox stood before the great nine-tailed beast. I've only done as you have asked of me, master, said the werefox as it bowed to the mighty nine tails. The full moon is 3 nights from now. The boy shall be able to handle his first change. Questioned the Kyuubi, for the beast did worry a little for his jailer, for the child was still innocent even though he was forced to house him. He couldn't blame the boy for the burden that was thrust upon him just an hour after his birth. He shall be fine. During his first change he shall use both for he must become one with me. After he must face his darkness, for if he doesn't the curse could drive him mad with bloodlust. Even though you have changed his hunger for more towards animals, it will not stop him from going on a killing spree. That is what has happened to other werewolves in the past. This is where you must step in and guide the child, for it is you're the one hold his true feelings and holding his anger and hatred for others within yourself, said the werefox as he took on a more human form as it stood on 2 legs and its paws became more human. That shall be tricky, for I know the child will be angry with me and focus all his anger and hate on me for a while, said the Kyubi as he looked into the shadows of his cage as he saw the black hair from of his jailer sleeping with golden chains, wooden chains, and vines wrapped around him. Naruto has 3 bloodline that the Kyubi has sealed until he is ready for the boy to have them. But the time seems to be drawing near, for the boy will need them to face his darkness and to keep his side at bay. This shall be a long night for the Kyubi, for he was going to set to work to allow these bloodline to awaken while the child sleeps. Naruto had gotten home and put away what he had gotten from Chichai along with some sleeping clothes that he can change into. He had some orange basketball shorts he could put on with a black tank top. He didn't feel like wearing his sleeping clothes just yet, and he needed to go over his homework he had missed the past 3 days. Sitting down at his small kitchen table, Naruto puts his book back down and pulls out his books and notebooks with the notes that Hinata had given him and all his homework for the week. Man, this is going to take all night to do, Naruto whined to no one but himself. Just then there was a knock at his door. Looking up from his notes, Naruto stood up and walked over to his door. On the other side of the door stood the 3rd Hokage along with Tsume and Yuzuka and along with his personal doctor Washu Hakubai. She looked to be about 13 years old but was in her 30s, maybe older, with long hot pink hair and lime green eyes. No one really knew, for she stayed in what she called her Chibai form. Some believed her to be part of the Uzumaki family, for she was from the hidden Whirlpool village, but she would never talk about her past. All she would say, "A lady has a right to her privacy. I'll leave it at that." Naruto slowly opened the door and peeks his head out to see the old man. "Hey old man," said Naruto as he saw the others. Sarutobi smiled. "Hello Naruto. Do you mind if we come in?" asked Sarutobi as he stood before the 2 women and looked Naruto dead in the eyes. Naruto moved away from the door and opened it all the way. "Yes sure, but sorry for the mess. I haven't cleaned it for a couple of days, for I have been sleeping for 3 days straight, for I had a fever the other night," he told the old man and the 2 women with him. Washu studied Naruto. "How did you feel with the fever, Naruto-kun?" she asked him as she walked up to him, putting her hand on his forehead. Naruto blinked a couple of times before he answered, as he needed to think for a couple of seconds. "Well, after I cleaned and bandaged my bite mark, I got really dizzy and sleepy and my body felt really warm. Before I knew it, I had passed out on top of my bed and woke up 3 days later to Ino pounding on my door, and during the time I was sleeping I somehow stripped out of my clothing and grew," he told him. For fact, Naruto was no longer 4'9" but about 5'3", maybe a little taller. But Washu would need to take him to the hospital for a better checkup. "I can see that, Naruto-kun. You don't look as small as you used to be," said Sarutobi as the young boy just glared at his grandfather figure. "Not nice, old man. Not nice at all," said Naruto as he sat back down at the kitchen table looking at his homework that he was really wanting to get started and over and done with. "So what brings you all by?" he asks as he looks over at Tsume and Yuzuka. "I reported to the Hokage about the bite mark on your forearm and he wanted your personal doctor to look at it," said Tsume as he looked over at Naruto's still bandaged forearm. Naruto looked down at his arm and slightly frowned, as he had forgotten about it. "You know, Naruto-kun, you hurt my feelings for not coming and seeing me right away. You could have gotten really sick and I would have never known. You know where I live, and you could have come to my home. Someone would have gone and got me if I was at the hospital," said Washu with a small pout as she was making her eyes all watery. Naruto couldn't help but blush and look away from Washu, for her antics always made him feel guilty and weird in some ways. He never knew why. "I'm sorry, little Washu-chan," said Naruto, looking sheepishly at her as he rubbed the back of his head. Washu grins as she walks up to Naruto, pulling him into a hug, barring his face into her sizable chest. "That's okay, Naruto-kun. I forgive you this time," she tells him, letting him go. "Now go sit down, so I can look at that bite mark on your forearm," she tells him as the others in the apartment sweat drop at her antics. "Is she really a doctor?" questioned Tsume to herself. "Lucky little bastard. She never does that with me," pouted Sarutobi as he envied the young boy before him. Elsewhere, somewhere in the land of Moon, a man with long white hair looks over to the south to where the land of fire is. "Something tells me I am missing something very perverted, and someone important to me is a very lucky bastard," he tells himself as he is spying on the girls at the nude beach for his latest book. Back with Naruto, Washu pulls out a scroll and unrolls it and focuses her chakra into it as a medical bag pops out, and next to the laptop computer appears with 2 small dolls that look like her standing on each side of it. Tsume was a little creeped out by the dolls. "Alright, Naruto-kun, put your arm on the table so I can look it over," says Washu as she had moved his books and homework and placed a white cloth down and put on blue gloves. Naruto does as he is told as Washu removes his bandages and sees that the bite mark is fully healed, and only thing left is the teeth markings where the beast had bitten him. Said Washu as she looked it over and typed something on her computer and pulled a camera out of nowhere and took several pictures of it. "Well, it healed nicely, and it appears you will have scares for once in your life," which is odd, for you have never scared before, said Washu as she pulls out a needle and several tubes. She was going to need to take several blood samples to make sure he didn't have any infections or anything in his blood. I need you to hold still so I can get some blood samples to make sure you don't get sick, she tells him as she cleans his arms and draws several tubes of blood. The Kyubi watches from within the boy and pushes forth his bloodlines and hides the werefox virus from the odd pink-haired doctor. He didn't trust her as far as he could hit her with his 9 tails, for her chakra felt old than his father's. That damn women can be troublesome, for she isn't like all those other monkeys, and I believe if anyone could find the werefox virus, she would be the one that could find it, he thought to himself as the virus hid in his cage with him. If it didn't hurt too badly, asked Washu as she grinned at the boy before her. Naruto just smiled at her. Nah, it was fine, little Washu, he tells her. So can I get back to my homework, or is there something else that you all needed? He asked them. Sume looked at Naruto with a little worry in her eyes. Did you see what bit you? She asked the boy as the Hokage and Washu looked into his refrigerator and cupboards to make sure he had food to eat. All they found was ramen. Washu frowned as well as the Hokage as he motioned with his hand as a Nico Anbu appeared before him. Nico, could you go shopping for Naruto-kun and get him about 2 months worth of food? For he is growing, and he is going to be eating more, so that will last him about 2 weeks, maybe 3. He tells her as he goes back to listening to Tsume and Naruto talking. It was dark and all I saw was glowing yellow eyes and a yip growl as it bit me and ran off as I screamed at it, said Naruto as he looked down at his hands a little sheepishly. Tsume nodded her head. Thank you, Naruto, she tells him as she turns to the third. That's all I needed, Lord Hokage, she tells her leader. He needs to her. Very well. Well, Naruto-kun, we will take our leave and Nico will be returning shortly with some supplies for you. If you need anything else, just let me know, he tells the young boy as he nods and goes back to his homework as the others let themselves out. I need to get to the hospital to run all these tests to see what brought on that fever on, for that is not common with him, said Washu as she was now frowning and had a hard look on her face as she was thinking and biting her thumb as she sunk into the ground with a pink swirl. The Hokage just nodded his head as he walked back to the Hokage Tower. He didn't feel like getting there quickly. He just wanted to enjoy the cool October night air as he figured he would finish a little bit of paperwork as he knew Washu would have a report to him very soon. It was the day before Halloween and Naruto was sitting in class. He had caught up on his missing homework thanks to Hinata and surprisal Ino's help. Since that day, Ino had to go and check up on our blonde misfit. She had grown close to him in what shocked the others. She had stopped her fangirling over Sasuke-uchiha. In way, Sasuke was grateful for losing one of his fangirls. But also, he was a little upset for she is a clan heiress and of better breeding stock than the other girls that are chasing after. Granted, a couple of them are from councilman family or have claims to be related to nobles. But that was it. They were just claims and that wouldn't do for when he was ready to rebuild his clan. But that was something he would worry about once he was ready and much older for. So what are you going to be for Halloween? Asked Naruto to the 2 girls that now joined his little group. Oh no, I really haven't thought about it, for I have to take my little sister out trick-or-treating, said Hinata as she was stuttering less and was blushing a lot less as well. Kiba grinned at her. Well, I'm going as vampire. Naruto laughed. That is a fitting costume for you, Kiba, he told the dog boy. Kiba looked at him a little puzzled. Why do you say that? He questioned, not knowing he was setting himself up for something. Naruto grinned even more before he spoke. For I always knew you sucked, and by being a vampire you're showing you suck even more. He joked as Kiba growled at him as the others just laughed at the lame joke. Well, I'm going as Little Red Riding Hood, said Ino as she was grinning. All I need is a big bad wolf. As she said this, she was looking at Naruto. Naruto for once caught on and looked over at Ino. I really haven't thought about what I'm going to be for Halloween, but a werewolf sounds pretty awesome if you think about it, he said with a huge grin. Hey, Ino, why didn't you ask me to be your werewolf to go along with your costume? Questioned Kiba as he was now pouting at the blonde girl before him. Ino narrowed her eyes at Kiba. Because you suck as a wolf and I think you would be a good vampire, for you really do suck at everything you do, she told him as he was now in the corner pouting and drawing little circles with his finger as the others just laughed. Troublesome blondes, sighed Shikamaru as he just listened to his friends plan out their night out. Ino had gotten to talking to Hinata about what she should dress up as the boys talked some more and took it one step farther and did a henge into what he thought a werewolf looked like. Before everyone was a blonde with a small hints of orange fur werewolf with glowing crimson eyes, and his clothes took on a tattered and ripped look to them. Wow man, that is awesome, said Kiba as he was shocked as what he was seeing. Even his puppy Akamaru was shocked at the sight before him. He barked at his human partner. Kiba looked down at the puppy. What is that, boy? He said as he paused and sniffed the air around Naruto. What, you're right. He does smell like a wolf. Man, Naruto, I don't know how you do it, but that is awesome. Ino grinned. You're going to look awesome in class tomorrow for the Halloween party. But do you think you can hold that henge all day? She asked the blonde hair werewolf before her. Naruto grinned at her. Yeah, I'm able to hold it for about 2 days. I have tested out henge like this before once we learned this in class last year. He told them all. Not knowing what was going on inside his mind, the Kyubi and the werefox both grinned. The boy, without knowing it, had an idea of what he was going to look like once to change the following night. But they figured they would allow him his fun for once in his short miserable life. But once 2 a.m. rolled around and the moon was at its highest, He was theirs and he might not like what was going to happen. Very soon, brat, we will meet, and you will understand what happened that accursed night, thought the Kyuubi to himself as he watched the chains, wood, and vines loosen on the dark part of Naruto's soul. I hope his faith in this human child isn't wasted, for if he proves to be strong enough to overpower this curse, many great things lay ahead of him, thought the werefox virus. The one that bit Naruto that night was the new alpha born to the pack that was killed by all the shinobi 15 years ago. But during those 15 years of hiding and eating scraps and trying not to be caught, the wolf had gotten weak and sick. This was her last chance at finding a mate or passing on her curse to a new alpha, and by biting the boy, she had subconsciously made him the new alpha, something that he would have to prove in time. For one other made it out that night 15 years ago and hungers for that title of alpha, back with the others. So we will all meet at Hinatachan's compound, and at 9 p.m. we will send her sister off with Ko and go to the Halloween party Hinatachan's parents are having, said Naruto as he was looking forward to his first Halloween that he would be able to enjoy himself. For this henge no one would know it's him and not have to worry about the candy being poisoned. But he would still take it to Washu, for the woman had an odd way of checking all the candy for the boy. Thanks, sounds great, and I believe my father will be at the party, so I don't have to trouble anyone to walk me home afterwards, said Hinata as she was a little nervous now. Naruto grins. It's no trouble walking you home, Hinatachan, he told her. Anyways, Hinata, I think my dad asked your dad if you could stay over that night. For that what I was going to ask you, said Ino as she smiled at the shy heiress. During these past couple of days they had become the best of friends, and oddly enough, if it wasn't for Naruto, they don't think they would have become best friends, until maybe later in life. As the group talked about Ino's family's Halloween party, Sakura came walking around the corner of the academy building. She saw Ino and Hinata sitting next to each other with Naruto laying down in front of them as they all chatted as the others made up the circle. She walked up to them. Hey Piggy, said Sakura as she was glaring at the blonde-haired girl. Ino looks up to see the pinkette. What is it, billboard brow? She asked with annoyance lacing her voice. Sakura narrowed her eyes at the platinum blonde. We missed you at the club meeting last night, she told her. Sorry Sakura, I have better things to do with my time than chase some boy around, said Ino. This shocked everyone, as no one would have ever thought that Ino Yamanaka, the president of the We Love Sasuke fan club, would ever say that about the boy in a million years. Well, I guess that means Sasuke-kun is all mine then, said Sakura with a smug smile on her face. I guess so. But I've been questioning as of late if Sasuke's gay, for he never really talks to us and only ever stares at Naruto when he is in class, said Ino as now Naruto is turning green and the other guys are paling at the idea of Sasuke checking them out. Don't you dare say that about my Sasuke-kun, screeched Sakura as she was now in Ino's face. Ino, now jumping to her feet, let out a soft cat-like growl as her eyes flashed a slight yellow, but one had to be watching to catch it, and guess who caught it? Well, 3 people did. But Sakura was still clueless to the danger she was in. I will speak about anyone, any way I please. For who do you think you are ordering me around? She growled out. I am a daughter of a council member and I have every right to order you around, Ino Yamanaka, said Sakura as she believed she held more power than the girl that stood before her. What a joke. Don't make me laugh, growled out Ino as her voice got louder as she was getting closer to Sakura. I am a clan heiress. My father has a seat on the Shinobi Council. A seat that once I come to age and take over as clan head, I shall be taking over. For your mother's seat, that is nothing to brag about, for she is voted in and you would never get that seat unless you get yourself voted onto the council. For you, once you're older, will have to play the game of politics to have any power. Where I was like in royalty was born into it, she told the pinkette as now Sakura was shocked by this. For Ino never rubbed her nose into her being an heiress when they used to be friends. But there was the key word, used to be. I don't care. My mother still holds a good amount of power to make everyone's life hell, said Sakura. She was now grinning at the others. Yes, she knows better than to cross me. All I have to do is tell Mommy Ino is being mean to me and rubbing her heiress statues in my face and calling me names, and she will be banned from all her favorite stores. Her inner self thought smugly. You do forget that with Ino she has the Nara, Akamichi, and Yuzuka, and Hyuga clan backing her family, as they are all on the council and can destroy all of the civilian council with one move, right? Questioned Naruto as the other just looked at him with shock. It appeared someone was listening in class for once. What? He asked. Troublesome. But he is right. If your mother and the civilian council make a move against Ino or her family, their clans will step in and make a move that will not only destroy them but have them removed from office. For the councils were not set up to be used by their children to see who's held more power, said Shikamaru. Unknown to the kids, Yoshino, Uzagi, Chichai, and Sum had come to tell the kids to meet at Ino's house after class was over to work on any last-minute costumes. For they knew Naruto would have some trouble and they wanted to help the boy. All the mothers stood there listening and proud of their children and of the blonde, for they were right about what was said. Soon, being a bold woman, she has walked up to the kids as Naruto picked up on her scent way before Kiba did. Hey, Kiba, your mom is here, he told the feral-looking boy, who in turn looked over Hinata's shoulder to see his mother walking up to them. He looked back down at the blonde laying on the grass with his eyes closed, enjoying the warm sun on his face. How did you know my mom was here? He asked Naruto. Naruto opened one of his baby blues and looked at Kiba. I could smell her, was all he said as Tsum heard him and smelled herself. She didn't stink, she just had a shower just 2 hours ago and all she had done so far was have tea with the other mothers. The other mothers followed behind her for they allowed her to leave for they wanted to see how this all played out. The boys are right, little girl, so just remember, we shinobi hold more power than what you civilians believe we do. For this is a military village, not a civilian village, and if your mother and the others don't like that, I'm sure I can pay a few genin teams to pack up their shit for them to move to another village that is all civilian and they can deal with bandit raids every couple of days to weeks. As for living in this village, they are safe from that worry. But the only thing they must worry about and fear is an attack from another village on our own, said Suma as she was glaring at the now frightened Pinkette. And no ma'am, was all Sakura said as she ran away from the feral-looking woman. Was it something I said? Asked Suma. She was grinning. Kiba rolled around on the dirt laughing. That was great, Mom. You knocked her down a few notches. She thinks her shit doesn't stink because her mother is on the civilian council and that she can get away with murder. He tells his mother, well, the girl is wrong, for how Naruto and Shikamaru pointed out, as well as Ino did, her mom was elected in, as those who are heirs will take over their parents' seat, said Usagi as she walked up to the kids. Hey Mom, what brings you here? Asks Ino as she was looking at all the other moms. Oh, we came by to tell you all to come to our house after the academy lets out. For we are going to finish all your Halloween costumes, and yes, Hinata, your father already knows, and your sister will be there for she wants to see what you pick out, said Usagi as she smiles at the shy heiress. Thank you, says Hinata as she stands to bow to the women before her. Naruto grins. I got my costume covered, he tells the others. Oh, asks Yoshino as she looks at the boy. Where are you going to be? She asks him. I'm going to be the big bad werewolf to Ino's little Red Riding Hood costume, says Naruto as the mothers are snickering at this. Oh, how cute, says Chichai. Naruto looks at her a little puzzled but doesn't say anything as Ino and Hinata both blush as they catch on to what Chichai is saying. Just as Naruto is going to ask what makes his costume so cute, the bell rings. Their lunch break was over, and it was time to head back into the classroom to their awaiting teachers. One they all loved as the other they could really care less about. With it they say their goodbyes and leave the mothers to talk among themselves. Chichai looks over at Usagi. It's so adorable that they are doing a couple's costume, she tells her longtime friend. Usagi looks over at her friend and the other ladies. It is very sweet and cute. I am happy that my little Inachin is now hanging out with true friends and not wasting her time with those fangirls. Those girls that chase after that bratty Uchiha boy are so toxic. It was to the point that Inoichi or me would have to drag a kicking and screaming Ino into the backyard to do any type of training, and even then, we had to sweeten the deal to get her to do anything, she tells the others. It appears since that day she came into my store with Naruto, she has grown a lot. Even Naruto has grown a lot. He is acting years beyond his age and I think he will be good for the kids to have around, says Chichai as she thinks back to that day the kids came in. If only he could get our lazy sons to train more, I would be happier, said Yoshino as she is now grinning at a knowing Sum. I agree, and that pup has the air of an alpha. That is something that will push my son in the future, and if need be, I might have to have the boy kick my son's ass and prove the point of a natural-born alpha to a beta that parades around as an alpha, said Sum as she is now thinking about the future of her clan and village. The day flew by as the final bell of the day went off and all the genin hopefuls ran out of the classroom. As for Naruto, he left the same way he did during their lunch, for he didn't want Sasuke anywhere near him. With just that thought of the boy maybe liking him in that way, it frightened Naruto and he didn't like it one little bit. Hospital. Washu sat in her own private lab in the basement of the hospital as she looked over all the blood work she had down on Naruto. Okay, my little guinea pig, what secrets are you hiding from me? She says to no one but herself. Washu, you are the greatest, says Doll 1. Washu, you will know all his secrets before the day is out, says Doll 2. Washu looks over at her two little dolls that she loves creeping people out with. I know, for I am a super genius and with my help I will make Naruto-kun very strong. I don't give a damn what those old fools says. Sarutobi needs to replace his personal council for all they have done is bring this village to the edge of destruction more times than I care to think about, she tells them as she looks over the printout that is flowing out of her computer next to her. A mischievous slowly makes its way across her lips. This is just the thing I need. With this Naruto-kun will get what his parents left him and I will be able to carry out what I promised Kushinachen. Washu thinks to herself as she stands up and walks over to another table and highlights what she needs and leaves her lab to rain down hell onto this village of damn fools. If only she had her other loved ones. They would aid her in her personal battle and war she was going to go thought for this boy she has grown to love for the past 10 years of his short and sad little life. All she was grateful for was that she was able to make him smile just a little during that time. Hawkage Tower. Hawkage's office. Sarutobi sits at his desk just looking at all the damn paperwork the civilian council and his elders are pushing on him just the day before Halloween. He was so wishing to have the say to take his grandson out and watch the children of the village run around and enjoy themselves as he used to in the days of old. In the days before he was forced back into office and before that horrible night a child of this village was forced to live with the most horrendous of burdens. Old man, I have something I need to talk to you about, said Washu as she comes up through his floor in a pink swirl of light with cherry blossom all around her. He looks up from his paperwork. You know, Washu, as your leader you must show me some degree of respect. he tells her as he pushes his paperwork aside. The day you stop using that crystal ball to spy on the hot spring, I will give you the proper respect. Washu tells him with a grin as she knows she has gotten him there. But when they are around others, she will respect him. But when they are alone like they are now, she will be herself and put the old man in his place. Clearing his throat and looking over to the left and right corner of his office, and he can tell that his two female ANBU were ready to kill him. By what he could feel of their killer intent for him. Washu, what brings you to my office? For you never come unless I have to call for you or Naruto is hurt. He asks as he feels a little nervous now as he is worried for his blonde-haired grandson. Washu grins at the old man before her. Naruto is fine. I am here to tell you what I found in his blood work and what I am about to tell you. She tells him as a wicked grin graces her lips. It will rock the very foundation of this village, and you will have to give over my student's family scrolls to her son. I don't give a damn you believe he is too young. For after that attack in the Forest of Death, Naruto has awoken 3 bloodlines. She tells him as she watches his face. The long-forgotten pipe falls out of Sarutobai's mouth as he looks at the pink-haired Chibai woman before him. His jade-green eyes holding more power than he has ever seen before. What do you mean 3 bloodlines, and are you sure I have to tell him now? He questions as he was hoping to push it off for as long as he could. Maybe even make Jiraiya tell him. I believe by this very full moon, like in many of the Uzumakis in the past, his bloodline will awaken. For it is after the first full moon on their 10th year of life their bloodlines awaken. As for our little Naruto-chan, he holds 3 of the main family's bloodlines. One that everyone only believed that the Senjus only held. But I can tell you, that isn't true. For there was about 15 Uzumakis in their history that held wood release, and they all belonged to the main royal family. Then there are the chakra chains only believed that the woman of the main royal family could use, but there were about 3 men that could use them as well. For they became the village priest or monks, for they wanted to have children to pass on their bloodline limit to them as well. So it wouldn't end there. Then the rarest of them all, the poison ivy bloodline release. With this bloodline limit, Naruto becomes the very poison he can make from planets. Just from kissing him or just a touch, he can poison you, and there would be no way of knowing, and there isn't a way to counter it. Unless he does it himself for you. That is why I told you, he will need to know who his parents are, and as his godmother I want to move him into his family clan estate that the civilian council along with your elders have been trying to break into for years. Don't lie to me, for I know the truth, for I have been watching them and have stopped them many times in the past, and that Danzo doesn't care too much for me. And I swear to you, if that mummy of a man doesn't stop trying to kidnap or poison the boy to make into his own weapon or tool, I will kill all the elders. There will be nothing you can do to stop me, for I hold more power than you or our Fire Lord. For he is the figurehead I have running things for me, as I am the one who calls all the shots from the shadows. Washu tells him as she was now standing before him as her adult self with some of her goddess power rolling off of her. Her power is so insane that all the hidden ANBU and the little spies that Danzo has hidden in the office all fall like flies. Sarutobi looks to his far left and far right to see 2 rude ANBU laying on the ground choking to breathe as the 2 dolls that always appeared on Washu's laptop stand on their shoulders holding needles with something glowing green in them. It appears your old friend has been spying on you once again, and this is the last time my 2 dolls will take care of them. For here is all that Danzo has done in the shadows, to the point of trying to blackmail my puppet of a figurehead to gain more power and to overthrow you as Hokage, for he believes he is better suited than yourself. As well, the files on your desk are under a jutsu that makes them copy themselves after every 2 hours if you don't finish the stack in the allowed time limit. This was set up to keep you busy so they can work in the shows to kill Naruto or kidnap him. She tells him as they both watch the stack of paperwork grow by a 100. This all shocked Sarutobi as he looked over the files that Washu handed him. It had listed all those in the bandage man's pocket. How did you get all of this? Asked Sarutobi as he was pulled out of his shock. We gathered all of this, said Doll 1. We are just more than puppets and have free will to move around and do as we wish, says Doll 2 as they are now both on Washu's shoulder. They make the perfect spies, for who's going to pay any mind to 2 dolls that a child left laying around or some root took away from a child Danzo bought or kidnapped. They are both easily overlooked and have been gathering intel from me for years, enough to build the case that I give to you, besides the files that my other puppet gave me. Washu tells him as there is a knock at the door. Enter, said Sarutobi as he is trying to get over his shock at what was all given to him. He has missed so much in his blind faith he had in his former teammates and the people he asked to help aid him in running this village. A village that at the end of the day, he held all the power over. Not them, even though those fools believed to be more powerful than him. The second coming is the second god of all shinobi. Entering his office was Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Commander Dragon, Hibiki Morino, all important people and heads of his military branches. Washu smirked as she kept her adult form as she turned to the men. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am glad you all came when I called for you, she told them all as Sarutobi looked at her questioningly. I sent for them for once I knew you had these files. You would be very busy with them doing your damn job and cleaning up the mess you allowed to happen all those years ago as you took the hat of Hokage. She growls out as Sarutobi sits up straight and looks over at his 4 commanders. In this file are a list of people who have been acting behind my back and of our Fire Lord's back. They are to be brought in and questioned, and depending on what they have done, they will either go to prison or be sentenced to death, said Sarutobi as each man straightens and looks at their leader with shock. for they never knew if this day would come. I do want you to make a point and have their executions done in public to stop the next fool from believing they are above my final word as the true Fire Lord, said Washu as all the men look at her wide-eyed. They believe her to be some insane woman that Anko and the other ice queens just hung out with. But the air of power and royalty did come off of her in waves as she stood before them, and they could tell she was the one that did hold all the chips, and that the man they believed to be their Fire Lord was just some fool she allows to live the good life as she does as she wishes, as for that man has to report to her, and if by what they just seen, if he steps out of line, she will just end his life and replace him with the next fool wanting an easy job. Naruto and gang. Unknown to Naruto and the others, their lives were going to change here shortly. But for now they all just wanted to have a good time and plan out what they wanted to do for Halloween. Hinata, I think you look lovely, or a water fairy, said Yoshino as she finishes the girl's powder blue skirt. Hinata blushes as she looks down at the Nara clan's mother. Thank you, she told her with a bundle of nerves. Oh sister, please stop being so shy. She is right, you do look lovely as a water fairy, said Hanabi as she looks down at the dark angel costume that Chichai is helping her with. I'm going to look cool tomorrow for class, she says with a grin. Yai's the dark angel of our clan, said Hinata with a giggle, as I am just a fairy that will protect and gift you with a wish, she tells her sister. Naruto looks over at the girls and smiles. I'm glad we are all going to have fun tomorrow night, he tells them as he puts on the pants and shirt that Tsun gives him. She put fake blood on them and had her Ninken shred them up to look like he had transformed in them to a wild beast that is a slave to the full moon. I'm glad, pup. All you kids do need to have some fun and cut loose, said Tsum as she is grinning at the blonde before her. Ino comes walking into the room with the others as her mother follows behind her. She is on a white blouse with puffy sleeves and a crimson skirt and black stockings and black ninja heels. What finished her look off was the crimson hood cloak she is wearing with the basket in her hands. Her mother had pulled her hair into twin braids and Ino was loving the look. She looked like a girl from a small farming village. Wow, Ino, you look great. If your parents have a costume contest, I think we will win, said Naruto as he was now putting on a spiked collar with a chain leading from it, something that was a little bit of a surprise to the others. Ino smiles and blushes a little, see too that his shirt is unbuttoned and the spiked collar and chain with the black jeans that have blood and cuts all over them made him look hot and kind of like those skater boys she saw in a few of her fashion magazines. Thank you, Naruto, she tells him as she walks past him to Hinata. My baby is growing up, says Usagi with a single tear rolling down her cheek to the other mothers that they all share a knowing looks. Just as they finish everyone's costumes, a knock is heard at the door. Outside of the Yamanaka clan compound is Washu. Standing next to her is the third Hokage as he has a silver hair Anbu holding a massive scroll standing behind him. Are you sure the boy is here? Asked Sarutobi as he was a little nervous about what's to come. Washu looks down at him from the corner of her jade green eyes. Yes, he is with his friends. Why do you want to do this here and now? Why couldn't we do this in my office without everyone around? Questioned Sarutobi as he didn't know how the mothers would react to this or the fact that he hid this from them for so long. Payback is a bitch as the boss, you're screwed, said Washu as she just grins wickedly at the old man next to her. As he was going to speak, the door opens. Oh hello Hokage-sama, little Washu, said Usagi as she steps aside to allow them into her home. Forgive me, but I wasn't expecting anyone to come by and my husband isn't home right now, as I and the others are finishing the children's costumes for Halloween, she tells them as she leads them to the others in the living room. As they walk into the living room, they find Ino and Hinata on either side of Naruto as they both chat with the boy as the other boys watch on and chat among themselves. Chichai looks up from her cup of tea as she hears someone is walking into the living room with Usagi. Little Washu-sensei, questions the larger woman. All the kids stop talking as they look to the newcomers and wonder what is going on, for the Hokage looks a little green and the pink hair woman has a devilish grin on her face, one that reminds them a lot of Naruto when he is up to something. Hey little Washu, old man, said Naruto as all eyes go to the blonde hair boy in the room as he just addressed their village leader so casually. Hello Naruto-kun, said Sarutobi with a grandfatherly smile. Hello, my Naruto-chan, said Washu as she walks up to the boy and pulls him into a bone-tight hug. Naruto smiled as he returned the bone-crushing hug. Sensei, it is a pleasure to see you and all. But what brings you here today? Asked Chichai as she was now walking over to her sensei. Washu smiles as she looks over at the Hokage as the old man looks to have aged about 100 years in just a few seconds. We came here looking for young Naruto, for it is time for him to learn the truth about everything, and with his friends around, I felt it would better aid him to understand why I never told him about what I'm about to say now, said Sarutobi as all the women look at the Hokage and wonder as all the kids gather around their blonde hair friend as Washu had let him go and he was now once again sitting with Ino and Hinata. Okay, but what is it that you need to tell me, Jiji? Asked Naruto as he was a little scared. With a heavy heart and a sigh, the old Hokage sat down before the boy. I am here to tell you about your parents, and once as you understand why, I will tell you when it is just you and I about something else, a burden that was thrust onto you at a very young age. He told the young boy before him, and you as he held onto the very large scroll couldn't help but notice the two crests on it. Those two crests belonged to his late sensei and his beloved wife. He looked to Washu and to his leader, but with his mask on the Hokage couldn't see the questioning look as for Washu was able to see though it and nod her head to his unspoken question as she could see a tear slid under the mask of the young man behind the Hokage. What I am about to say to you, Naruto, is of most importance, and once it is made known I will have to make sure you are being taken care of better than what I have done for you thus far, said Sarutobi as all the mothers had a puzzled look as the children don't have a clue what's going on. Well, maybe one does, but it's too troublesome. Troublesome? You're here to finally tell Naruto that his father was the fourth? Asked Shikamaru as the others looked at him with shock. Sarutobi smiles with a slight chuckle. My boy, in time you will surpass your father. But yes, I am here to tell Naruto his father was Minato Namikaze and his mother was Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. They both passed on the night he was born, he said with a sad smile. Naruto looked shocked at his Jiji for never telling him until now. But why now? That was the question racing throughout his mind. Why Jiji? Why tell me now? I have been asking you for years who my parents were. He almost yells but calms himself down as Ino pulls him into a hug. She slowly rubs circles on his back to calm him to make his ache and pain hurt a little less. I didn't want to tell you until I knew you were able to protect yourself. But something has happened, and my hand was forced, said Sarutobi as he looks at Washu as he is now glaring at the pink-hair woman. What has happened that you must now tell him of his mother? Questioned Uzagi as she wanted to know what is going on. I ran a rainbow of blood work on Naruto here to test him for everything after he was bitten by a wolf in training ground 44. I wanted to make sure he would be alright. As I was running the test something interesting popped up and it was what made this all happen, said Washu as all eyes are on her now. What was it? Asked Yoshino as she wanted to know. Young Naruto will be awakening 3 of his family's bloodline limits after the full moon. One of those bloodline limits can be very deadly, said Sarutobi as he tried to figure out who to explain it. The 3 I found were chakra chains, wood release, and finally poison ivy. Poison ivy hasn't been seen since the First Shinobi World War and with him awakening it. I do hope Kushina brought everything about it with her. If not, I have my work cut out for me, for I will have to go through my library I brought with me from Uzu before it fell, said Washu as if she was talking about the rain. But isn't the wood release a Senju bloodline? Asked Choji as he was very confused. With a grin Washu answered him. No, my dear boy. There were several Uzumakis of the main royal family that could use that bloodline. Naruto here is just lucky to be able to use 3 of them. It has never happened before. Only once did one member was able to use 2 but the second one was still very weak. So in time I am willing to bet Naruto here will surpass his predecessors. But that is if he is trained right. She finished as she was now glaring at Sarutobi. The man felt so small and tiny under her weighted gaze. Tears slowly rolled down Naruto's cheeks. He had heard in history class about the 2 and how they went down fighting the rampaging fox. With Kushina's chains Minato was able to kill the beast. Is there anything else I need to know? Questioned Naruto, not knowing if he could take any more. Washu was in front of him. Her eyes had softened a lot as she took his hand. I has named your godmother as for I was your mother's sensei and also from her village. She knew if anything would happen to her that I would take care of you. Something that I should have been allowed to do. But no, the elders felt it wouldn't be wise to allow me an outsider near their weapon. She complained as Naruto looked at confused as how she was complaining about him being a weapon. What do you mean their weapon? Questioned Naruto. That is something that is classified, and we will talk about later, said Sarabody as he was now glaring at Washu, who was just smiling. Also you have a godfather. He was Minato's sensei and a pervert to boot, said Washu as she seemed annoyed. Please don't allow that man around Naruto, said Chichai. He is a good boy and we do not need Jiraiya making him into a mini-him. Naruto looks at all the moms. But I want to know all the family I have left, he said with tears. Those baby blues made all the moms' hearts melt right before him. Fine, but if he tries to make you do any peeping on anyone with him as he calls research, let us know and we will handle him, said Yoshino as she was now holding a cast iron frying pan. At the edge of the land of fire, Jiraiya is sitting in a tea house writing his book when he had a bad feeling run through his body. Feels like someone walked across my grave, he thought to himself as he finished his book to send it off to his publisher. Back in Konoha, I have sent word for Jiraiya to return to the village, said Sarutobi as he looked at the ladies in the room. He held up his hand before they could say anything to him. Naruto needs to begin his training in Fuinjutsu, for that was part of his clan's blood and he will surpass Jiraiya by the time he is a genin. He told them as the women nodded their heads to this. They remembered how Kushina was so skilled at it and how she showed Minato and even Jiraiya a thing or two about the art of sealing. Cool, said Naruto as he is smiling. Naruto, we will be moving you into your mother's family home. It is over by the old Senju estate, said Washu as she is now grinning. I might have to send word to our other student Tsunade, she thought out loud as she looks at Sarutobi as the women look at Washu. Oh no, Washu-sama. Oh, how is Lady Tsunade your student? Asked Hinata as she was wondering for the woman before her was very young. Washu grins at the young Hyuga heiress. My dear, I am over 3,000 years old, but I look good for my age, she tells the kids, as everyone falls over freaking out. How in the hell are you so old? Yelled Naruto as he was shocked at the woman next to him. Washu just grinned. That is my little secret, she tells him with a wink. As everyone settled down and the mothers with the help of Washu they finished all the kids' outfits and went home for dinner. Naruto, tonight you will be staying with me, said Washu as she had taken the scroll form and knew a couple of hours ago as he needed to have a long talk with his leader about being lied to about his sensei's son not being dead like he was originally told that horrible night. Yes, sure, Washu-bachan, said Naruto as now Washu was crying big fat tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Why don't you call me Washu-nichan? Washu asks Naruto as he grins at her. He returns her grin with his own devilish grin. He said, you're older than Jiji, that makes you bachan. He tells her as she pouts at him. I'm not going to win, here am I. Washu asked him. Nope, was all Naruto saying as he runs out of the house. He is ready to return home with his godmother. His new bachan. Halloween morning Ninja Academy. Naruto walks up to the smell of food being cooked coming from the kitchen. He slowly sits up in bed and looks around the white room he is in. The bed is very soft and there is a desk in the corner with his clothing folded on top of it, and next to it was his costume that he is going to wear that day. Slowly he gets up and looks up at the clock to see it is only 7:30 a.m. I've got 2 hours before I need to be in class, he says to himself as there is a knock on the door. Naruto, came the soft voice of the girl that lives with Washu. Breakfast is ready, she tells him to the door. Okay, thank you, Sasuke-kun, calls out Naruto as he jumps out of bed and goes to the bathroom that is connected to his bedroom to get a nice hot shower before he goes down for breakfast. After about 20 minutes Naruto walks down the stairs to find Sasami and Washu having breakfast. Morning bachan, morning Sasuke-kun, said Naruto. The now named Sasami giggles as she watches Washu fall forward and almost hit her head on the table. Morning Naruto-kun, said Sasami as she smiles at him. Morning Naruto-chan, says Washu as she goes back to eating her meal. Naruto sits down as Sasami has already set him a place at the table and he begins eating his breakfast. Inside his mindscape, these two women are more powerful than my father. If they were around they might have stopped his accursed mother, said Kurama as he watches the girl with pink eyes and teal hair going down her back in 2 ponytails. Yes, but the one called Washu can be dangerous to us. Well, more she already knows about you, for she might know how to stop me, for I know she will not kill the boy, the werefox says out loud in worry. Kurama moves his crimson eyes to the sad little creature before him. I wouldn't worry. With all I have done with you, she will not be able to take you out of him, for you are now part of his DNA. He tells it as he goes back to watching the others through the boy's eyes. Tonight we will see how this boy will handle his true darkness, said the werefox. Kurama looks at the black hair Naruto who's now just laying behind him sleeping. His bindings had finally come off of him just a few minutes ago. Yeah, tonight, who will win, the light or the darkness? He asks himself as he lays back down. Naruto and the others. After school we will go quickly to the old Uzumaki estate and unlock it and set you up there, said Sarutobi as he had dropped by as everyone was having breakfast. Unless you wish to stay with Lady Washu, he said as an afterthought. Naruto looked at the old man he called his Jiji and to the pink-hair woman that he now calls his bachan. I would like to stay at my clan estate for now, to get used to it. Maybe later on Washu-bachan and Sasuke can move in with me, if they want to, he said as he looked down shyly. After you unlock the place, I'll get to cleaning it and do some shopping for you, Naruto-chan. So don't worry about it and have fun with your friends, said Sasami as she smiled softly and pulled out some paper and pencil to make him a shopping list. She already knew what he liked and what he was able to cook, for she had given him cooking lessons off and on. For the past few years since she met him when he was 4 years old, she saw him as the little brother she always wanted. It also made her miss Ryuoki and the others even more. But Naruto did help with that empty feeling of missing them. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Thank you both so much for all the help you have given me, said Naruto as he was grinning now. Sarutobi handed over a checkbook over to Sasami. Here, this will cover all your shopping, for I believe he will need many things and I know you will know what he needs. I will have you pack up his place and meet everyone at the old estate after he is finished at the academy, he said as he also pulled out several storage scrolls and handed them over to the girl, for she knew she could get her shopping done early and not worry about anything else and just get to work. That is all fine and dandy, but I will be part of Naruto's training, for I would love to study his bloodlines and see if we are able to get it that it will pass down to every generation and not skip like it normally does in the Uzumaki family, said Washu as she was drooling at the idea of studying the young boy. I am no one's test subject. I am a human and you can help me train, said Naruto as he was now glaring at Washu for even thinking about treating him as a test subject. Washu did blush a little. I'm sorry, Naruto. It is the scientist in me that I want to get to the bottom of life's greatest mysteries. I even know the secret to the one that his old student wants, and I'll never tell, she said, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye as she looks over at Sarutobi as the old man went wide-eyed, for he knew what the thing his old student wanted the most, and this crazy pink-hair woman before him knew it and she would never tell. He prayed, Kami his student never found out about it, for it would be war or hell to pay, either, or he didn't want to deal with it. Naruto looked up at the clock and saw it was already 9 a.m. Geez, I need to get going. I'm going to be late, he cried as he jumped up and Sasami handed him his lunch. Thank you, he said as he ran out the door as he hinged into a werewolf and ran down the street to the Ninja Academy. And you followed behind him today along with Nico, for they were to make sure no one attacked him in his Halloween costume, for it was very realistic looking and some stupid villager might think the Kyuubi took the boy over and is turning him into a beast. Naruto saw his friends waiting for him by the old tree near their classroom window as he runs up to them. "Sorry guys," he said as he grins at everyone. Ino looks him over and grins. "You're missing your collar," she tells him as she pulls it out of her basket and helps him put it on with the chain leading down it. She grins as she keeps hold of it. All the other students watched the two blondes in shock, for Ino had dumped Sasuke Uchiha for the class clown and they wouldn't wrap their minds around it. Sasuke walks up to them as he is dressed as a Ronin samurai with the grass hat covering his face. "That is a fitting look for you, loser. You make a good pet for someone," he told Naruto as he is smirking. Naruto smirks looking at him. "Hey, at least the ladies will always be pleased with me as their pet," as the others laugh. Naruto never knew when to just not to open his mouth, but he didn't care. "Whatever, loser. I'll win our class costume contest, like I do every year," Sasuke tells Naruto. Naruto looks him up and down and grins. "I don't think so. I think Hinata and I have you beat this year," he tells the annoying boy as he turns his back to his friends and grins and winks at Ino. Ino blushes as Hinata walks up to the group. Sasuke storms off, not liking being ignored by anyone. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru as he looks at the two blondes. "I think he does have a thing for Naruto," says Choji as everyone turns green at the idea and both Ino and Hinata get a dark look in their eyes, both sharing one thought. "He will not have my Naruto-kun. I will end him if he even tries." All the boys but Naruto step away from the two girls as a dark purple aura surrounds them as they appear to have demons standing behind them. "I can always give him to Washibachin as our new test subject to get me out of it." Naruto laughs as he looks at the clock over the front doors. "But we better get going to class. The bell will be going off soon, and the sooner we are inside and seated together the better. Sasuke can't sit next to me," he tells them as they all nodded their heads and head inside the ninja academy. From the shadows, Inu and Nico are both laughing their asses off at what just happened. "My poor little Naruto," said Nico as she felt bad for the boy. "I agree, but this will be funny to tease him about when he begins to date or when he gets married," said Inu as both he and Nico planned to be around for those important times in his life. The bell had rung and Iruka and Mizuki had both walked into the classroom. "Good morning, class," said Iruka as Mizuki ignored the brats in favor of his coffee. It was an odd sight this morning. All the fangirls who would be normally fighting over Sasuke all sat quietly looking up at Ino as she sat next to Naruto holding his chain and grinning at them. They had issues not seeing their leader, not fighting with Sakura over who's sitting next to their Sasuke-kun, as Sakura was next to the raven hair boy dressed as a princess. As all the other fangirls had the same idea, as they hoped Sasuke would dress as a prince this year. Iruka followed the girls' line of sight and saw Ino and who he believed to be Naruto sitting next to each other in a matching Halloween couple's outfit, as their friends sat all around them in their own costumes. Mizuki also looked up to where Iruka was looking and went all wide-eyed. Did the demon finally take over the boy? He asked himself as he was having issues with how the boy is dressed. "Naruto, who made your costume?" asked Iruka. Naruto grinned at his teacher. "Well, the outfit is from Chichaya Kamichi's store, but Tsume's partner shredded up the clothing and everything else is a henge," he told his teacher. "Like a loser, like you can hold a henge all day," said Sasuke, acting all high and mighty. Naruto looks over at the last Uchiha. "I have a large chakra reserves. I am able to hold this for 2 days if need be, and I am able to push this longer if I have to," he tells everyone. Iruka and Mizuki look a little shocked. "What do you mean you have a larger chakra reserves?" questioned Iruka. "My Dr. Washu explained to me, as I am the last of what we know of the royal Uzumaki bloodline. The Uzumakis had larger than normal reserves that an academy student would have chakra matching that of a low chunin. But she told me that with all the training I do and all the running I do from ANBU, I am already at low jonin, and doing simple low chakra jutsus will be harder for me. So when it comes to learning the clone jutsu, I will have to learn a different one. For that one I will never be able to do until my chakra control is at the same level as a sergeant, which I don't think will happen for a very long time," said Naruto as everyone looks shocked at him. "Thank you for telling me that, Naruto, for we are going to begin studying the clone tomorrow. I will have to speak to Lord Hokage for a clone that you will be able to do," said Iruka. "How can a loser have that much power?" "He shouldn't have that much power. I need that power," raged Sasuke in his head. "Cool," said Naruto as he turned to his friends as they went back to what they had been talking about. Just then there was a knock at the door. Iruka was a little confused as what was going on. Today was going to be just a fun day for the kids, letting them play, eat, and just have a good time all around. He goes over to the door to find all the mothers and even Washu and Sasami standing there with food and other things in their hands as their husbands looked annoyed as they had the heavy dishes in their hands. "Hello, Iruka-kun. We are here to drop off all the food early for the kids' party, for we have a lot to do ourselves," said Washu as she smiled at the man before her. "Hello, Washi-sama," said Iruka as he stepped aside as he motioned for Mizuki to move aside as well, for all the women were coming in and their desk and all the free tables are being taken over. They all came in and set up for the children as Washu and Sasami unsealed all the Halloween decorations they worked on late last night for the kids' party and set them up, and Washu even set up a projector with it projecting ghosts and monsters that looked so real that the kids freaked out when one came so close to them. The fangirls shrieked and jumped on Sasuke as he tried to get away from them. But it was too late. It was a Sasuke-kun dog pile. We will have someone pick everyone up for us, said Sasami as she smiles at both teachers. Naruto ran down the stairs to his family and smiled up at the two. Thank you Bachan and Nichan, he told the two as he hugged them. Washu took her adult form and hugged Naruto, pulling him into her large chest, barring his face into them. All the boys looked shocked, even the fathers looked shocked as Iruka blushed and Mizuki had a perverted smirk on his face. If she is so easy with him, I could be warming her bed soon, Mizuki thought to himself as he watched on. Washu, that is enough. You're embarrassing him in front of his friends. Sasami scolds her goddess sister and friend. Washu lets go of the boy as he falls to the boy with a loud thud as he was almost out of breath. Sorry, he is just so cute at times, she tells Sasami as she is smiling a little sheepishly. Let's go Washu, we promised Usagi to help her with decorations for her Halloween party and I still need to get a lot of shopping done as well, Sasami tells her as she is a little tired. The teenage girl just smiles at everyone as all the fangirls and other girls just blush as they see how beautiful she is, as the boys all want to follow her around all day and help her. Usagi looks over at Iruka and smiles softly. Our husbands will return when the children get out of class to pick up everything for us, she tells the young teach. Iruka bows to her. Thank you everyone for all the food that you have brought for the children's party. He tells all the mothers grateful for all their help. We are happy to help, also it gives us something to do, said Yoshino as she smiles over at her son and his friends. Also we make sure none of the food has been poisoned, add Chichai mentally as she looked over at the children and at Naruto mostly with a sad smile. Iruka caught the knowing look and nodded his head. For the first year they had their Halloween party, 3 children got sick for they took the plate a civilian mother fixed for Naruto. For she poisoned it and she had to tell them what she used to save the children and she went to prison for what she did. But the sad thing was she didn't care that her son almost died along with his 2 buddies. So some believed she used Naruto as bait, as she might have been planning to kill her family to be free of her asshole of a husband and her son that was slowly becoming like him. All the kids smiled at the mothers and split off into their groups. The fangirls had made cookies and treats for Sasuke, but they didn't know the boy really didn't care for sweets. If they knew anything about him, they would have known he loved tomatoes. Alright kids, have fun, we will have this free day today. But tomorrow we are going to be working doubly as hard to make up for today, said Iruka as all the kids groaned at their teacher. Mizuki grabbed a couple of cookies that Sasami made and sat back down with his coffee and pulled out his magazine he was reading earlier for before class and went back to it. He didn't care as long as no one bothered him, he didn't give a damn. Naruto fixed himself a plate of nachos as he went back to his seat as Ino returned with her own plate and a drink. Naruto pouted as he forgot his drink. Oh man, I forgot to get something to drink, he whined as he was standing up as Hinata returned with her plate and 2 drinks. Here Yujigyo Naruto-kun, 2 got you a drink, said Hinata a little nervous as she smiled at him. Thank you, Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he took the soda from Hinata. Washu had made a killing when she introduced soda to this world, for they had nothing like that here and the kids and teens really liked it. As the day went on, they played games, ate treats and just pigged out. Hina was even eating more than normal. She figured if she was going to go after Naruto, he wouldn't want her to diet, for he had told her before it was bad for her and that she should eat and just be happy with who she is. With working out she would burn it all off anyways. It was already the end of the day and at the front gates waiting for Naruto was Washu, Sasami, and the 3rd Hokage along with the others' parents waiting for their children. Hey Bachan, Nichan, and Jijichan, said Naruto as he ran up the 3 of them. They smiled down at the boy before them. The shinobi parents just smile at the boy as the civilian parents glare at the boy. 2 women whisper to each other. I don't know how a woman in her stand is around a demon like that, said woman 1. It must have her brainwashed or something to have her around him, said woman 2 as Washu's 2 little dolls appear on the women's shoulders. You know that is it not right to call a child those names? Asked doll 1. We can tell the Fire Lord on you, said doll 2. Like the Fire Lord would care about a demon like that, growled out woman 1. Well, I done care about him, said Washu as he appeared before the 2 women as she was glaring at them. Her jade eyes frozen over as she looked deep into them. Just snapping her fingers, A and BU appear around the 2 women. You will meet Ibiki and Anko. Have a nice Halloween, she tells them as her 2 dolls jump onto Naruto as he was looking sad. Bachan, you know you could have just left them alone. It doesn't bother me whatsoever that they don't like me, said Naruto as he looked away from his family and friends. You shouldn't have to allow them to act that way, Naruto-kun, said Sasami as she is kneeling before the boy with her bright pink eyes looking into his baby blue eyes. He just slowly nods his head to this. How about we go look at your new house and then you can have fun with your friends, said Usagi as she was smiling at Naruto as Hanabi was standing at the woman's side smiling at the blonde hair boy. She liked how the boy was still so kind even though people are so mean to him. He reminded her of her big sister. Naruto nodded his head as they all followed the 3rd Hokage to the Uzumaki estate. Naruto walked up next to his Jiji. Hey Jiji, I have a question, he said as the old man looked down at him. Yes Naruto-kun, asked Sarutobi. Didn't my father have his own estate? For didn't the Namikaze clan as well? Asked Naruto as he was looking a little confused and puzzled by this, for he was only told about his mother's. Well, your father clan's compound is outside the village walls. It is hidden, it is where you were born, said Sarutobi as he smiled down at Naruto. Naruto looked shocked at this. I wasn't born inside the village walls, he asked. No, you were not, but I will have to explain that to you later. We will go to your father's compound once we are done going, though your mother's. For I know Minato didn't take everything to your mother's for you, so I know we will have to move things over, unless you would wish to live there once you are old, said Sarutobi as he was studying the blonde's face as he was looking lost in thought about this. Well, I think I might like to go out there to do a lot of my personal training, for I believe I will have people trying to get in my way while I train within the village training grounds, said Naruto as he pulled himself out of his own thoughts. Troublesome. Naruto, you do know that all compound do have private training grounds that no one will be able to get at you in them, said Shikamaru with a sigh. That is true. Your parents had blood seals on the gates of the Uzumaki compound that only the ones that have their blood key to it would be able to enter the place, said Shikaku as he looked at the little blonde before him. Cool, I really have to learn more about Fuinjutsu, said Naruto as he was now bouncing around everyone. Washu smiled over at Sasami sheepishly. I could have allowed you into the compound earlier, for I am keyed to the place, she told her young friend and goddess sister. That is all right, Washu, it has been 10 years since you have been there, so I'm not upset with you and I have everything sealed away so nothing will go bad, said Sasami as she smiled at the pinkette next to her. They had finally arrived at the large black iron gates surrounded by stone walls with vines all over. Naruto saw the swirl that is on all the flank vests that the Chunin and Jonin wear on the iron gates. That is your clan symbol and the symbol of your fallen village, said Sarutobi as he had a sad smile as he remembered all the friends he had lost in the 2SWW. Oh wow, what did my dad's clan symbol look like? Questioned Naruto as he was thinking maybe of mixing both clan symbols. Both Washu and Sarutobi had to stop and think for a moment as they couldn't place it for a moment. You know, I can't really remember, said Sarutobi as he looked over at Washu, for she might know. Washu looked over at the others. I think it had something to do with the lighting or flames. I don't really remember myself, she told them. Oddly, the others in the group that serviced alongside Minato couldn't remember either. I guess I'll go over to Dad's tomorrow after class to find out, said Naruto as he looked at Sarutobi and Washu. We could do that, for it will help you find out if there is anything out there that could help you in your training, said Washu as she patted Naruto's head as he ran away from her. Little brat, she grumbles to herself as she is pouting at the young future werefox before her. Naruto just laughed as he ran away as he had already opened the large iron gates as he pushed his chakra and blood into them, for he understood the seal as he looked at it and was now making his way to his new home. Did Naruto read that seal without someone telling him what to do? Asked Choji as a chip fell from his lips. There he did, said Ino as she was shocked as she looked up at all the parents for answers. It is in his blood, said Shikaku. Both his parents were masters in that art as well as his godfather, he told them as they all nodded their heads. Naruto was standing at the front doors waiting for everyone, for he needed keys to get in, for he had already broken the blood seal and was annoyed as they had been moving too slow. Come on, move it, I want to get in and look around before we start trick or treating, he whined as he pulled on his hair, dancing around everyone. Patience, young one. That is something you must learn to be a strong shinobi and someday be Hokage, as that is still your dream, said Sarutobi as he looked down at Naruto, who had a large smile on his face as he was looking up at the old man standing next to him. You know, I'll be the greatest Hokage ever, and I'll surpass you and my father and those that came before you too, said Naruto as he pumped his fist into the air. The clan heads and their wives couldn't help but laugh as their children couldn't help but believe in the boy's dream, and as future heads of their clans, they would do all in their power to make sure it would come to pass, even if Kiba had to hound his sister when she took over. The old mansion was unlocked as Naruto rushed into the sitting room and saw the place was still pretty clean, and there on the fireplace was a large portrait of his heavily pregnant mother and his father standing next to each other with large smiles on their faces. Wow, it is true, Kushina truly did hate dusting, said Yoshino as she looked around. I need these antidust seals as soon as Naruto begins to learn how to make them, she said as she looked at the blonde boy standing in the sitting room just looking up at his happy parents before him. Tears had slowly began rolling down his cheeks by this time as all the mothers and girls had seen this. Ino was the first to pull him into a hug as Hinata was pushed by her younger sister to join the other blonde in hugging the boy as her little sister was behind her. Man, he is a clone of his father besides a few differences, said Kiba as he was looking at Naruto and back to Minato and Kushina. He has his mother's eye shape and nose, and the rest is all his father. The feral boy had noticed. Sasami walked up behind Naruto and the girls. Why don't you go with the others, and I'll make sure this place is ready for you when you return. Washu and I will walk you home tonight and get you settled in, she told the boy as he nodded his head. Okay, come on guys, we can explore this place on the weekend, said Naruto as it was time for them all to be having fun. He wiped his face on his jacket sleeve and looked at the others smiling. Thank you, he whispered to the girls as they smiled at him. All the kids ran off as Sasami looked at everyone with a polite smile. I am glad you are all here for him, but I know you still have things to do before your party tonight, Uzagi. I will handle things here, so please do not worry about a thing, and I will be by at 7 to help with anything else you may need, she told Uzagi and the others. You are an angel, Sasami. We wouldn't know what to do without you, said Uzagi as she smiled at the teenage girl. But you are right. We still have a lot to do, and husbands to get dressed before the party tonight, and in Sume's case she has to hunt down that boyfriend of hers, she said with a giggle as the feral woman was now blushing. This was the night everyone was going to meet this mystery man that she has been dating for a while. Some believe it might have been an old boyfriend that she truly loved but broke up with, for she had to marry that bastard her clan had choose for her. A worthless beta that pranced around as an alpha. Washu ushered everyone out of the mansion as Sasami had gotten to work with some of Washu's little helpers that she didn't want anyone to see. It was pretty easy. All she had to do was wash all the bedding and set up the room that was set up as Naruto's nursery. She didn't have the heart to touch it. It was something that Naruto needed to do, for it was meant for him when he was born. So she moved his nameplate over to the guest room across from the nursery and put a new bed and bedding for him. Had her little helps take the refrigerator out of the house and replace it with a new one. For she opened it, and something was living in there and she was too scared to touch it. So that was sent to Washu to play with. It only took her 4 hours to get done and it was already 6 p.m. so she made her way home and got changed. She put on her Jurai princess dress on with her royal crown. Before the mirror stood Sasami, or Tsunami, the woman she will become when she turns 22 years old. For now, she was only 17 years old and still was able to just be herself. But Washu had told her that her and Tsunami would become one and she wouldn't lose herself. All she would do was gain Tsunami's goddess's powers and join herself as one of the 3 goddesses. But still she held a little fear. But one couldn't blame the young girl, for her upside-down triangles had begun to turn to circles on her 1700th birthday, and the fear slowly began to set in more than ever. Naruto and his friends had a blast trick-or-treating across the village. Villagers didn't have a clue that it was Naruto dressed as the werewolf being led by the young Yamanaka heiress. They had all believed it to be one of her cousins dressed up for her to lead around. All the kids had also made sure to never use Naruto's name as they got near any of the house. They just called him Naru, making many to think he was a girl. With how baggy his outfit was, no one could tell for all the hair he had all over him, and he also had long hair for this costume. "Man, I'm having a blast," said Naruto as he was grinning and looking at all the candy he had gotten. "Yeah man, this is awesome. We are making a killing this year. I think we need to do more planned group costumes next year," said Kiba as he was grinning now. That would be a lot of fun," said Hinata, feeling a lot less shy around her friends. "I want to be part of that too," said Hanabi as she looked at the older kids. They all smiled at her. "We wouldn't leave you out, Hanabichan," said Ino as she is smiling at the girl. The sky was finally getting darker. The moon was slowly coming out, but it was behind a few clouds that lingered in the night sky. Within Naruto, time is drawing near. His dark half is slowly being to awaken, said Kurama as his tails now held onto the dark side of Naruto. For all the bindings had fallen off of the boy just moments ago. But the great fox still wanted the boy to have some fun, for this might be his last night as himself. For tomorrow he was going to be reborn anew. They just didn't know if he would be the light or the darkness. "I just hope he is stronger than his darkness," said the werefox virus as it was fixing things around Naruto. It had gotten into the boy's memories and felt bad for him. For he had seen all the darkness and loneliness the boy had gone through, and still his heart shined with the bright light of hope. It was something rare for it to see, and it wanted to see it live on and make something better of the curse it has spread through the young boy's body. "Only time will tell," was all that Kurama said as he looked at the darkness open his eyes and glare at the demon fox that held him at bay. "Let me go, it is my time to be free and that weak thing walking around freely to be chained up," growled out Dark Naruto. "Shut up, Brett. I do not take orders from you. I am the one who gives the orders around here, and you will wait until 2 a.m. for the curse to take hold of the boy, and that is when you will meet him and have your little fight," growled out Kurama, leaning very close to the dark side of Naruto, making sure to show the boy his teeth. All he needed to do was just open his mouth and take one little bite and it would be over. He would just take the darkness within him and it would be gone from the boy forever. Dark Naruto just stayed quiet, for it knew that this fox wasn't playing around, and his fate was within those tails that held him now at bay. Yamanaka compound. It was 10 minutes to 9 p.m. and all the kids began making their way back to the Yamanaka compound. As they walked past the last bar leading to the clan district, they saw a group of men made up of civilians and shinobi alike coming out of the bar drunk and holding sake bottles and beer bottles. "Let's find that demon brat and have some fun," said one of the civilian men to the others. The others just yell in agreement. "Children, keep moving and I'll get Hanabi home after I make sure you are at Yamanaka-sama estate," said Ko as he blocked Naruto from the sight of the men and ushered the children quickly to Ino's home. Once they got there, Ino's father stood outside waiting for them. Ko walked up to the clan head and spoke with him. "Yamanaka-sama, I have gotten the children here safely, but please have Naruto return with several trusted people, for there are people already out hunting for him," he told the clan head. "Thank you for telling me. I'll go with Lady Washu and Sasami to make sure the boy makes it home safely," said Inoichi as he smiled at Ko for the heads up. Ko bowed and picked up a sleepy Hanabi and took off back to the Hyuga compound that wasn't too far from where they all stood now. "Well, children, did you have fun?" questioned Inoichi as he smiled at his daughter and the other children. "Yeah, we had blast, Dad. Naruto and I made a killing and candy for everyone. Love our costumes," Ino told her father as Naruto grinned at the blonde hair man. "Yeah, it was fun, but I need to give my candy to Washibachan to check over for me," said Naruto as Inoichi nodded his head to this. "That would be a great idea. I believe it would be good for all you children to allow us to check your candy out. For we have had some people put bad things into the candy in past years, and we want to make sure it is safe before you all eat it," He told the kids as they all groaned and handed over their candy bags. Each bag had their names, but Naruto held onto his for Washu was going to get it from him. Once inside, all the kids found their parents, or in Naruto's case, he looked for Washu and Sasami. Washu brightened up as she saw Naruto walk in with the others. She saw his candy bag was overflowing with candy and knew she would have to seal it away and check it in the morning, for he would be over bright and early for it. Bachan, Nichan, called Naruto as he ran up to the two women that have played a big part in his short life. Hey Naruto, said Washu as she took his candy bag and put it in a scroll she had on her. Sasami hugged Naruto. Hello Naruto, she tells the boy as she lets him go. The house is ready, and I have a dinner in the fridge for you, and your lunch is already made as well in there. Thank you, Nichan. Naruto with a huge grin. Get something eat Naruto, said Washu as she heard his stomach growl. He looked at them sheepishly and nodded his head as she ran off to get some food. Washu watched him run off as her eyes moved over to the fathers walking over to her and Sasami. Lady Washu, said Inoichi. Inoichi-kun, said Washu as she smiled at the man and took another drink from her red wine as she was dressed as a sedative witch. I was just informed that it would be best to escort you and Sasami when you return young Naruto home, said Inoichi as he looked worried. With a sigh, Sasami looked over at Naruto as he was having an eating contest with Choji and Kiba. It never fails. Those fools have too much to drink, and they wanted to blame their life problems on the poor boy for a burden that he had no say in. She voices out loud as she turns back to look at the men before her and Washu. That will be fine, said Washu. It will be good to have you strong men with us to scare those fools away. She finishes as she spots Sum walk into the ballroom with a tall and stocky man on her arms as he was dressed all in black with a mask on his face. Ibiki, I should have known, she whispers to herself as she grins as the men. Well gentlemen, I must make my way to your wives, for we have much to talk about. She tells them as Shikaku looks to where she was looking and saw who walked in. Troublesome, was all he said as he pointed with his chin for the other men to see what he was looking at. Do you see what I see? Questioned Washu to the other ladies as they seen Sum just walk in. Yes, who do you think he is? Asked Chichai as she was on edge to learn who this masked man was. I'm not sure, said Yoshino as she was trying to study him for across the room. Uzagi narrowed her eyes as she was trying to think of all the men that she had ever seen Sum with, and only one came to mind as her eyes widen. It can't be, she says to herself as the others look at her as Washu is grinning like a mad woman. Oh yes, it is. She has gotten back with her old boyfriend, said Washu as she couldn't help but grin like a mad woman. Yoshino, Chichai look at the two women confused as they try to figure it out. Who was the last man she was dating before she was forced to marry that jackass of a so-called alpha? Asked Uzagi as she saw it click in the other two women's mind. Ibiki, the one that she truly loved, said Yoshino as Chichai nodded her head to this. Sum sees her friends and takes her date's hand. Come on, I want you to meet them, she tells him with a grin. If you say so, the masked man says with his gruffy voice. As Sum makes it over to her friends, all the men move quickly over to the women to make sure if that was really who they thought they heard Washu say it was. Hey, nice party, said Sum as she is grinning at Uzagi. Thanks, but who's your date, Sumakan? Asks Uzagi as she is looking at her friend with amusement in her eyes. Oh, quiet playing with her. I know you all have figured it out, said the masked man as he took off his mask. All the men looked on with shock, for they wouldn't have figured Ibiki would have taken her back after what happened between them. I must say I didn't expect this, said Asashi as he looks at Ibiki as he was shocked himself at this. Well, like they say, one does what the heart wants, and I wanted this wild woman back and I got her back, said Ibiki, shocking everyone even more. Well, I better be hearing wedding bells between you two this time, said Washu as she is now grinning like a mad woman. On whose orders? Asked Ibiki as he was glaring at the Pinkette. Well, your fire lords. No, not that puppet I have running things for me, says Washu as if she is talking about the weather. Washu, allow them to date and see if it leads to that, scolded Sasami as she was standing behind Washu the whole time. Washu pouts. You're not fun, Sasamikan, whines Washu as she is now pouting. The others just laugh at her as they all just talk and have a good time. It was already 1 a.m. when Naruto was walked home along with Washu and Sasami to their home. Washu had locked his gate so no one would slip in, and the house was already keyed that if your chakra wasn't in the door lock or blood you couldn't get in. So he was very safe. Naruto changes into his PJs and crawls into bed. Man, today was a blast. I hope every day is like today, he says to himself as he pulls on his goofy-looking sleeping hat and falls to sleep. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto walks up in the forest. How did I get here? He asks no one but himself as he is looking around as he sees a golden tail of an animal running. He chases after it until he comes face to face with a large cave with large golden gates before it and crimson eyes within it. The time has finally come for you to meet little one, said a dark voice from within the cavern. Who's there? Called Naruto as he was getting scared. Don't be scared of him, boy, said a voice from behind Naruto. He quickly spun around to come face to face with the werefox standing on 2 legs looking at him. Naruto takes a step back, falling back onto his butt. Who are you? He asked with fear lacing his voice. I am the curse you were given that night you were bitten in the forest of death, said the werefox. What do you mean curse? Questioned Naruto, not sure what is going on. That night you were in the forest, the thing that bit you was a werewolf. But thanks to the Biju sealed within you, he has saved you from becoming a mindless beast that would hunt and kill anything. He is allowing to keep your human mind while you transform on full moons or when your emotions are heightened to the point you lose control. You will turn into me, said the werefox as Naruto looked at it with disbelief. No way, I can't. And what do you mean I have? What did you call sealed into me? Questioned an even more frightened Naruto. The night you were born I was ripped out of your mother and set loose on the village. But before I was set upon the village, I was placed under a genjutsu from those accursed eyes of that damn Uchiha clan. Came the dark voice from with the cavern cage. But on my birthday the nine-tailed fox added. Naruto never finished saying what he was going to say as it now clicked why everyone hated him and why the villagers would attack him on his birthday and why he has mostly been alone besides those very few people that loved him and wanted to be in his life. I see you have figured it out, said Kurama as he was now standing in the light that Naruto can see his nine tails dancing behind him and his large crimson eyes just watching him. So, you didn't want to attack the village? Asked Naruto, not yelling or freaking out about having the demon within him. He just wanted to know why this happened and what led to this. I was fine sealed away within your mother. I wasn't planning to break free. I was just wanting to sleep and just wait until the time came when I would be sealed within you once you were older or if she had any other child. But that plan was smashed when a masked man with a mask and a single crimson eye attacked and killed everyone in the cave that you were born in and tried killing you with attaching explosion tags to your blanket if your father didn't step away from your mother. For she was his goal, for she was already too weak from birthing you and losing way too much blood. Kurama told the young boy. Naruto was now sitting in front of the cave with tears rolling down his cheeks. The fox before him wasn't planning to hurt anyone. He was forced, so he used me against my parents to get to you. He asked. Kurama nodded his head. Yes, the bastard had thrown you out the opening of the cave and your father used his bloodline to rush to you and take you to the awaiting nurse in safety. When he had returned, I was already free and running around. What I remember seeing of your mother was she was bleeding heavy as she was stabbed in the belly, and then I don't remember nothing until I'm being pulled into you and my large claw is sticking out of both your parents. During the time I was still under the genjutsu I tried killing you and they used themselves as shields. As your mother was already on death's door and for your father, he used the death god seal on you and sealed me into you. He had tried to split me into two halves, but something happened and I was kept whole. What I'm not sure for a shining white light and two goddess stopped the death god and told him to not take my other half. He agreed to them as he held some type of fear and then I awake here several years later. He tells the boy. Naruto, said the werefox. Naruto turns around to look at the werefox. There is another reason you are here for. Tonight before you make your first transformation under your first full moon, you must face your darkness, said the werefox as a black hair Naruto comes out of Kurama's cage. Hello, my light and weak self, said dark Naruto as he is grinning wickedly at the young blonde. Naruto narrows his eyes at his dark half. Hello, I guess we have to do this, don't we? He asked. Yes we do, you fool. This isn't a game. For whoever wins here tonight will live on as the other fades away into nothingness. Growls out dark Naruto. Naruto looks at him puzzled. We can't live without one or the other. The light needs the darkness, for we are each other's yin and yang. So even though if I win here tonight, I will always have a small part of darkness for it lives within us all. As the light always shines in the darkness no matter what. He tells Yami Naruto. Shut up you fool. You do not know what you are talking about, growls Yami Naruto as he charges at Naruto ready to attack. Kurama sits back in his cage smirking. He is wise way beyond his eyes. I believe those two women have a hand in that. He thinks to himself as he watches what's about to happen. As Yami Naruto is pulling his fist back to punch Naruto. Naruto quickly ducks under the hit and pulls Yami Naruto into a hug. I'm sorry Yami Naruto. I am so sorry for bottling everything up. For never allowing it all out. I guess I thought it was better to hold it all in and never deal with it. He tells his other half. Yami Naruto grows wide-eyed as he begins hitting Naruto on his bat as tears begin to flood his eyes. It hurts so much, everything they did to us, it hurts so much. Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you let the Kyuubi out and just let him finish the job he begun? He cried with heavy tears. I couldn't allow us to become like them. I couldn't allow the darkness to swallow us whole and twist us, make us into what they wanted. I didn't want to become the monster they wanted me to be, said Naruto as he allowed Yami Naruto cry. As Yami Naruto cried he felt lighter and slowly he began to become one with Naruto as the bright shining light that came from Naruto made his dark heart pure once more. There now just stood Naruto as he was now whole with himself. Both Kurama and the werefox watched with shock, for they never seen anything like this in their whole lives. Well, mostly Kurama, for he has been around for a very long time. The signs of a true alpha, said the werefox as a crescent moon with a star in the center appears on Naruto's forehead. That marking, gasped the werefox. You are of the original bloodline. How could this be? He questioned as he looked to Kurama. Don't ask me. I have never seen anything like that within the Uzumakis I have been sealed within for the past 100 years, said Kurama. Then that leaves the boy's father. We must find out more soon, said the werefox as he was nervous now. For this boy is of the oldest were bloodlines. One could say he is from the first bloodline. Naruto just watched the werefox and looks over at the nine tails. So what now? Asks Naruto as he doesn't know what to do. We train you to become stronger, for there is another war out there that will fight you for your title of alpha as that night you got bitten. They were dying and needed to pass on their title to the next, and they didn't want to pass it to the other," said Kurama. Naruto nodded his head. "Okay, I can handle that. But also, can you tell me about my parents?" he asks. "Kid, I can only tell you what I was only awake for I spent most of my time sleeping, and I was awake a lot during the 3SWW as your mother used my chakra a lot against the others like you. For you're not the only out there with a Biju sealed within in his gut," said Kurama as he crimson eyes looked down at Naruto. "There are more Bijus?" asked Naruto, not sure how to feel about others going though what he has been though. "Yes, there are 9 of us. The more tails the Bijus has, the stronger they are. I am the strongest of all my brothers and sisters. So count your blessing, for I am willing to work with you, Kit. For my last 2 I didn't want to work with them. I was forced to as they would just take my chakra. But I will give it to you willingly if you are willing to work with me," Kurama tells him. "Well, yeah, I want to be friends and partners in this life. I don't want to make you do things you don't want to." "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" asked Naruto as he was now wondering. "I will tell you in time," said Kurama as he forced the boy out of his mind, as the boy was now transforming into his werefox from. There, laying on his floor, Naruto let out a silent scream as his bones shifted and hair grew all over his body. He has taken 2 forms that night. One of a 4-legged beast that was the size of a large wolf but was fox-like, and then a man with fox ears and claws and oddly enough a tail. It was now 5 a.m. as Naruto had passed out from the pain of his transformations. It was already 8 a.m. when Naruto finally woke up and saw his clothing was all ripped to pieces. "Oh man, even my poor sleeping hat died," he cried to himself for the loss of his night hat. Looking over at the clock Sasami put in his room, his eyes grew huge. "Man, I'm going to be late," he cried as he got up and rushed out the bedroom door and got a quick shower, and down the stairs grabbed the sandwich Sasami made and lunch and his books and rushed to the Ninja Academy as it was already 9 a.m. As he was now in front of the large building and standing there was Washu with his candy in hand. "Oversleep, Naruto?" asked Washu as she smiles at him. "Yeah, Bachan, I did. But are we still going to Dad's?" Naruto asked her as he smiles and takes the scroll that holds all his candy. "Yes, we'll be going after you're done for the day," said Washu as she smirked. "Go have fun and enjoy your day," she told him as Naruto nodded his head and waves his goodbye and ran into the building and into his classroom to find his friends already there waiting for him. "Village gates. It's been a while since I've been back. I hope much hasn't changed," said a white-haired man dressed very silly as he signed the log. Iraya slowly made his way to the Hokage Tower, just taking in the sights of the village. "Nothing much has changed since I've last been here," he told himself. "A lot has changed since you've been here, you old jackass," came a female voice from behind him. Stopping, Jiraiya turns around to see Washu and Sasami standing behind him. Sasami had a glare on her beautiful face, and it didn't feel right for the young beauty, as for Washu has had an evil smirk married to her face, something that was making him feel uneasy. "Little Washu sensei, it has been a while," said Jiraiya as he was slowly backing up away from the 2 women before him. Out of nowhere, Washu pulls out a giant mallet and hits Jiraiya with it, sending him flying straight into the Hokage Tower right into Sarutobai's office. Hokage's office. All the ANBU jump in front of their leader, ready to protect him from any surprise attack, when they saw a dark object cone sailing into the office and hit the far side wall. What stunned them was that it was Jiraiya laying there a broken mess. "I see little Washu found you before you made it here to the tower," said Sarutobai as if it wasn't a big issue that his former student was attacked by another in his village. Slowly Jiraiya pulled himself together, slowly pulling himself up, using the wall to support himself. "Yeah, little Washu sensei found me along with Sasami," he told his sensei. Sarutobai paled. It wasn't good if Sasami was upset, for the girl was one that would make you pay, and you paid dearly when she was done with you. "You made Sasami-chan upset?" he questioned with a hint of fear in his voice. Jiraiya looked at the old man before him. He had never seen fear in his old sensei, not even in the 2 wars or even when the Kyuubi destroyed the village. But right here and now this man known as the god of shinobi was showing fear. "No, she was just frowning at me," said Jiraiya as he was now standing before his old sensei's desk. "So sensei, what did you call me back to the village for?" he questioned as they both turned to see 2 rings appear with cherry blossoms flying around the room wildly. "I can answer that," said Washu as she was now walking forward as Sarutobai was standing up and offering the Pinkette his seat. Nodding her head to took it as Sasami stood next to her, just glaring, still a little upset. "Naruto has awakened 3 bloodlines from his mother's side. I am still waiting to see if he will awaken his father's bloodline as well," said Washu as he jade eyes at Jiraiya frozen. "But I was sent word that Naruto died," said Jiraiya as he looked over at his sensei. Sasami froze and looked at Jiraiya question. "What do you mean?" she asked him. "After his 2nd birthday I got a message telling me that Naruto died in a fire at the orphanage. That is why I stopped coming back to the village to see him," said Jiraiya. "Do you still have that message?" asked Sarutobai as he hoped this could be used against his former advisors. "Well, yeah. It's at my place with the toads. I can have one of them bring it to me," said Jiraiya as he was now confused. "What going on here?" he questioned. "Well, Naruto didn't die in no fire. He was thrown out of the orphanage and he lived on the streets for 2 years before I found him," said Sasami as a single tear rolled down her cheek. "They throw him out on his birthday after I left him. in hopes of the villagers would kill him while he was out wandering around trying to find me and Washu-chan. She told Jiraiya. Jiraiya summoned a Ma and Pa and had them bring the letter he needed, and once they returned, they as well wanted answers about the young tadpole. The letter that Jiraiya boy got was a fake, asked Pa as he was looking very upset. Yes it was, said Sarutobi as he was looking the letter over. So Minato-chan's little tadpole is still alive, asked a tearful Ma. That he is Ma, said Sasami as she softly smiled at the female toad sage before her. I blame that damn old warhawk. He must have been the one behind this, said Pa, for all knew that the old toad sage had no love for the warhawk. For the man had tried stealing their summon scroll along with others to enslave them for his dirty work. It appears this is Danzo's handiwork, said Sarutobi as he let out a sigh. If you look closely you can tell this isn't my handwriting, and the seal, he used a fake. Jiraiya, why didn't you question this? He questioned his student. Jiraiya looked down with shame. I felt guilty for not being there for the boy, not being there to take care of him, not being there like his parents wanted me to be. I guess I saw this letter as freedom from the guilt. He told them as shame was written all over his face. Washu sighed. I can't blame you. I can be angry at you for not coming and finding out firsthand, or even sending one of your summons to find out if it was the truth or not. She told him as she sat back. All I can do now is make up for it, said Jiraiya as he smiled. I can take some time off of my spy network, for everything is running fine and I don't need to be at the next one for 6 months. He told them. Good for you, will begin in training Naruto and Fuinjutsu, said Washu. Jiraiya nodded his head as one question was on his mind. What bloodline did the boy awaken? He asked. Washu grinned. He awakened wood release, chakra chains, and finally poison ivy. She told them. He awoken what? Asked a shocked Ma and Pa. Poison ivy hasn't been seen for about 100 years, said Ma as she remembered her last summoner was a poison ivy user. Ivy Uzumaki was the last poison ivy user that was my summoner, said Ma as she looked at her webbed hands sadly. It has been so long since she thought of her old friend. I know, and today after the academy gets out, Naruto will be heading to his home so we can get him studying his bloodline. We even might have to take him out of the academy for a while and have a poison expert work with until he has it under control, said Washu as she looked at the files in her hands that appeared out of nowhere. Yes, but I don't think that would work very well with his friend's little Washu, said Sasami as she knew Ino and Hinata wouldn't have none of that. Washu smirked as she remembered the two heiress having a crush on her little Naru-chan. You might have a point. Well, we could pull his little group out as well and have them learn with him, she said as she was thinking out loud to herself. It wouldn't hurt to have a few Fuinjutsu users in his generation. We could do that. It would help with them all being clan heirs, said Sasami as she was now looking at Sarutobi and Jiraiya. We would need to speak to their parents and find out if that is all right with them, said Sarutobi as he knew he was being outvoted and Jiraiya just knew to keep quiet. That would be a grand idea, said Ma, for whoever he is team up with in the future would need to know how to work well with his bloodlines, she said as she was looking at Pa, who was just nodding his head. Academy. Naruto was sitting with Ino and Hinata as they took notes, and he listened to Uruka talk as Mizuki just sat there watching the kids writing something down. All right, class, what are the major bloodlines of Konoha? Asked Uruka as he was looking around for anyone to answer. Sakura raised her hand. Yes, Sakura, said Uruka. They are the Wood Release, Byakugan, Sharingan, then you have the Kurama clan with their bloodline with Jinjutsu, Yamanaka clan with Mind Walking, Nara Shadow Jutsu, Akamichi with their Body Jutsu, said Sakura as she tried to remember any others. You forgot the Uzumaki clan with their chakra chains, poison ivy, wood release, lava release. Fuinjutsu is a bloodline. Slowly aging is also another bloodline, huge chakra reserves, and so on. Then there was Namikaze clan with swift release and another bloodline, said Naruto as all eyes are on him. Who cares about those clans, said Sakura as she was glaring at Naruto. He narrowed his eyes at the annoying fangirl. Well, you should care, for Namikaze was the late 4th Hokage's last name and clan, and Uzumaki was his late wife. He growled out as his eyes flashed amber for just a second. Mizuki just laughed but didn't say anything. Demon thinks he knows it all, now that he has 2 slaves helping him. Naruto, how did you know our late 4th had a bloodline and that he was married? Asked a puzzled Uruka. Oh crap, Naruto thought to himself. Just tell them, Brett. It's coming out sooner or later, said Kurama as he was laughing behind his cage doors. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki are my parents, said Naruto. How I know about the bloodlines is for I have 3 of my mother's clan's bloodlines. He finished as all eyes are on him. Nico vanished from her spot as Inu just watched. While let the shit hit the fan, he thought. Hokage's office. Nico appears before the Hokage and the others. Hokage-sama, Washu-sama. Naruto just spilled the beans. Inu stayed behind to make sure no one hurts Naruto. She told them. Damn it, Naruto, said Sarutobi as he was now making his way to his door. Hey, and be you to the academy now, he yelled. A door appears before Washu as she opens it. Her and Sasami walk though it as another door appears in Naruto's classroom. Academy. A baka like you doesn't have parents that high profile. You're lying, yelled Sakura as she was now standing in front of Naruto ready to hit him. Who are you to say who his parents are? Asked Ino as she was glaring at the pinkette. Everyone calm down, yelled Uruka as all the fangirls are now trying to attack Naruto. Just then a door appears in the middle of the classroom as Inu tried pushing the girls back. "That is enough out of you," yelled Washu as the room grew quiet and all the kids froze in their spots. The door vanished behind Washu and Sasami. "Ba-chan, Sasami ni-chan?" questioned Naruto as he was trying to get away from Sakura's fangirl fury. Just then Sarutobi and his Abnu appear in the classroom. "That is enough, young Haruno," said the third Hokage as he was now annoyed with how the children are behaving with the blonde-haired boy. Jiraiya stood at the open window looking down at Naruto, his ma and pa sitting on his shoulder. Tears slowly streamed down Jiraiya's cheeks as he saw the boy for the first time in 8 years. He really is alive and he looks so much like his parents. He whispered to himself as he didn't know what to do. "Hokage-sama," said Uruka as he stood straight as Mizuki stood up from his desk as well. "Uruka-kun, Mizuki-kun, it is nice to see you both this afternoon," said Sarutobi as he looked back at the children. "Hokage-sama, but Naruto is lying about who his parents are. He is a clanless, parentless baka," screeched Sakura as she was now standing before the Hokage. She believed he would take her side and tell the boy to stop lying and that he is nothing. Sarutobi's eyes became hard and cold as he looked down at the pinkette 10-year-old girl standing before him. Naruto isn't lying about who his parents are. He was informed just a few days ago about his parents. He told the pinkette as his jaw hung open as it dropped to the flood. All the others in the room looked over at the blood with shock. The loser of their class was the son of their village heroes and late Hokage. "It doesn't matter that they are his parents. He is still a loser," said Sasuke as he looked away and out of the window, ignoring all those around him. He didn't give a damn. His clan's bloodline was more powerful and better respected than this fool's so-called family's bloodlines. All the fangirls followed their true love's lead and went back to their seats and watched the raven-haired boy once more. "So, what the boy says is true?" questioned Mizuki as he caught himself before he slipped and called the boy demon as Sasami and Washu glared at him. The third Hokage turned, looked over at him and smiled. "Yes, young Naruto is telling the truth. Minato and Kushina are his parents, and for the safety of the village and for himself we kept it secret," he explained to the two Chunin teachers. "Why would you have to keep the village safe if people knew who Naruto's parents are?" asked Kiba as he didn't know. "It is because after the Kyuubi attacked our village was weak, and if Hyuga knew Minato had a child they would have attacked the village. We would have fallen to them. Then if Kumo or Kiri knew that Kushina had a child they would have tried to kidnap him or attack the village. For they would want to stop the Uzumaki bloodline for carrying on to the next generation," said Jiraiya as everyone looked at the man at the window. "Who cares about the Uzumaki?" said Sakura as she crossed her arms over her flat chest. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at this annoying girl. "It is because the Uzumaki clan was the most powerful clan out of all the great clan across the elemental nationals," said Washu as all eyes are on her now. "They had 300 members before Uzu fell in the 2 SWW, with only 100 of them being of the main family. As for Naruto's mother was the Uzukage's daughter," said Washu as she was interrupted by the same damn pinkette. "Well, they are not that great if they fell in the 2 SWW, said Sakura. Washu's eyes hardened. Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa sent over 25,000 troops were sent to the island. None never returned to tell the tale of the battle that happened there. Out of 300 members about maybe 50 made it out alive of the Uzumaki family, and only one out of the 50 was out of the royal family, and that was Kushina Uzumaki. But those 49 people were lost to the wind. There was other clans on that island and other people. The Uzumaki clan made sure they made out of there safely before they thought of themselves," said Washu. "My great-great-grandfather was at the village when it happened," said Choji. "They made sure he was safely off the island with the others." Washu and Sasami nodded their heads. "We left the island at Mido's request to help with her children and that her granddaughter was a up-and-coming medic that would need training," she told them as one could see a faraway look in her eyes. "Washu, I know if we were still there things would have been different. But like they say, things happen for a reason and Kushina did need us after the news reached the village of the attack," said Sasami as she had the same haunting look. "You see the red spiral on the back of Iruka's flank vest?" asked Washu. All the kids nodded their heads. "That is the Uzumaki clan symbol, and Uzu was our sister village, for they helped us build and become a village. For they were the ones that gave us the money to build this village you call home," said Washu as she glared at Sakura, who was ready to fight the other pinkette. "How do you know all of his?" demanded Sasuke. "For Madara and that Senju built this village," he growled. Washu just smirked. "For I was there and Madara was nothing but a fool. He was pissed off he wasn't allowed to be the village leader. He was doing a piss-poor job as the leader of the Uchiha clan. For your own clan was dying as he saw sending them on foolish missions that he knew would kill them. He would just say, 'They are weak. If they were strong, they would have returned from that mission. A fool like him would have killed everyone here if he was the Hokage,' she told him as she glared at the last Uchiha. Sasuke's jaw tightened as he didn't like how this woman was talking about his family. "What do you know? You look no older than us. You have to be lying," said one of the random fangirls. Washu grinned as she took her true from. "Little girl, I am older than what you expect, and I have been through all 3 shinobi wars, and I was there during the Wearing Clan era. I've seen a lot during my time," she told them as Mizuki looked shocked at how beautiful Washu was. She could feel the lust coming from the silver-haired man standing behind her. "So I know the history of this land. I have lived through it and fighting alongside many great shinobi. but I can tell you that you are nothing but children playing games. For once you finish the academy, many of you will not make it out in the field. Many will quiet, while others will die, as others will just have nervous breakdowns in the field getting their teammates killed. She told them as she looked at all the fangirls and even at Sasuke, as she was tired of all the BS that goes on in this academy. No one said anything, for what she said was true, and if someone said it wasn't, they would be lying and trying to fool themselves and the others. The bell rang and all the kids bolted out of the classroom. Washu had frightened them, but the ones that stayed was Naruto and his friends. So, said Naruto as he looks at Washu. Washu smiled. Well, we might be taking you out of the academy for 6 months, she told him. That made the others stop and look at the pink-hair woman. What? Hold up. What do you mean he isn't going to be in the academy for 6 months? Asked Ino as she wasn't going to have it. Washu held up her hand to stop the young blonde heiress. If your parents allow it and if you wish so, all of you are welcome to join Naruto in his private training. One thing all of you will be learning is Fuinjutsu from Jiraiya. If anyone wishes, I will teach you medic ninjutsu and healing herbs and poisons and antidotes. For Naruto will also be training to learn his bloodlines. As well, we will teach you all how to deal with him once his poison ivy bloodline kicks in. Naruto looked at Washu with wonder and curiosity. What can I do with that bloodline? He questioned. Ma smiled fondly. Those abilities are going to be interesting to see a male to use. For one of the abilities, she said. Well, said Washu as she pulled out a scroll and opened it and began to read. Poison ivy powers are chlorokinesis, semi-mystical connection to the plant world through a force called the green, being able to control plants with your mind. Toxic immunity, immunity to all toxins, bacteria, and viruses. Toxikinesis, a deliberate overdose of plant and animal-based toxins into his bloodstream that make his touch deadly. Pheromone control. Ivy is known to be able to seduce men and women alike, often using pheromones to do so, but even without the pheromones, his beauty is still an asset that can seduce. Increased strength. He will not need to use chakra to increase their strength. They are as strong as a cage on pure brute strength. Increased agility. He will be as flexible as gymnasts. As they say, they are able to move like the plant the bloodline is named after. Truth serum, a chemical your body makes to get the truth out of anyone you are interrogating. Spying with plants, they are able to speak and listen though plants. Plant avatars, you are able to make plant monsters to go into battle for you. Washu looks up from the scroll. It is said that wood release is an offshot of poison ivy, for you are only able to grow trees and mostly control anything wood. She told Naruto and the others. Wow, that is insane, said Kiba as he looks at Naruto. I wouldn't mind learning about poisons and building up an immunity to it. He finished as he looked at the others. That would be a good thing to learn, said Ino as she looked at the others. Well then, children, ask your parents and let me know, said Sarutobi as he smiled at them. It all begins tomorrow, said Jiraiya as he looked at all the clan children. They all nodded their heads as they left the academy. All the kids went home to ask their parents about taking 6 months off of the academy to do this training with Jiraiya of the Sand and Washu-sama, and maybe Sasami, for the girl was skilled with weapons and hand-to-hand fighting. Also, the girl was a world-famous cook. Near midnight, Naruto stood in his bedroom looking up at the full moon. So are you ready? Asked Kurama. No, not really, said Naruto as he was nervous about this changes. It will be fine, Kit, said the werefox. Naruto just nodding his head. He took off his shirt and pants and boxers and slowly slid open his window as he began to go through his changes. His eyes turned amber and his bones shifted and bent and broke to changes from as he dropped onto all fours. Fur began growing out of his skin. It was golden and glowing in the moonlight. His amber eyes shifted around the room, looking around as he took in a deep breath as he could smell the cool fall air. He jumped out of window and ran into the woods around the compound. Villagers and shinobi alike out late heading home from work or bars heard a bone-chilling howl to the full moon. Sume stopped dead in her tracks as she heard the howl. Her blood ran cold. She knew that howl was of an alpha, a powerful one, and one that she knew she wouldn't want to face alone. Not even her partner would be enough to face that alpha alone or with her. Quickly she made her way home as she needed to get a team put together. She would not have her genin daughter joining in on this hunt, for the girl could get hurt or worse, get killed. She needed a team of Chunin or Jonin to handle this mission. She would have to stop at the Hyuga's compound as well to get one of their Chunins or Jonins to aid her as well. There standing at her gates was Ko and several other Hyugas. Hayashi-sama heard the howls and sent us to you. He knew you would be by, said Ko as he and the others bowed to the clan head. Follow me and we will have teams set up for a hunt, said Sume. Washu sat at her computer stunned. The camera she had set up all around Naruto's home had left her stunned. She had watched as Naruto transformed into a werefox. She didn't know what to do or say as she saw the Namikaze symbol appear on his forehead as it faded away as he had fully turned and jumped out of the window. Sasami had walked in behind Washu and watched the video as the Pinkette watched the video over again several times. She was shocked herself. Naruto had turned into a werewolf or werefox in his case. Did he just turn into a werewolf? Questioned Sasami as she pulled herself out of her shock as she almost dropped some tea and cakes onto the floor and on Washu. Yeah, it is, stuttered Washu as she tried to figure this out. She had seen it all, but one thing she had never seen was a werewolf or werefox. Could that be the bloodline that Minato was worried about passing on the Naruto-chan? asked Sasami as she remembered how Minato would worry for hours about some old bloodline his family blamed as a curse. I think it might be, but we need to do something to keep him safe. For you know Tsume is hunting wolves and how the idiot let out a howl isn't going to help him, said Washu as she was standing up. We need to lead Tsume and the others away from Naruto. Sasami nodded her head as she put down the tray of now forgotten tea and cakes on the table next to Washu's computer, and they both ran out of their home. They had a mission, to keep Naruto safe and Tsume away from their blonde boy. Naruto ran through the woods around his home. He was enjoying the feel of the wind in his fur. This is amazing, he growled out. Yeah, said Kurama as he was not enjoying the boy rubbing it in. Naruto ignored him, but he was planning on finding a way of opening Kurama's doors so the fox could move around in the woods of his mindscape more freely. Maybe once he was stronger and knew the Biju wouldn't try to eat him or anything. Hawkage Tower. Sarutobi and Jiraiya both looked out the office window when they heard the bone-chilling howl. What was that, sensei? Asked Jiraiya as he looked at his old sensei. There was a wolf attack not too long ago and Naruto was the one attack. Tsume isn't happy about this turn of events and is hunting for this wolf that bit the boy. For we don't need a repeat of what happened so long ago, said Sarutobi as he looked at his old student. Jiraiya nodded his head. Yeah, I remember that. Hit a dark time of our village. Something I worked hard at keeping quiet from anyone not from the village to learn about, said Jiraiya as he remembered killing several spies that had found out about the wolf attack. Woods. Tsume and her 3 teams made their way to the woods near the civilian side of the village, for they knew that the drunks and the homeless would be easy prey for the wolf that had attacked Naruto. Not too far from where Tsume and her team stood, a wolf with red eyes and midnight black fur watched them. A low growl escaped its lips, for them being there had stopped its hunt for the night. Slipping back into the shadows of the woods, the midnight black wolf vanished back to where it had come from. For now it would have to hunt rabbit or something else, for it wouldn't be able to hunt and kill a human that night. The sky slowly began to turn soft pinks and orange and yellows, and the sun was slowly coming up to greet the new day. Naruto ran back to his room as he wanted to get a little sleep before he had to get up to study with Jiraiya and the others. Slowly he trotted out of the woods around his family home. As he looked around to make sure no one was around, he could smell something wrong in the air. What is that? He asked Kurama and the werefox. Don't know, brat. Smells like death, said Kurama as he was now standing in his cage. Death? Questioned Naruto as he looked around some more, and there, he spotted it. A doe was there in his yard dead, and it looked like a large dog had taken it down. What the hell? He questioned as he ran for his home. He wouldn't fare well against a wolf or large dog at the moment, as he is going to shift at any moment. Just get back inside the house and we will worry about it once you are human again, said Kurama as he looked over at the werefox. It just shook its head at the demon fox before him. Naruto ran to his room and jumped through his window. As he jumped into the window, he landed hard on the wooden floor as he shifted back into a human boy. But sitting on his bed was Washu and Sasami looking at him with wide eyes. Naruto looked up and he heard a gasp and his eyes go huge as his hands cover his manhood and runs behind his curtains to cover himself up with it. WASHU, SASAMI, what are you doing in here? He yelled all high-pitched. Washu recovered and looked over at him as Sasami turned around and grabbed the bathrobe she hung on the bedroom door and threw it over to him. We saw you change last night and heard the howl. You do know that Tsume out hunting wolves, and if she would have seen you last night it wouldn't have ended well for you, said Washu as she looked at Naruto now that he had the bathrobe on. I know she is hunting wolves, but I never left the compound. I stayed in the wood around the house and just played all night. It was wild, said Naruto as he was smiling. This could be the bloodline your father was worried about, mused Washu as she looked at Naruto as he looked at her. I'm not sure, but the thing that bit me that night was a werewolf. But the fox inside of me changed it into a werefox, said Naruto as they both looked shocked as Naruto knew about what was sealed within him. When did you find out the fox? Asked Sasami as she didn't know how to feel about him finding out on his own. Naruto looked at her for a second and over at Washu before he spoke. I found out Halloween night, for that was the first night I changed and they both had me fight my darkness. For if my darkness would have won, I might have stayed a beast and lost who I was, a human, or I would have come back dark and with no care nor love for human life, for I would act like Sasuke. He told them as he gathered some clean clothes for a bath, for it looked like he wasn't going to go to bed anytime soon. There was a werewolf running around in the forest of death. Asked Washu as she wanted to go and find it now and study it. There was, for it passed on its title of alpha to me by what the fox and werefox told me, and the werefox said she was dying. So if you do find anything it will just be a dead body if anything, said Naruto as he looked at Washu. But I was told there was another that wants the title of alpha, and I think he was here last night or before dawn, for there is one of the Nara's dead doe in my front yard. Did you two shut the gate when you came in? He asked as he looked over his shoulder from his closet. Sasami looked over at Washu, who returned the look and then shook her head. No, I must have forgot, for we were in a rush to get in here to make sure what we saw was real, said Washu as she knew she screwed up. Naruto nodded his head and turned to them as his eyes glazed over for a second. Also, the werefox said that Dad's bloodline is one of the original bloodline, for the oldest were bloodlines, but they hadn't been seen around for a long time. He told them, you're able to talk to them? Asked Washu. Naruto just nodded his head. Yeah, but don't tell the old man, for he has loose lips and I don't want to be hunted more than what I am already am, said Naruto as he glared at Washu as Sasami nodded her head in agreement. Fine, but I think we will have to go to your father's today sometime, as I believe all your friends will be joining you for the next 6 months. Elsewhere, Midnight Wolf makes his way home as he walks into an abandoned house as the sun slowly makes its way over the walls surrounding the village as long black hair is seen from the doorway. Yamanaka compound. Ino sat on her bed looking out over her family personal garden as she watched the sun slowly come up. That howl I heard last night was powerful and alluring. Whoever that was, I must make him mine, she thought to herself as her eyes widened as she just realized she just said to herself. She was too young for a mate, wasn't she? There was a knock at her door. Ino-chan, are you up? Called Usagi. Yeah, Mama, I'm up, called back Ino as she jumped out of bed and gathered her outfit for the day as her mother came into her room. I talked to your father and he agreed that it would be a great idea if you studied with the others in Fuinjutsu and medical jutsu, said Usagi as she watched her daughter. Ino stopped dead in her tracks and turned around and looked at her mother with a huge smile on her face. Thank you, Mama. You will not regret this, said Ino as she ran over to her mother hugging her. I know, sweetie. We are just proud that you have stopped all your fangirling and have begun taking the life of a kunoichi seriously, said Usagi as she kissed her daughter on her forehead. Ino smiled softly at her mother. Sasuke is a fake alpha. He is an omega or a beta. His ego is his weakness and will be his greatest downfall. That is something I do not need in my life, as Naruto has proven to be a natural alpha and a born leader as the others are willing to follow him and support him in anything he does, and that is what I want in my future husband and my best friend, she told her mama. Usagi stood there shocked. Her daughter saw Naruto as an alpha and wanted to be with the young boy and saw Sasuke as a fool and nothing worth wasting her time on anymore. Was it the young blonde that awoke her bloodline early? This was something she would need to speak to her husband about. The sooner the better. All right, sweetie, get ready and I'll get breakfast ready, she told her daughter as Ino ran off and Usagi rushed out of the room and to her bedroom where her husband was still in bed looking up at the ceiling thinking of his family. Usagi sat down on the edge of their bed as Inoichi slowly sat up and smiled at his wife. I believe with Ino learning seals we will be able to seal off the curse, he told his beautiful wife. She looked over at him with happy but sad eyes. That would be great, but Ino just told me that she sees Naruto as an alpha and sees Sasuke as a beta or omega at best. For he wouldn't do anything to protect her or the ones he cares about. For all he cares about is himself. As for Naruto would lay his life down for her and anyone he finds special and cares for. Inoichi's eyes widened at this. I am shocked to hear that, he told his wife as he was now getting out of bed. Yes, but I must get breakfast ready for Ino will be out of the shower soon and we have a long day ahead of us, said Usagi as she rushed past her husband. Hokage Tower. Hokage's office. Washu stood before Sarutobi with a glare on her face. Where are you telling me that I am unable to go to Minato's clan home right now? She demanded. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya came out of the shadows. The compound is under a strange seal that it can only be opened during a full moon or a new moon, he told the Pinkette before him. Why does it have to be during those times? Questioned Washu as she wanted to know why Minato would do something so strange. He said it had something to do with his clan's bloodline and how the moon would affect them. Their bloodline would be at its highest during a full moon and weakest during a new moon, said Jiraiya as he was confused about it himself. That was one of the greatest mysteries he never found out about his student. He wasn't even sure if Kushina knew about it. While tonight is the last night of the full moon and the weakest of the 3 full moons, it will be days before we have a new moon, said Washu as she wondered if they could get Naruto to the compound before he changed and back to his mother's compound to be safe. Well, I could give you and Jiraiya the keys and you could go tonight to see if it will open up. But if it doesn't, just remember you will have to wait until the new moon, said Sarutobi as he pulled out a scroll and handed it over to Washu as Jiraiya stood next to her now. That's fine, said Washu as she was now worried about Naruto. But if anything of the video footage she could go by, the boy wouldn't change until 2 a.m. and if they leave at sunset this could work out. She has a doorway set up at Naruto's house already for she doesn't want what happened this morning to repeat and it would only take a few minutes to set up a doorway at his father's for him to use to make his escape. Washu looks over at Jiraiya. We need to get to Naruto's now. The others should be there soon, and we have a few things we need to talk about. With that said, a door appears behind Washu and she looks at Sarutobi. We will be talking very soon, she told him as she pushed Jiraiya through the door and he falls out into Naruto's living room where said blonde was sitting and reading a scroll while Ino and Hinata sat next to him looking over his shoulder at what he was reading as their parent. And others just wanted for Washu and Jiraiya to show up. Hey Ba-chan. Hey Rosanin, said Naruto just looking up for a second from his scroll and going back to reading it. Hello, my little Naru-chan, said Washu as she was smirking at how Jiraiya was sitting on the floor crying about his new nickname. Don't call me that, brat, cried Jiraiya as the parents and others just laughed at the grown man. As Washu walks around the couch where Naruto and the girls are reading, she sees a strange marking on Ino's shoulder that she would need to look into. But Inoichi and Usagi both see that she saw it and have a nervous look on their face as Washu looks at them. I'm glad you are all here and early to boot, said Washu as she smiles at them. I want to make sure you will not be wasting my daughter's time nor my clan's time with this training away from the academy, said Hayashi as he was acting like a regal Hyuga. Washu smirks at the man. By training them in seals and medical ninjutsu and other shinobi skills that have been neglected at the academy in favor of the academy to be easy for civilian-born children to pass to be a waste of time. Then be the first one to pull out of this 6-month program, she told him as Hayashi turned a light shade of red as he looked at her. If this 6-month program shows more fruit than what they would be learning at the academy, I will be continuing the program, and it will be up to you if your child stays or returns to finish with the class they will graduate with at the end of our studies, said Washu as the others looked at her shocked. Are you sure about this? Jiraiya is only going to be here to teach the children for 6 months in seals. How are you going to be able to finish training in seals once he is gone? Asked Inoichi. Washu smirked once more. I just need him to get the basics down and the understands of how they work and everything. For I have all the seals for Uzu on my supercomputer and they can learn from it. As it is part of Naruto's blood, he should be at the same level as Jiraiya or even surpass the man greatly. For I have seals that he has never seen, she told them as Jiraiya just nodded his head. Kushina-chan was levels above me and she did tell me the seals from Uzu were nothing like the ones we have in our village or others. So I will test Naruto before I leave, and he will be the one that will take over teaching seals in my place. But will be back as much as I am able to be to make sure everything is going fine and to fix anything they screw up on, said Jiraiya as he was grinning. Troublesome. If this shows the progress you believe it will, I would be one to keep Shikamaru here, for he isn't learning anything at the academy and all he is doing is sleeping. I know we men of my clan are lazy, but Washu, I need you to make my son stronger, for this world is changing and the next ninja he will face will be stronger or smarter than him. I know you have been around for a long time and seen a lot and done a lot of things while here, said Shikaku. I know of a way to keep your son's mind busy and he will enjoy it, said Washu as a devilish grin graced her lips. This made all the parents take a step back and Shikamaru to have a cold chill run up his back. Troublesome, he grumbled as he walked around the couch and sat down next to Ino. Sasami walked into the living room, formed the kitchen with a soft smile. Shoza, would you mind leaving your clan's 3 food pills and the normal food pills? Washu and I want to improve on the formula, to where when you take the blue or green or red one will not lead you to death or end your shinobi career, she told the large man before her. If you are able to fix it, I would be forever grateful to you both, said Choza as he took out the case that held the 3 pills and then a bottle of Soliter pills. Thank you, said Sasami as she bowed to the man and turned to Washu. I will be in the lab with this, she told her as a door opened up and she vanished into it. Washu nodded her head and looked back at the others. Did you bring what I asked for? She asked the parents. Yeah, but I don't see why you would want them to study clan skills while here, said Suma. She had several scrolls in her hands. I want them leaving here as Jonin, but they will be Genin. I want them to know all the skills that your clan has to offer them as well as what I can offer them from our personal libraries. They will be learning from the Uzumaki and Namikaze libraries, but only what isn't related to bloodlines and clan secrets, said Washu. But the scrolls you have asked for are our clan secrets, said Hayashi as he was beginning to get annoyed with the woman before him. I know, but how your children are the future. I want to see where I can improve on your clan skills for them. Make it more suited to their body and style. For Gentle Fist is more of an earth-based style. But what if you have a member who is more like water or fire or wind? It wouldn't sure their body nor their style. This is what I will be working with and fixing, said Washu as Hayashi couldn't argue with her there. For his late wife was a water user and the Gentle Fist was hard for her as well. She had made her own style that pissed off the elders to no end. But it suited her and made her very deadly, for she was able to put water into the person where she hit them. Very well, said Hayashi as he pulled out another scroll from his robes. This was my late wife's fighting style. It might suit Hinata well, he told Washu as he turned to leave. But stopping at the door he looked over at Hinata. You will prove that I have made the right choice by sending you here, Hinata. Yes, father, said a now standing Hinata as she bowed to her father as he was leaving the others. Very well, we leave our children in your hands, Washu-sama and Jiraiya-sama, said Yoshino as she looks at Jiraiya. I better not hear from my son or the others that you are trying to make them read that book of yours, she told him as a cast iron frying pan appears into her hand magically. Jiraiya holds up both of his hands. I would never dream of them reading those books. If anything, they will only ever read my very first book, The Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, said Jiraiya as he softly smiles at the memories of Minato reading the book when he was younger. With that said, all the parents left and Washu and Jiraiya looked at all the kids that either stood or sat on the couch before them. Well, brats, what are your names? Asked Jiraiya. He figured if he is stuck with them, he best learn their names. I am Choji Akamichi, said Choji as he wanted to join Shikamaru on the couch. I'm Ino Yamanaka, said Ino as she went back to reading the scroll with Naruto. Kiba and Yuzuka, said Kiba as he sat on the floor in front of the couch. This is Akamaru, he said as the puppy barked. I am Shino Aburame, said Shino as he was standing by the doorway. Washu smiled. I am glad your father chose to allow you to join us, Shino, she told the young Aburame heir. Father found it wise and believed it would be a good way for me to build bonds with the other clan heirs and make friends and trusted allies, said Shino as he walked over and sat down next to Choji. Choji just smiles and offers the boy a chip. Shino looks down at it and slowly takes it. Thank you, he said as he slowly eats it. I am Hinata Hyuga, said Hinata as she stands and bows. Troublesome. I am Shikamaru Nara, said Shikamaru with a yawn. Naruto, said Naruto as he just wanted to keep reading. All right, as you brats may know, I am Jiraiya of the Sannin and next to me is Washu, said Jiraiya as he grins. Academy. Ninja Academy class had begun and Naruto and all the clan heirs but for Sasuke were missing from the class. Sasuke didn't care, he has seen them all as weak and not worthy of wasting his time and the others. Sensei, said Ami as she wanted to know where their leader Ino was for Sakura was pissing them all off that morning. Yes, Ami-chan, said Uruka as he looked up from the note that is on his desk as Mizuki walked in with his coffee. Where is Ino? Asked Ami as she wanted to know where the platinum blonde girl was at. Uruka looked sad at his students. Ino, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, and finally Naruto have been pulled from the academy for the next 6 months. He told his students. This now got Sasuke wanting to know why. Why were those losers pulled from the academy for the next 6 months? He asked his sensei. Washu-sama and Jiraiya-sama have offered to give them the same training they will be giving Naruto for the next 6 months, said Uruka as he was looking at the note that was in his hand. Then why wasn't Sasuke-kun offered this training as well? Demanded Sakura as she didn't think it was fair that the loser was getting special treatment and not the love of her life. I do not know, Sakura-kan. That is something you would have to ask Washu-sama, said Uruka. Sasuke stood up and walked out of the classroom so he can find out why he was left out of this, and he was going to his lapdog's council member's office. Sasuke walked into a Councilman Young's office. Good morning, Sasuke-sama. What can I do for you today? Asked Young as his silver hair was pulled back into a ponytail and his cold gray eye looked at the young boy before him. I demand to know why I am not receiving private training from a Sannin, demanded Sasuke. At this Young looked a little confused at the boy. What do you mean private training from a Sannin? Last I knew Jiraiya-sama wasn't due back into the village for a couple more years and soon Aidheim is away, he told the last Uchiha heir. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the older man before him. Then why is Naruto Uzumaki and the other clan heirs from my class taken out of the academy for the next 6 months to receive private training from Jiraiya of the Sannin and the mad woman Washu? He spat out with disgust. At this Young's eyes widened, for he hadn't heard of anything about that. Why hadn't the Hokage told them that he was going to allow the demon to train under a Sannin and leave out Sasuke-sama? I will get to the bottom of this and make sure you are given that private training and the others are returned to the academy right away, he told Sasuke. With that Sasuke smirked and walked out of the man's office and returned home. They would find him when his private training would begin. Like a good little lapdog, Young quickly went to the others on the civilian council informing them of the injustice that had befallen their precious little Sasuke and that they need to right this wrong. For it wasn't right that Sasuke wasn't given this private training. If they had to, they would go to the Fire Lord themselves and make the man do as they want. For they were the ones with the power, not these filthy ninjas. They allowed them to live in their village to keep them safe. If it wasn't for the civilians, the ninjas wouldn't have home nor would they have food or their weapons and other things they need. They were helpless without them. Oh, how wrong were they? But their world would come crashing down soon. But for now, they can live in that little fantasy. Sarutobi was busy doing his paperwork when his secretary walked into his office. Hokage-sama, said Lily. He looked up from his work with a smile. Yes, Lily-chan. What can I do for you? He asked her. The civilian council has called for an emergency meeting. Something about a great injustice or whatnot. I really wasn't listening, for they just go on and on about foolish things at times, said Lily as she handed him the note. I also sent for the clan heads. I know they will not be pleased about the new drama the civilians have drummed up now. She told him with a bow. She left his office. He looks down at the note that she had given him, and his eyebrow had risen. They really think they have that kind of power over me in this village? He asked no one but himself. Nico, said Sarutobi as a woman with a Nico mask appeared in front of him. Yes, Hokage-sama, asked Nico. Would you please take this to little Washu-sama and Jiraiya and ask them to come here quickly, for this meeting is within an hour, said Sarutobi as he was growing too old for this shit. Maybe he could ask Sasami to take over for him. She is pretty, smart and very strong. She would take care of this village fairly. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Nico as she vanished from his office. Uzumaki compound. Naruto, I believe we need to tell Jiraiya about what we learned about last night. For tonight is the last full moon and we need to open your father's compound during a full moon or during a new moon, said Washu as she had pulled Naruto and Jiraiya into a private room away from the others. Naruto paled at the idea of telling Jiraiya his secret, for he feared the man would run to the old man and tell him everything. Do I have to? Whined Naruto. Washu softened her eyes as she looked Naruto in the eyes. You do, for we have to go there this evening and you have to open the gate while the moon is out, she told him, with a heavy sigh and dropping his head as his hair shadowed his eyes. He slowly looked up, but Jiraiya still couldn't see the boy's eyes. You were told I was attacked not that long ago, right? He questioned, as he saw Jiraiya nod from under his hair. Well, that night I was attacked in the Forest of Death. I was bitten by a werewolf, he said as he held up his hand to stop Jiraiya from speaking. I didn't know it at the time, for I thought it was a normal wolf that bit me and Sum has been hunting for it. But it turns out on Halloween night at 2 a.m. during the full moon I turned into a werefox. I know why I didn't turn into a werewolf. Well, you see, the fox in my gut changed the virus to work to the way he wanted it to, making it into a werefox virus, said Naruto as he saw Jiraiya was going to say something, but held up his hand once more to stop the man from talking. The first night I was set to change, I had to face my darkness. That is what the werefox told me. For whoever one would be the one in control of my body, and it would decide if I stay human or become the accursed beast like all those before me. Even the Kyuubi told me the same thing. But I faced my darkness head on and told him he is part of me, and I am sorry for always hiding him away and forcing him to suffer and hide in the shadows and the darkness alone. I told him I can't be whole without him, for he and I will always be one. With that we became one. I am not evil and dark. I am still me. But I have been learning to express myself when it comes to things that hurt me or make me upset. It will be a long uphill battle, but I know I'll push thought it, said Naruto as Washu put her hand over Jiraiya's mouth, as she knew Naruto had something else to tell the man. But the Kyuubi and werefox were shocked about something. A symbol that appeared on my forehead when I did my first transformation. It was a crescent moon with a star in the center, and now that symbol has appeared on my right shoulder. But what scared the werefox virus is that symbol belongs to the original werewolf clan to ever run the elemental nations, and that the wolf that bit me that night passed their title of alpha to me, and there is a werewolf in this village that want that title, said Naruto as he rushed it a little as he hoped he didn't leave anything out. Jiraiya sat there for a few minutes just trying to take it all in. His godson just told him that he talks to the Kyuubi and that there is a werefox virus inside of him that he talks to as well, and he is able to turn into a werefox and not a werewolf. It was too much and he just began laughing. Aha, yeah right brat, and next you're going to tell me the Kyuubi is a girl and under a jinjutsu, he said between laughs. Naruto grew upset as he growled at the man before him. Before he knew it, he began changing into the two-legged form on the werefox and was towering over Jiraiya. For Jiraiya is about 6 feet 5. Naruto is about a good 7.5 foot tall, maybe 8 feet tall. Do you believe me now, old man? He growled out as his amber eyes glowed. Jiraiya fell down and slowly nodded his head as Washu was staring at Naruto with stars in her eyes. With a few calming breaths, Naruto relaxed. Brat, you need to learn to control yourself or this could be trouble for us, said Kurama as he was a little surprised at the kit. Kit, you have to be more careful, for anyone would use this against you and try to hurt you or your loved ones, said the werefox with worry. This isn't good. If Naruto loses his cool, they can claim the fox has taken control of him, said Jiraiya with worry and fear in his voice. Washu sat quietly for a few minutes. We can say it's a bloodline that skipped generation in the Namikaze clan. I can create a fake scroll with their seal, so if he does lose control, we can have it covered. Call it werewolf bloodline release. But in Naruto's case it turns him into a werefox. She told them as she got to work on the scroll. It would only take a few minutes, for she took what she knew of the werewolf legend form Tenchai's world and what she knew of shinobi in this world and made it quickly. While Washu was working, Naruto looked at Jiraiya. You can't tell the old man about this, for there are loose lips around him and I don't want to die or be hunted down, he told his godfather with tears at the corner of his eyes. I'm not going to tell anyone. You have given too much to this village already. You are entitled to have a few secrets, said Jiraiya as he pulled Naruto in for a hug. Just then there was a knock at the door. Washu, called Sasami's voice. Naruto broke free from the hug and walked over to the locked door and opened it. Hey Ni-chan, what's up? He asked. Sasami smiled. We have trouble and Washu and Jiraiya need to go to the council chambers. It appears someone is throwing a fit about Naruto and the heir is receiving private lessons from a Sannin and he feels left out, she told them with a smile. Naruto rolled his eyes. He always goes to his lapdogs when he doesn't get his way or someone outdoes him at the academy or has a better jutsu than him, he told her. Well, he needs to get over himself. Life isn't fair and there is a reason he isn't here, said Sasami as she hugged Naruto. Yeah, he is a team and no one likes him, said Naruto as he returns the hug. That's fine. I think we should make this into a little field trip for the kids, so they will learn what to expect when they take over for their parents, said Washu as they walk into the library where they left everyone studying. All right, brats, we are going on a field trip to the Hokage Tower to the council chambers, said Jiraiya as they all looked up from their scrolls. Why? Asked Kiba as he didn't want to go see all those old farts. Troublesome, said Shikamaru as he stood up from his desk as the others followed suit. Geez, I thought I was a diva, said Ino as she followed the others to the living room where Washu's door appeared. Yes, our little Sasuke-chan is proving to be more trouble than he is worth. I also don't wish to train him, said Washu as she opened the doorway in the living room. Council chambers. Ibiki and Commander Dragon stood in the council chambers as they acted as the Hokage's personal guards during this meeting. Commander Dragon had chosen to wait for a council meeting before they made their move, for they knew that the council members would be making a move soon by what Inoichi had told them about Naruto and the other heirs being privately trained by Jiraiya and Washu. They knew that the civilian council would screw up and that is when they would make their move. The heads of all the shinobi clans all took their sets as their wives had shown up with them. The only two without someone with them was Tsume and Hayashi as they didn't have a spouse. Just then a door appears in the center of the council chambers. As it opens one could see Washu and Jiraiya and they are followed by the Naruto and the others. The civilian side glares at the blonde hair boy as he walks over to the Uzumaki set as Sasami follows behind him. as she takes the seat for the Namikaze clan. It was something they had planned to do on their way there for this foolish meeting. What is the meaning of this? Why is that boy taking the Uzumaki seat and the girl with him taking the late Hokage's clan seat? Questioned a blonde-haired woman. Naruto leveled a bored glaze at her. Well, Mrs. Haruno, I am the head of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans and I am unable to sit on 2 seats at once. Well, I think I could if I tried, but I don't really feel like it. So I figured it would be easier to have Sasami Jirai to sit in for me on the Namikaze seat, and when I am unable to be here, Washu will be covering the Uzumaki seat for me, or Sasami might have to cover both at times. For Washu Ba-chan is a very busy woman in this village and in the capital, said Naruto as he was now yawning. How dare you have any claim to belong to our late 4th Hokage? I don't give a damn about that devil woman that was seen with him, for she was nothing but a foreign hoe wasting his time, said Mrs. Haruno as the room grew quiet. Jiraiya and Washu watched Naruto. They were not sure if he was going to snap and transform right before everyone. How dare you speak of my mother in that way? She was a hero to this village. She fought for this village in the 3SWW. She fought alongside my father and saved many from dying during that war. What did you do during that war? Questioned Naruto as he was now standing up and his eyes had gone amber. From his left, Tsume was staring at him, for she had caught the shift in his eye color and felt the power of an alpha coming off of him in waves. Kid, you need to calm down, said Kurama as he knew Naruto was about to lose it before everyone. The blonde-haired woman glared at him. I was back in the village. My genin team was killed and I was sent back for I was injured. She told him, my mother was the same age as you and she was already a jonin as you never moved up. You were too busy fangirling to train, and that is what led your team dying and you becoming injured and retiring. For look at you. What is more important to you is looks. Looks can only take you so far, Mrs. Haruno. It's brains and a kind heart that can take you farther, said Naruto as he was calming down. My mother had both those things and she trained night and day to make sure she was strong enough to protect her team and village and those she held dear to her. The ones she loved gave her the strength she needed to become truly strong. He is correct, said Chichai as she stepped forth. You were useless back then and you still are useless even now. You are even allowing your daughter to follow your same damn path. I think she needs to be pulled, for once she is on a team, she will get herself or her teammates killed. Unless you get off that high horse of yours and make her train and tell her the real truths of what being a kunoichi is really about. You're one to talk. Your son and husband are both fat bastards that are useless, growled out Mekubai. Choza just laughed. Leave it to you to attack others, though they're family. Also, we are large for our family jutsu. What about you? You have packed it on throughout the years, he told her as you could see the joy dancing in his small eyes. Enough of this, said the 3rd Hokage. Everyone grew quiet and looked to their leader as the elders sat behind him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. They had been married for 2 years before Naruto was born. But Kushina kept it quiet, for she didn't need the stress from the fangirls, for she wanted to get pregnant, and after Naruto was born, they had planned to come out about it. But with what happened with the Kyuubi, they had died protecting this village and their son, said the 3rd Hokage as he glared at everyone, looking at them to dare them to say something. So what did you call us here for? I have other things I need to take care of, said Hayashi as he was growing tired and just wanted to return home, for he had his own elders to deal with. It was brought to me that Sasuke Uchiha-sama was being left out by this private training that Uzumaki is receiving from Jiraiya of the Sannin and Washu. It was also brought to me that the other clan heirs are allowed to join in on this training. What I don't understand is, why was Uchiha-sama left out and why wasn't he offered this private training on his own without these others? I believe Jiraiya-sama is wasting his time on them and should focus on the last loyal Uchiha of this village, said Yung as one could see shit on his nose. I can answer that, said Naruto as he walked into the center of the room. I have awakened 3 bloodlines and one of them is extremely deadly, and without proper training I could hurt or kill people with it. Well, even with the other 2 as well, he said as a tree grew at his feet. All the council members' mouths hung open at the sight of the wood release. Naruto then took out a pack of seeds and opened it and poured them out on his palm as all the flowers grew in his hand and then began taking human-like shape and stood around him. This one is poison ivy release, and with a touch or a kiss I can kill you. I can also make flowers or other plants grow, turn them into this what you see before you, he told them as silver chakra chains came out of his back and wrapped around his plant creatures. Then I have my mother's chakra chains, but I still have to wait and see if I will have any of my father's bloodlines awaken in me, he told them as he walked back to his seat. Allow me to train the boy, said Danzo as he saw the perfect weapon before him. Fuck you, mummy, said Naruto as he flipped the bandage man the bird. The clan heirs could be heard laughing along with several of the parents at how cruel the boy can be at times. How dare you speak to me that way, growled out Danzo as he was now standing and glaring at Naruto. Naruto stood back up and glared at the mummy of a man. I will speak you anyway I damn well please. You hold no power over me. You are here to advise the old man. Nothing more than that, he told him with a smirk. Why isn't my eye working on the brat? He should be my puppet, Danzo thought to himself as he slowly sat back down, as his eyes never leaving the boy. Ahaha, the accursed eye doesn't work on us anymore, you old fool. Maybe that bite was a blessing, laughed out Kurama as Naruto froze in his seat. What do you mean his eye doesn't work on us anymore? Asked Naruto as he wanted to know what was going on. That bastard of a mummy sitting there has stolen sharing an eye in his left eye and more on his right arm, as well as he has the scent of the first old monkey on him," said Kurama as he was grinning. Silver chakra chains shot out of Naruto's back, wrapping around Danzo as the others looked on with shock of what was happening. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" asked Sarutobi, as he was now confused as to why the boy would attack someone. "That bastard has several Sharingan eyes on him," growled out Naruto as his eyes turned amber as he was about to turn, as he felt Sasami place her hand on his shoulder to calm him. Her energy went through his body, calming him down. Ibiki moved away from the Hokage along with Washu. Washu pulled the bandage off of Danzo's left eye, and there glaring at her was a Sharingan eye. When she put her hand on his right arm, she could feel eyes moving under the bandages as she pulled off the bandages. "That is disgusting," said Naruto, was now gagging at the sight before them all. Those eyes should have been locked away, for the Uchiha had a curse that some level they go blind, and if that had ever happened to, we would have eyes that we could implant into him, said Washu as she was going to have to look into the hospital to find out who gave this bastard these eyes. "Take him and the other two away," said Sarutobi as he looked at the other two elders. "I have a feeling they have known about this and never felt it important to tell me." With that, Jiraiya slapped the seal on Danzo, putting his creepy little eyes to sleep, and they took the three elders away. "As for Sasuke not being offered this or not being trained privately," said Washu as she leveled the civilian council with a glare. "As Naruto's godparents, we choose who we train, and I am from Uzu and have the best knowledge of their bloodlines," she told them. "Don't want to train the spoiled brat," said Jiraiya as he looked at them. "We will not stand for this. Once the Fire Lord learns of this, we will have you training him," said Yoon. Fat chance," laughed Washu as she transformed into her regal adult self. "As Fire Lord, you fools don't have power over me or my little puppet," she told them as they look on with shock. "Anbu, take them to Ibiki and Anko," she ordered as Anbu came from the shadows and took the civilian council away. "We will see if some will return or they will all be replaced, or if we will have another civilian council at all," said Washu as she was growing tired of them going after her damn puppet. She needed to replace him. He had too much shit on him that could blackmail him with. She might just have to make a puppet out of those little creatures that fused with Ryuoki, she mused to herself. "So who's telling Sasuke to go suck it?" asked Naruto as he was standing up and walking up to his friends. Washu smiled at him. "I will be going to the Uchiha myself, to allow him to know that his lapdogs are no longer in power and he will not be having his way anymore," she told him as her doorway reappeared before them. "Sasami-chan, could you get everyone back for me?" "Sure thing, little Washu," said Sasami as she led everyone through the doorway back to Naruto's place. For it was past lunch and she knew it was time for the kids to get something to eat and get back to work. Sasuke's apartment. Sitting on his couch looking at several of his family scrolls, Sasuke waits for his lapdogs to finish with those fools and get him his private teachers. Just then there is a knock in his doorway. Hitting up, Sasuke walks over to his door and opens it to see Washu standing there. With a smirk he steps aside for her to come in. "I see that the council has told you who should be receiving that private training," questioned Sasuke as he walks back to his scrolls and sits back down. "Oh, they did try to tell me, as well as threaten to tell the Fire Lord on me. But at the end of it, I will not be training you in private, Sasuke, for you do not deserve it. For you have become an entitled, spoiled little brat that believes that the village and the whole world owes you everything. I know it was hard when your clan was murdered by your brother," said Washu as Sasuke cut her off. "What do you know about losing everything? You're just a crazy bitch that runs the hospital and hides in its basement like some freak," growled out Sasuke as he was now standing and glaring at her. Washu backhands him, knocking him down back onto the couch. "You will not talk to your Fire Lord like that," growled out Washu as she was glaring at the boy as he looked back up at her with fear in his eyes. Fear he hadn't felt since the night his clan was murdered. "Like I was saying, your brother was forced to kill your clan on the order of Danzo. For Danzo believed your clan to be too dangerous. For they were planning to overthrow the village elders and Hokage to take the power for themselves. For they didn't like how things were going and the rumors Danzo was spreading into the village about them," said Washu as she looked at the boy once more. "You're lying. My brother wanted to test his new eyes, and what better way to do that by killing off his whole clan," sobbed Sasuke as he glared at Washu. "No, Danzo wanted you all dead. As for your father, he and those following him were going to kill the ones they loved the most to become more powerful. He planned to kill your mother as he wanted your brother to kill you. Itachi walked in on your father killing your mother and in a bit of rage killed your father and the fools that followed him. The one that killed the others of your clan was Danzo. For Itachi only agreed to do it if you and the others were left alive. But no, Danzo couldn't have that and sent his little roots in to kill everyone while your brother was busy with your father and those fools. For Itachi had found them all killing their loved ones when he killed them," said Washu as she pulled out a file and threw it at the boy. "If you don't believe me, here is Danzo's files that for put the Hokage seal on." "A fake seal," she told him. Sasuke looked down at the file and back at the woman standing before him. He could tell she was telling the truth, but it was too much for him. Why would his father want to do that? Why would an elder of the village order for his whole clan to be killed? Those are the thoughts he wanted answers for. It's all there. After you read all of that, I want you to go see Inoichi Yamanaka, for he needs to fix that fake memory your brother implanted into your memory to keep you safe. For you also saw your father kill your mother. For your father had you bound in that room as well. Itachi changed it to make you believe you returned to an empty compound from staying out too late training, when really you were really in bed sleeping when your father beat you, tied you up and dragged you down the stairs to watch him murder your mother and have you ready for Itachi," said Washu as she turned to leave. "Why wouldn't you allow me to truly join you?" asked Sasuke as he felt like a little bug alone in this huge world. She looked over her shoulder at him. "For who you are now, you are not the person I would waste my time on. Maybe if you changed and tried to grow and get the help you really need, maybe then you will join the others," she told him as she walked out his front door, closing it behind her. Sasuke saw the photos of him tied up and beat, covered in his own blood, with his eyes huge as he looked over at his parents' lifeless bodies. He had always believed Itachi had done that to him, but it was really his father, for the notes in the file even said so. This was a lot for him to take him. He got up and left his home. He went to the Yamanaka compound looking for the clan head, Usagi, tending the flower bed in her front yard as her husband was busy at work. She heard footsteps come up behind her. Stopping and turning to look behind her, she saw a red-eyed, teary-eyed Sasuke Uchiha standing before her. Quickly getting up, she rushes over to the boy, her mother mood kicking into overdrive. "What is the matter, Sasuke?" she asks him. Sasuke looks up at her, his eyes lifeless and hollow. "I know the truth about that night. I know what my father had planned to do. I know what my brother had to do for the safety of the village and for my clan. I know Danzo killed the remaining members of my clan as well, for Itachi was only going to kill my father and his foolish followers," he told her as more tears rolled down his cheeks. Usagi just held Sasuke, allowing him to cry. Let it all out, as for the boy had so much bottled up within himself. So much angry hate for his brother. But now he was lost and confused about what to do. He hated it. At one time in his life he knew what he needed to do. But now, he didn't have a clear path anymore. He was now a lost, scared little boy with nothing and no one, for he never bothered with making friends. For he thought they would be a waste of time and just slow him down, and he couldn't have that. Now he wished to have a friend, someone to talk to. Sasuke cried for about 2 hours before he fell asleep in her arms outside in her front yard. This is where her husband had found them. Inoichi slowly walks up the path to his home. His head was hurting from all the bullshit he had to deal with and had to have someone else take over, for he needed to take a break. As he walked up to his home, he saw Usagi sitting in the flower bed with something black and blue wrapped in her arms as she just rocked it back and forth. "Dear, what are you doing?" asked Inoichi as he walked up to his wife, now seeing she was holding Sasuke for the fan on his back. "Sasuke came seeking you. It appears he knows the truth about that night. It appears the time has come to unlock the memories Itachi had sealed away that night," said Usagi as she looked at her tried husband. Inoichi sighed. "It will have to wait until the morning, for if I tried it now, both he and I would get hurt, and the only other one that could do it has taken over at work for me," he told his wife. "That is fine, dear. We will just take him inside and set him up in the guest room for tonight. I don't think he will be waking up anytime soon," said Usagi as Inoichi walked up to her and took the boy from her. Sasuke tried to grab on tightly onto her, but she moved out of his grip quickly. "Shhh. It will be all right, Sasuke. Just rest," she whispered to him. "Mama, I'm sorry," said Sasuke as he kept sleeping. Usagi just softly smiled as Inoichi followed her inside their home and up to one of the guest rooms where they laid him down to rest. They left him there to sleep as they went back downstairs and into the kitchen for her to make dinner for them. "I think he is going to need a lot of counseling after that seal is broken," said Inoichi as he sighed. Just then Ino came walking into the kitchen as she just finished for the day at Naruto's place. "Hey Mama, Daddy," she told them as she hugged each of them. "So who are you talking about?" she asked them. Usagi smiled at her daughter. "Sasuke is upset sleeping, for your father needs to help him, and then we will be counseling after he is done," she told her daughter. "Oh," said Ino as she was shocked at hearing about this. She didn't know what to say or do about what she just heard. "Don't worry about it, sweetie. For now we are the ones that will handle it. You do not need to deal with him, if you don't want to," said Usagi as she walks over to her daughter, hugging her. "Thanks, Mom," said Ino as she returned her mother's hug. With that, Ino ran off to clean up for dinner and come back to help her mom to finish making dinner. Inoichi sighed. He has too much on his plate right now. The traitors, Ino with the curse of their family, and now Sasuke. He dared to ask what else could happen, but he knew if he did that, he would be setting himself up for something bad to happen. Naruto, Washu, Sasami, and Jiraiya walked through the village to the south gates that led to the Namikaze compound. "So we are really going to do this?" asked Naruto as he was nervous about turning while on his way over there. Jiraiya looked down at the boy out of the corner of his eye. "I have been meaning to ask you, Naruto. Do you have full control of yourself while you are in your werefox form?" he questioned the boy. Naruto looked up at him. "Yeah, the cube, I fixed it to when I'm in my werefox form I am still in control and I don't lose myself to the beast. Also, he fixed it where I wouldn't want to eat human meat," he told the toad sage. Jiraiya almost fell onto his face as he looked over at Naruto with wide eyes. "You mean if the cube I didn't fix it, you would be a mindless beast running around hunting and killing around people and eating them?" he questioned. "Yeah, pretty much. I just eat more animal meat that fixes all my cravings," said Naruto as he smiled. Jiraiya just nodded his head to this. "I would like to study you a little on this. For where I was from before I came here, they had legends about werewolves and vampires and other creatures and the like. Yeah, sure, but as long as I don't become one of your test subjects, said Naruto as he looked over at her. Washu waved him off. Oh no, I'm not going to do that to you. I had one of those once before and had fun always making his life hell. She laughed. Okay, said Naruto as he stepped away from Washu and put Sasami between him and her. Oh, Naruto-kun, don't worry about it. She will not do to you what she did to Tensai, said Sasami as Naruto looked at them confused as he had never heard of their friends and family before until just now. Jiraiya just nods his head, not saying anything for he isn't sure he wants to know more about her past. For she was a scary woman that hasn't aged since he was a child nor the woman that walked with them. After 30 minutes of walking to the compound they had finally made it to the compound. It was already past sunset, and the moon was slowly making its way up into the night sky. Naruto looked up to the sky feeling that beast wanting to come out. We need to make this quick for I feel it want to come out. I have some control over it but that is until 2 a.m. and that is all, said Naruto as he looked at the others feeling a little nervous. I would like to be in my own home when I change, for there I'm safe and no one can come in and hurt me. I'm still learning what I can do and if I run into the werewolf that wants to be the new alpha it wouldn't end well. Okay, let's get your blood on the seal and move to the seal on the front door. We also need your chakra, so tell the Kyuubi not to add any of his and for that werefox virus to stay out of it as well, said Washu as she looks at Naruto as he nods his head. Naruto bites his thumb and pushes chakra into the seal as he slides his thumb over the blood seal. The seal begins to glow as it burns up and the gate slowly opens. Jiraiya quickly gets to work as he makes a chakra seal and places it on the gate, having Naruto putting his chakra into it as well as Washu, and Sasami as well as his own. This place might have to make this place his safe place for when Naruto turns those 3 days each month. With that done they made their way to the front door and he did the same thing as Naruto had finished, repeated the same step at the front gate. This place is now set up for you and if you need to change you can, said Jiraiya as he looked at Naruto. No, I will wait. On our way here I would smell something following us and I think it will be for the best that I keep my human form until the very last second. Also Washu needs to get a doorway set up here for me to travel back and forth so no one will know when I'm in and out of the village, said Naruto. I will be getting on that, said Washu as her computer appeared before her. She got to work setting up a doorway from this compound to the other one and to her home. All Naruto needed to do was focus on where he wanted to go to. While she is working on that, we should go to the library and look over the family bloodlines and whatever secrets that Minato has been hiding from us all, said Sasami as she leads them to them. Going up a set of stairs they find the library at the base of the stairs in the center of the hallway, as there was a hallway on each side of the library door that led to other rooms. I'm going to have to check this place out in the morning, said Naruto as he grins at Sasami and Jiraiya. We could do that before everyone shows up. Maybe showing you the shadow clones will help you out, said Jiraiya as he stood there thinking. Shadow clones? Asked Naruto as he is now looking at Jiraiya. Yes, it is a solid clone that can be used for spying and doing odd jobs and stuff. Some people are lucky to use them for training and other things, said Jiraiya as he looks at Naruto as his eyes widen. The only ones that could use the shadow clones in training though are people with bijus sealed within them. Your mother would use them to train and learn something quickly for she didn't like waste time on it. He told the boy. Cool, if mom could do it, then I can, said Naruto as he was grinning. In the morning before we come here and the others get to the house, I will teach you the shadow clone, said Jiraiya as they walked into the library to see tons of shelves and scrolls and books. Several tables with books sitting on them as well with scrolls sitting on the floor next to the tables and shelves. Wow, Dad was messy, said Naruto as he saw that it was left in a state of chaos. Yes, when he was working on something, he would leave his workplace in a state of chaos, said Jiraiya as he was nodding his head sagely. Something that he picked up from his sensei, said Washu as she walked up behind of him. Jiraiya jumped when he heard her voice from behind him. Don't scare me like that, he told her as he glared at her as he held his chest. Washu just laughed as she walked around him. Come on Sasami, we need to get to work looking for all information on all bloodlines related to the Namikaze clan, she told the teenage girl next to Jiraiya. Alright, I'm sorry I can't stay. I need to get back to the compound. I think I might lock myself in the basement tonight as I'm not sure about running around the woods, said Naruto as he left the library leaving his family and going to the door that Washu had set up for him. Placing his hand on the doorknob he focused his chakra and mind on where he wanted to go. As he opened the door, he saw his home and he walked through the door and vanished into the purple lights that led to his home. Man, I'm hungry, said Naruto as he closed the door behind him and makes his way to the kitchen. I wonder if there was anything left over from dinner, he said to himself as he looked around the kitchen and checked the icebox and opened it. Inside he found the leftovers from dinner and he pulled them all out and went to work to heating them up and having something to eat. Since he had gone though his change or his rebirth as a werefox, he would eat a lot more. He could give Choji's dad a run for his money on eating. After finishing off all the leftovers, Naruto looked at his clock to see it was already 11 p.m. I guess I should go down to the basement. But first I should get my bathrobe and change, said Naruto as he walked up the stairs. As he walked into his room, he saw he had left his bedroom window open from this morning from his surprise visit from Washu and Sasami. Walking over to the open window, something caught his nose. It was the scent of a female, or that will soon be awakening. It appears you might have a mate real soon, Kit, said Kurama as he sat up in his cage as he looked over at the werefox that was looking around. If he wants her as a mate, he will have to save her before she becomes a mindless beast like he would have if you hadn't stepped in, said the werefox. Really? Do I really have to step in? He asked as he was wondering what the hell to do. Yes, for it appears she might be awakening tonight or very soon, said the werefox. Kurama smirks as he could tell Naruto knew the scent of the new female were that will awake soon. It appears that Ino girl is a were, said Kurama as he was laughing at the idea of another being cursed like the boy he is trapped in him. Crap, and I don't even think she knows about what's to happen to her. If her virus is anything like the one mine used to be, she will be lost to her darkness and I don't know if she will come out of it like me, said Naruto as he now worried for the girl he was starting to have feelings for. Mark her and save her life, said Kurama as he knew this was the only way to do it. Naruto just nodded his head. He got undressed and shifted forms. Ino's bedroom. Ino began to sweat and feel sick. Man, what is going on with me? Questioned Ino as she pushed away from her desk as she looks over to her bedroom window. Maybe I should stop studying and get some fresh air, said Ino as she just sighed once more. Naruto stood outside her bedroom window looking into her room. Slowly he used one of his claws to tap on the window as he saw the fever was beginning to take her over. Ino looked up and wondered what was going on. Slowly she stood up and walked over to her window, slowly opening it. Hey Ino-chan, said werefox Naruto as he smiled at her, his large sharp teeth shining in the moonlight. And Naruto? Questioned a wide-eyed Ino as she was shocked to see Naruto standing before her in a strange creature form. Yeah, Ino-chan, it's me, said Naruto as he slowly slipped into her room. What are you doing here, Naruto, and why are you like that? Asked Ino as she didn't know what to think right now. Part of her wanted to scream and another part just wanted to know what the hell. She was going with more of the what the hell feeling. It's a long story, Ino-chan. But long story short, I got bit by a werewolf and now I'm a werefox. He told her. Okay, why are you telling me? She asked him as she was sweating even more as she looked like she was going to pass out. Because Ino-chan, you are like me. You're changing, and if I don't help you, you're going to become a mindless beast lost to the beast in your darkness that is hidden in your heart. I don't want to lose you, Ino-chan, for I really do like you a lot and I want us to become more than just friends one day. Naruto growled out to her in his dark and heavy voice. Ino was now wide-eyed as she was scared that she was going to become like him. But her parents or elders had never told her about it. But my parents never told me. She told him as lost her balance and fell on her bed. Naruto rushed over and caught her before she would hit her head on the wall of her bedroom behind her bed. Please, Ino-chan, allow me to save you. He pleaded with her as she could see tears rolling down his furry cheeks. Slowly nodding her head. Please save me, she said in a whisper. With that said, Naruto's teeth glowed in chakra as he bit down on her curse mark on her shoulder. The cat scratch marking began to glow as a crescent moon and star formed around it. A silent scream escapes Ino's lips as her claws grew and her eyes turned a beautiful deep violet color and her silvery blonde fur grows out around her. Inside Ino's mindscape, inside a beautiful forest, Ino stood there with Naruto next to her. It is beautiful here, said Ino. Yeah, it is. But now that we are here, we need to find your darkness and you need to face it. For whoever wins is the one that will take over your body, and that is what your beast side will be. If your darkness takes over, you will be a mindless creature. If you win, I will help you and my werefox will fix everything and you will only eat animal meat, not human meat, said Naruto as Ino looked at him with shocked. How do I win? Asked Ino with fear in her voice. Naruto smiled at her. Don't worry, Ino-chan. Just remember, you can't have light without darkness. For you are yin and yang, for you are both one. He told her in hope that she would understand. Just then another Ino appeared with black hair and midnight blue eyes. She walked up to Naruto and purred at him. Hello, lover. I do hope I get control of this body, for I do want me an alpha, she told him. Naruto just chuckled. No, Yami Ino, say hello to Ino, he said as he turned to Ino. Yami Ino looks over to Ino and narrows her eyes at the girl. Hello, fangirl. Are you still useless and hoping that your princess Sasuke-chan will save you from me? As she is taunting her, Ino smirked as she hooked her arms around Naruto's neck. Why would I need a princess when I can have a true alpha? Asked Ino as she smirked at her dark self. Yami Ino walks up to Ino and slaps her away from Naruto. Why would he want a weak fangirl when he can have me? She taunts once more. Ino walks back over to Yami Ino and smiles. He doesn't have to choose between us when he can have us both. For you and I are one. I can't have love without sadness and happiness without anger, she told her dark half as she pulled the girl into a hug who faded within her as a bright white light flashed and Ino's eyes took a darker shade and she smiled softly. Thank you, Yami Ino-chan, she said as she looks at Naruto. Just then the Kyuubi appeared behind Naruto as he was holding the werecat in his hands as he was looking and talking to the werecat. Ino's eyes widened as she pointed at the caged beast behind him. Naruto slowly turned around to see what was happening and saw the werefox standing there looking up at the Kyuubi and the werecat. Don't worry, Ino-chan. He is taking care of the werecat virus within you. He is just doing the same he did for him, said Naruto as he pointed at the werefox virus just watching the Kyuubi talking with the werecat. Ino just slowly nodded her head as she looked at Naruto. So your father sealed it into you? She asked. Yeah, he did. But please don't tell anyone. I don't want to lose our friends I just made, said Naruto as he looks nervous. Ino looks over at Naruto and pulls him into a hug. I'm not going to tell anyone. Also, we are your true friends and I know they will understand. She tells him, "Thanks," said Naruto as he relaxes into the hug. Also, on the full moons you are going to need to come to my place and hide, for Kiba's mom is hunting after wolves. He told her, "Yeah, that isn't good, but I think there is something else troubling you," said Ino as she looks at him. He nods his head. "Yeah, there is a werewolf in the village that wanting to be an alpha and he is going to be coming after me. But I am not sure if he is able to turn into a human or just stays in his werewolf form." He told her, "So, I need to be very careful on the 3 nights of the full moon and when we are out in the woods around the village," asked Ino as she looks at him. "Yeah, mostly around the forest of death. For this morning it left me a message on my front yard with one of the Narutos. It had ripped its throat out and freaking Washu left the gate open and it was in my compound and I don't like it," said Naruto. "Not good. Shika did say one of the does went missing on our way your place this morning," Ino told him. Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, when I came here, I just jumped the gate and left everything locked, no nothing can get in or out. But I will stay with you until before dawn, for I don't think you want to see me naked or your parents finding me here that way," he told her as Ino blushed looking away from him. "Alright, you two lovebirds, we have come to an understand and I have fixed her just like I did him," said Kurama as he dropped the werecat as she ran off so she can get to work on Ino. "Thank you," said Ino as she bowed to him. Kurama waved her off as he and the werefox faded from her mindscape. "Well, Ino-chan, I will see you on the outside," said Naruto as he vanished as well. It was early morning, about 4:30 a.m. Usagi woke up feeling something was off and that she needed to check up on her daughter. Slowly she pushed the covers off of her and crawled out of her bed. Her husband slowly woke up to her moving. "What's wrong?" asked Inoichi as he slowly sat up. For he knew his wife would only be up this early for only a couple reasons, and the main one was their daughter. Usagi looks over her shoulder to her husband with a soft smile. "Something feels weird and I need to check on Ino," she told him as she put on her robe as she walked over to their bedroom door. Nodding his head, Inoichi just sat up. He wasn't sure if he was going to fall back to sleep or not, so he figured he would just wait until his wife returned to know if Ino was alright. Werecat Ino was curled up to werefox Naruto. They both slept on her fairly large bed. Usagi slowly opened Ino's door as both Ino's and Naruto's ears move up at the sound of the door opening and at the sight of Ino's mother walking into the room and seeing them both just laying in bed together. "Oh shit," said Naruto as he sat up looking scared. Usagi saw the fear in the large creature in her daughter's bed. "Mama," said Ino as she sat up as well as she pulled Naruto into her arms. She was using her body to shield him from her mother. "Ino-chan," said Usagi with a little shock and fear in her voice. Ino nodded her head slowly. "Yeah, Mama, it's me. I guess the cat is out of the bag," she said with a giggle. Inoichi had gotten up when he had heard a male voice coming from his daughter's bedroom. For a second he had thought that Sasuke had snuck into his daughter's room and was trying something with his princess. He came running into the room in his sleeping pants as his eyes widened as he saw his daughter as a werecat and the other creature in bed with her. "What the hell is going on?" said a confused Inoichi. "I can explain," said Naruto as he stood up from the bed. He looks down at his clawed fingers. "I came here to save Ino-chan. I didn't want her to become a mindless beast being controlled by the beast. I wanted her to be in charge and be her beautiful self," he told both the parents. Usagi looked closely at the werefox, standing before her. His hair was a blonde that only one person in the village had, and when he was scared his amber eyes turned the most beautiful sky blue she only knew one person to have. "Naruto?" she asked as she took a step towards the boy. The werefox before her and Inoichi nodded his head to them. "Yeah," he said as he looked at them scared. "But how?" asked Inoichi as he looked panicked. "Family curse and being bitten," said Naruto as he looked down sad. "Mama, Daddy, if it wasn't for Naruto, I would have been a mindless beast that you would have to kill or keep chained up during the full moon," said Ino as she was now up and standing beside Naruto as she was holding his clawed hand with her own. Naruto looked out the window as he saw the sun was slowly coming up. "Can we talk about this after we change?" he asked them as he didn't want to turn back and be standing before them naked. "I need to return home for I don't want to be naked when I turn back," he said as he ran for the window. Before he jumped out, he hugged Ino and kissed her on the cheek and left. Both her parents just looked at the girl as she stood there looking back at them blushing. "Once you are back to normal, we are heading over to Naruto's to have a long talk," said Inoichi as he turned to leave his daughter's bedroom. Ino was pretty much shocked that he took it better than she thought he would. Outside in the shadows, Crimson Eyes watched as Naruto made a break for it. They had found the one that had the title of Alpha. They should be easy to take care of. With that, the midnight black wolf slipped back into the shadows to return to where it came from. For it wasn't time yet to make its move. There were too many out seeking its kind. In another world, Ryoko drifted in space. She didn't have a plan. She had nowhere to go. She had been lost the day Washu and Sasami had vanished. For that was the day things around her home had begun to change. Ayaka had returned to Jurai on the order of her parents. For her sister vanishing had put them on edge, and then Tenchai began seeing this bitchy girl that didn't like her and pretty much made Tenchai throw her and Ryooki out. So now she was here in space just doing as she pleased, fighting and drinking and missing her family. "This isn't a life you should be living, Ryoko," said a regal-looking woman standing before her. Ryoko opened her eyes and looked at her. "What do you want, Takumi?" asked Ryoko as she wasn't in the mood for her so-called aunt. Takumi smiles at Ryoko. I have found my wayward sisters and I want to offer you something," she said. With this, Ryoko was now sitting up in her chair looking at the woman before her. "Where are they? Are they still alive?" demanded Ryoko as she was ready to attack the woman for answers. Takumi smiled at her niece. "They are still alive. Where they are at. Time moves a lot quicker than it does here," she told Ryoko. Ryoko looked at her a little puzzled. "I don't give a damn if time moved slower. All I care about is being with my family," she told Takumi. Takumi nods her head and with a wave of her hand a black hole opens up in Ryoko and Ryooki vanishes within it. Last we seen by a Jurien royal ship. Naruto and Ino. Naruto jumps over his gate as he runs to his new home. Just outside is Washu as she can feel something weird in the air. She sees the werefox form of Naruto running towards her. "No, time to talk. Ino and her parents should be here soon. Please let them in," he growled out as he ran past her. Washu looks at him wide-eyed. "Sure thing," she tells him as she watches him run past her into his home and up the stairs into his bedroom. What on earth did he get himself into now? She questions herself as she keeps looking to the sky. Ino shifts back to her human self as she is wearing her bathrobe, for her mother handed it to her so she wouldn't frighten her father so early in the morning. "Why didn't you two tell?" asked a worried and teary-eyed Ino as she looks at both her parents before her. "I thought I would have skipped you and maybe our family curse had ended," said Inoichi as he looked down at the ground. He felt too much shame to look his daughter in the eyes. "I'm sorry, princess. I should have told you sooner, but we thought you had more time. For the curse normally took effect when the person turned 12 years old, not 10, he told his daughter. Ino glared at him. "Well, I guess you were wrong and now I'm a freaking werecat," she growled out as she couldn't yell at him, for just down the hallway was a sleeping Sasugacha and she didn't need the team knowing of her family's secret shame. "Your father was foolish for not telling you, sweetie, but he had planned to tell you last night. But with what happened with the elders and the civilian council, things had gotten derailed, so don't blame him. Things in life never go as planned. But just be blessed that you had your Alpha-kun to save you from the darkness that could have turned you into a mindless beast," said Usagi as she giggled at the last part as she saw her daughter blushing. "Speaking of my Alpha-kun mama, he has marked me as his mate to save my life. So it looks like Daddy will have to get a marriage contract drawn up with Lady Washu for me to marry Naruto-kun," said Ino in a sing-song voice. At this, Inoichi looked like he was going to have a heart attack. "Hey Daddy, what?" his father yelled. He didn't give a damn that they had a house guest and it was dawn. Ino grinned. "He marked me as his mate. See," she said as she pointed to the new mark over her old one on her shoulder. For Naruto had pointed it out to her after she had shifted and before they had fallen asleep cuddling together. "He didn't do anything else, did he?" asked a fearful Inoichi. Mischief twinkled in her eyes as she looked at her frightened father. But one look at her mother stopped her from sending him to an early grave. Slowly she shook her head. No, Daddy, nothing happened between us. He just cuddled with me to keep me calm and make sure nothing or no one would hurt me while I slept, or I should say we slept," she told him with a small sigh. "See dear, I told you there was nothing to worry about. Naruto-kun is a good boy," said Usagi as she smiled at her husband who still had his hand over his poor heart. "It's too early for this type of shit. I need a drink," said Inoichi as he turned to walk out of his daughter's bedroom. Jiraiya was inside the house as he had just finished coming thought the doorway that Washu set up from Minato's family home to Naruto's as he saw his godson rush up the stairs as he was transforming back into his human form. "Wonder where he was last night," he asks no one but himself as Sasami pokes her head out of the kitchen. She was making breakfast for everyone. An hour had passed and Naruto was sitting in the living room looking very nervous as Inoichi was looking at him. "Would someone like to fill us in on what happened last night?" questioned Jiraiya as he looked at the two kids sitting before them all. Ino and Naruto sat side by side as all the adults sat in front of them. Naruto looked at Ino for a couple of seconds before she nodded her head for him to talk. He quickly nodded his head back as he understood. Inside him, Kurama was having a field day. "Well, you see, last night when I got home, I opened my window and I could smell a female in the air, or that was getting ready to turn. But also the scent was one that I knew, so I had to go check it out," said Naruto as he looked up at everyone. "Last night after I had gone to bed, I woke up with a fever and I figure if I opened my window a little and allowed the cool breeze in that it would help cool me. I didn't want to wake anyone and worry them. After a while I heard a tapping on my window and there I saw a golden werewolf I thought at first, but it was Naruto in his werefox form. He told me to let him in, that I was changing, and I needed his help before the darkness took me over," said Ino as she just summoned it up for them. "To save her, that Kyubai and Werefox told me I had to mark her as my mate and they would do the rest to change her werecat, so she wouldn't be out hunting and killing humans when she turns," said Naruto as he knew people didn't like the demon fox living in his gut. "So you are telling us, after you left your father's compound and came home you smelt Ino-chan here and marked her as your mate to save her from becoming a mindless beast that you would have become if the Kyubai hadn't changed the virus in you?" asked Jiraiya as he was trying to wrap his mind around this. "Yes," said Naruto. Ino just nodded her head. "Well, I would like to run some tests to see what all the changes have caused you, Ino-chan," said Washu as she looked at the young blonde girl next to her godson. "Oh, okay," said a nervous Ino as she didn't know what to expect from what type of test Washu would run on her. "Don't worry, it will not be anything bad. Just some blood work and some other ones." "Also," said Washu as she looked over at Inoichi, Is there others in your clan that are alive that are right now affected by this curse? She asked the clan head. Inoichi looked down with shame. Yes, we have 4 members right now that are still alive and haven't gone fully mad from the curse. They are chained up during the full moons, but during the rest of the month they move around freely. But why do you ask? He looked at Washu wanting to know why. Washu looked at him and smiled. Maybe with Naruto being an alpha and taking your daughter as his mate, there might be a chance to save those 4 members of your clan for your family curse. She told him with a smile. For the first time in a long time, Inoichi felt hope for those in his clan that had been cursed because of his foolish great-grandfather's foolish mistake. Thank you, Lady Washu. You do not know what this means to me and my clan, he told her as he was now on the floor bowing to her. Washu just waved him off. Don't bow to me. I just need to run some tests on them as well, and when the next full moon comes, I will need them along with Naruto and Ino in my lab. For I want him to show them who's alpha and take lead of this makeshift pack. I want to treat it like a normal wolf pack in a way, she told him as she stood up and walked outside, not saying a word to anyone. The others just looked at her and followed her outside of the house. Miyuwa was heard in the sky as a black hole opened up before everyone, and out came a strange object as it crashed into the small lake in the backyard. Sasami came running outside from the kitchen from hearing the meow. She knew who that was and was very excited to see her old friends and maybe family, for she wasn't sure who was all with Ryoko and Ryo-Oki. Sasami rushes out into the lake to pick up a now animal-shaped Ryo-Oki as Washu calmly follows her out to the center of the lake and pulls a woman with long spiky cyan-color hair out and puts her over her shoulder. They both return to dry land as the others gather around with shock written all across their faces. Who was this woman that Washu was carrying, and what was the cat-like creature in Sasami's arms? Before you ask, this is my daughter Ryoko and her little sister Ryo-Oki, said Washu as she laid the now-named Ryoko on the ground to check her over as Sasami was patting Ryo-Oki on her back as she coughed up some water. Ryo-Oki slowly opened her eyes and looked up and saw Sasami was holding her. Her large black eyes got larger as she began crying and meowing at the teenage girl before her. I know, Ryo-Oki, I've missed you too. I'm so sorry we went missing so long ago. I know, I really am sorry, said Sasami as she answered every meow of the little cat creatures, like she knew what she was saying. Come Ryo-Oki, it's too early for this, said Ryoko as she moaned a little as she moved her hand over her head. It's good to see you're still alive, my sweet little girl, said Washu as a grin played across her face. Yeah, no thanks to you. Your damn sister threw us into a black hole, and now. Ryoko stopped mid-rant as she sat up and saw Washu and Sasami standing before you. Granted, Sasami was much older now, but they both were still alive, so it was Takami's doing, mused Washu as she looked over at Ryoko. Ryoko dumbly nodded her head. Yeah, she sent us to you too, for we had nothing left for us back on Earth, and Ayaka was ordered back to Jurai after Sasami vanished. She told them, what about Tenchai? Surely he wouldn't want you to leave him, questioned Sasami as she wanted to know about the boy that she saw as family. Ryoko looked down as her bangs shadowed her face as Ryo-Oki began to cry again. This confused both women. Tenchai threw us out. His new girlfriend at the time didn't like us and was 1,000 times worse than Ayaka. At first, she was fine with us living there. We helped out around the house and shrine and just did like we always did. Then slowly she began to start little fights with me, or Ryo-Oki, and she loved picking on Ryo-Oki when she was in her cute little sister form. You know, I can't stand by and watch someone bully her. Well, the last one got pretty bad and I put her in the hospital. But she also hurt Ryo-Oki. If it wasn't for Tenchai's grandfather seeing it all, it could have been worse. With his advice, Tenchai gave me all my gems and allowed us to stay until Ryo-Oki was better, and we left when the bitch came back. Tenchai had forgiven her and wanted to marry the whore, so I couldn't stay there. Not after what she did, she told Washu and Sasami. They both looked shocked at this. Tenchai had turned his back on all of them, the ones he called his family, for some woman who would hurt someone so innocent as Ryo-Oki. What did she do to Ryo-Oki-chan? Asked Sasami as she wasn't sure she wanted to know. Ryoko turned her head away from them, looking at the lake. She bound Ryo-Oki's arms together and threw her down the stairs and then dumped boiling water on her. The bitch claimed it was an accident. She broke her right arm and leg. Ryo-Oki had burn marks on her face and left side. Cried Ryoko as she was upset and didn't know what to do with herself. I lost it. I went after her, for I heard Ryo-Oki in my mind scream for help and that the woman was trying to kill her. I was at the shrine at the time. While I left her to take a nap, for she wasn't feeling well that morning. I was a fool if I had just taken her with me, Ryoko said as she kept crying. Naruto couldn't take it anymore as he rushed over to her, pulling her into a hug, just holding her and allowing her to cry onto his shoulder. Uzagi smiled as she saw the gentle heartbreak as he heard of someone so cold-hearted hurt a little animal. Ryoko just cried for a while as Washu checked over Ryo-Oki to make sure there wasn't any lasting scaring on the poor thing, and Sasami was even crying at hearing what had happened. Tenchai pretty much turned his back on his friends and family for a woman. For one that is so cold and evil to hurt poor little Ryo-Oki. After a while, Ryoko felt she was in something very warm and someone was rubbing their hand on her back in circles. She was a little shocked by this, for Washu would do this at times, but this didn't feel like her mother. Nor did this feel like Sasami, for this person was strong and held her tighter than anyone had ever. Slowly she began pushing back and Naruto let her go. As she pushed back, she caught the sight of golden blonde hair and the heavenly sky blue eyes she had even seen. A small blush crossed her cheeks. Naruto smiled at her. "I'm sorry, I couldn't bear seeing you cry like that," he told her, rubbing his hand behind his head sheepishly. This was the sight that the others had came across as they had come for their second day of learning with Naruto. "It's alright," said Ryoko as she didn't know what to think at the moment. Just then the Hokage appeared with his ANBU. "Washu, what is going on here and what was that crash we heard?" he questioned as he looked at the dark hair Pinkette. Washu just grinned. "Nothing, just my daughter's finding me," she told the old man as he looked at the woman sitting in front of Naruto and the now little girl being held in Washu's arms. "I'm getting told old for this shit," said Sarutobi as he looked over at Sasami as the young girl smiled at him. "Sasami-chan, have you thought about what we talked about?" he asked her. "I have. I wouldn't mind. But I would like to wait until Naruto-kun is a genin, for I am also one of the teachers," said Sasami as she smiles at the old Hokage. Sarutobi rushes up to her, taking both of her hands. "My dear girl, thank Kami. When you are not busy, I would like you to come to the tower for me to begin your training, for it will take time," he tells her with tears streaming down his cheeks. Ryooki meows as she is standing in a cute little blue dress next to Sasami. He blinked as he heard the little girl meow at him. He leans down and looks at her and gives her one of his grandfather smiles. "Hello, my dear. What is your name?" he asks her. "Meow," says Ryooki as she smiles. "Her name is Ryooki," says Sasami as she is holding onto her hand. "It is nice to meet you, Ryooki," said Sarutobi to the little girl before him. "Meow, meow, mio," says Ryooki as she keeps smiling. He looks up at Sasami a little puzzled with how the little girl talks. She can only meow, and Ryoko is the only one beside Washu that knows what she is truly saying, says Sasami as she smiles. Nodding his head, Sarutobi looks at everyone and smiles. Well enough. And with that he was gone with his ANBU. Ryoko blinked her eyes a couple of times before looking over at Washu and then to Sasami. "What the hell is going on here?" was all she asked. Naruto stood up and offered a helping hand to Ryoko. Ryoko looked up at him and took it as she stood up as well. "Thanks," was all she said as she walked over to Washu. Washu grinned as she looked at Ryoko. "We live in a world of shinobi. While you are living here, we will be training you as well," she told her wayward daughter. "You're joking, right? Ninjas?" Ryoko half laughed, half asked as she looked at everyone. "She isn't joking. You are inside a shinobi village right now," said Sasami as she smiled softly at her friend. "So do they wear the silly outfits like the ones from Earth?" asked Ryoko as she looked at everyone. Inoichi looked at her puzzled and stepped forth. "I am a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village and I don't think I dress silly," he tells her as he watches her study his outfit. "No, they do not wear the pajamas like the ones where Tenchai is from," said Washu as Ryoko nodded her head to this. "Good, for I don't think I would have enjoyed it," said Ryoko as she smiled at everyone. "Anyways, this has to beat being a space pirate." "You're a pirate?" asks Naruto as he looks at her shocked. Ryoko grins at him. "Yeah, I was once. Now I'm retired. I got bored, and you can blow up so many things before it just gets boring and steal so much before you lose interest in it," she tells him as she looks over at Washu. "But you were one of the best in your time," said Washu as this had all eyes on her now. "Yeah, at one time, when I didn't have a heart and just didn't give a damn. After finding my heart and having it broken, it's a little harder to go back to my old ways. So maybe being a ninja will help bring me out of this funk," said Ryoko as she looked at the others. "Well, you're in luck. This is their second day of Washu boot camp, and I can awaken your chakra and we can get you trained in no time," said Washu as she smiled at her daughter. "Yeah, fine, whatever," said Ryoko as she kept her eye on Naruto. Something about the boy just made her want to follow him. Something about him just lit a fire in her that she hadn't felt in a very long time. A fire she didn't even feel with Tenchai. Inoichi looks over at Washu. "We still need to go over the marriage contract as well. I was going to ask if you wanted to have Jiraiya-sama take part in any of this," he asked her, for he wasn't sure. Washu looked over at Inoichi. "If anything, I might just have Jiraiya pay for the wedding. But other than that, I am not sure if he would want to take part in anything," she told the man as she turned to the others and smiled. Hinata looked all wide-eyed at Ino and Naruto, wanting to know what was going on, as all the boys were shocked to hear about a marriage contract. Ino saw Hinata and walked over to her friend, for she knew the girl liked the boy that she is getting married to when they go older. "Come on, Hinata, we need to talk," she told the shy girl. Hinata nodded her head and they vanished from the others as the boys all gathered around Naruto, wanting to know what was going on. "So you and Ino?" asked Kiba as he was shocked to hear this. "Yeah," said Naruto as he didn't want to go too much into it. "How?" asked Choji. Ino was close enough to hear whatever Naruto was about to say next, as well as her parents and Washu. "I found an agreement our parents made before we were born that if either had a boy and a girl, that their children were going to get married. My mom was friends with Ino's mom. You know how girls can be," said Naruto. He was hoping the boys would buy it, as Usagi just giggled at this, for it was something that her and Kushina did talk about once. Inoichi looked at his wife, knowing that giggle and knowing she would do something like that with one of her friends. He just sighed as it was a believable story. "Troublesome. At least Ino likes you and she is doing a hell of a lot better than Sasuke," said Shikamaru as she smiled at his friend. "Arranged marriages do straighten clans," said Shino as he was silently listening. So you have been placed in an arranged marriage with Naruto-kun since before birth? Asked Hinata as she didn't know how to feel about this. Yeah, when he found the document he come over and wanted to talk to me about it last night. We spent all night talking to where my parents found us, and I do like Naruto and I do want to be with him. He is kind and strong. But I also know you like him, Hinata, said Ino as she looked down to the ground with a small frown. A single tear rolled down her cheek. It is okay, Ino-chan. There is nothing I can do about it, for it is something yours and his parents agreed to a very long time again, said Hinata as she was feeling very heartbroken. Ino smiled as she remembered something. Leaning and she whispered into the shy girl's ear. You know he will have to take a few wives, right? She questioned her friend as Hinata began to blush once more. Naruto saw the cat-like grin on Ino's face and the bright red flush of Hinata's and looked at both girls puzzled. Troublesome. I'm glad I'm not in your shoes, for it looks like Ino just found your second wife, said Shikamaru as Naruto looked at him all wide-eyed as the poor blonde just faints on the spot. 2 months later. 2 months had gone by. Naruto and Ino had gotten closer, and during that time, during Ino's first full moon, Naruto had her and her clansmen at her father's compound, where he had saved them, form their curses, marking them as members of his pack. He was now the leader of werecats, as his mate is his equal in all but power. If anyone had told Naruto 2 months ago he would be a werefox and have a mate that is a werecat and the leader of the pack of werecats, he would have told them all they all were nuts. But now this was his life and he wouldn't change anything. As well, he had gotten close to Ryoko and Ryooki, as he has been wanting to learn how to fly like Ryoko, but Washu was working on something to allow him to have some of Ryoko's abilities that would be passed down to his children for generations to come. Ryooki, I think I am falling in love with Naruto, said Ryoko as she looks over at the blonde as he and the others run up a tree using their chakra, as she was sitting at the very top of hers waiting for the others and resting for a while, for she was progressing as quick as the kids in the use of their chakra. Meow, 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 said Ryooki as she nodded her head as she could feel her sister's feelings for the boy growing. They felt different from the feelings she had for Tenchai so long ago. Yeah, you're right, said Ryoko as she nodded her head as she looked over at Washu, who was looking up at her grinning at her daughters. Naruto falls off the tree once more as he overloads his chakra on the tree. Ino backflips off the tree, landing next to Naruto, and smiles at him. Are you okay? She asks him as she looks up at her, grinning sheepishly at her. Yeah, I'm alright, said Naruto as he stood up. As the two lovebirds talked, Hinata was panting and sweating heavily. Her chakra had been off lately, well, since the beginning of the month. As she was half up the tree, her chakra surged as she took a step, and she slipped. As she slipped, she fell, hitting her head on the tree. Naruto heard something hit hard and saw Hinata hit her head and was falling down from a very high point, formed the halfway point of her tree. Without thinking, Naruto flashed over to Hinata and caught her and flipped down and ran over to Washu as he looked worried to his godmother. Washu-ba-chan, something is wrong with Hinata, he cried as he was now in front of her. Inside of Naruto, the Kyuubi woke up as the werefox jumped on his paw. Something is wrong with the girl with moon-like eyes, he told Kurama as his crimson eyes looked down at the little werefox for waking him up. Kit, take a deep breath of the girl sent in your arms, ordered Kurama. Naruto blinked his eyes as he did as he was ordered from the biju that is sealed within him. Taking a smell of Hinata, Ino looked at him puzzled, and Washu just grinned, for he was figuring out something before she could. Naruto blinks his eyes as he looks at Washu and down at Hinata. Is that poison? Naruto asked the Kurama as Washu had them working for poison for the past month. Yes, it appears someone is poisoning the girl, said Kurama as he looked at the werefox before him. She is his future mate and we cannot allow her to die. Also, maybe we can turn her into a were as well, said the werefox as Kurama rolled his crimson eyes at him and looked back out of Naruto's eyes. Just save her, said Kurama. Okay, said Naruto as he nodded his head as he looks at Washu. Someone is poisoning Hinata-chan, blurted out to her. Washu looked at him shocked. Who could be doing this? She questioned herself as her eyes widened as she thought of the elders of the Hyuga clan, for they had been displeased with her father allowing her joining the others in these private lessons. A door appeared behind Naruto. Quickly get her in my lab and I'll take care of her, she told Naruto as she followed him in. The others just watched confused as Ryoko floated down from the tree and followed them as well. Sasami looked at the others. Alright guys, let's keep working, okay, she told them. Across the village at the Hyuga compound, Hayashi is working in his office as Washu's two creepy dolls appear on his desk. Hayashi, Washu has sent us to have you and your other daughter come to her lab quickly, said doll 1. Do not tell anyone where you are going. Just call for the little one now, said doll 2. What is going on? Asked Hayashi as he was standing up and moving to his office door before he stopped and looked at the two dolls. Your eldest daughter has been poisoned, said doll 1 as doll 2 nodded her head. Move and do not tell anyone. Just come back here and we will take you two to her, said doll 2. With that, Hayashi's eyes widened as he left his office to get his youngest daughter and find out what has happened to his eldest. He returned quietly as his daughter walking behind him. Hanabi looked confused and worried, for she didn't know what was going on. She saw the two dolls standing on her father's desk. Good, you two are here. Stand next to the desk as we open the door to little Washu's lab, said doll 1 as doll 2 did something that made a door appeared before them. Dad, what is going on? asked Hanabi as she was a little scared of the dolls before her. The door opened and there they could see a large black room with purple lights and other lights, and there was Washu standing there waiting for them. Come on, I need to test you too as well to make sure you haven't been poisoned as well, she told them. Hayashi as he pushed Hanabi into the room as she looks at her father. What is she talking about poison? She asked her father. She was lost. Washu's eyes softened as she looked at the scared and confused little girl before her. Your sister is being poisoned and I need to make sure you and your father are all right, she told Hanabi with a soft tone. Hanabi's breath caught in her throat when she heard her sister had been poisoned. Tears began to build up in the corner of her eyes as Washu looked over her shoulder to Ryoko, who was sitting next to Hinata as Naruto was in a cage as he had gone forward and was freaking out learning that the girl's own family would do this to her. What is that beast over there? Asked Hayashi as he saw Naruto in his werefox form. Washu just grinned as she looked at the man. Let's worry about your daughters and I'll tell you what is in that cage, she tells him. I'll kill them for this, roared Naruto as he slammed his hands on the bars of the cage as the bars bent a little. Calm yourself, the girl will be fine, said Ryoko as she was now standing in front of the cage as she was ready to fight the boy before her. How can I calm myself when her own family is willing to kill her? She is innocent and pure. Why does she have to suffer for their greed? Cried werefox Naruto as tears rolled down his furry cheeks. Hayashi was shocked and taken back by this. This creature was crying for his daughter, warning her as if she was on death's door. Was she on death's door? Is she dying? Said a shaky voice. Washu looked up at the always proud Hayashi, and for once in her life she saw a scared and were man before her. A father scared and worried for his child. No, Naruto caught the poison smell coming from her pores and sweat and told me right away. I was able to save her life, she told him. It appears your elders and main family do not want Hinata as the future of your clan and are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure she isn't around. It appears they are willing to make sure they will have your youngest as their puppet or even take her out if she doesn't do as they want her to do, said Washu as she saw Hayashi's eyes grow and become full of anger for those that he called his so-called family. For his father was part of those elders and is willing to kill his own grandchild. For what? To keep the branch family as their slaves. He was sickened by these people. As Hayashi was lost in his own thoughts, Washu had already taken his blood along with Hanabi's blood. Go sit with your daughter and I will let you know shortly what the results are, she told him as she walks away. Naruto kept banging against the cage, screaming and yelling as he shed more tears for the girl he saw as his friend and how the werefox virus called her his other future mate. Ryoko was already in full battle gear as she waited for those bars to bend and for Naruto to break free to go and attack the elders and main branch of the Hyuga family. There was going to be nothing that was going to stop this boy's rage that he was feeling at this moment, and even the Kyuubi was powerless to stop him. But luck have it, Naruto wasn't drawing on his chakra as there wasn't any worry there. After 30 minutes, Washu returned with a frown on her face. It appears they have been poisoning you both as well, but not as high doses as what they have been giving Hinata. By the looks of it, they have been slipping it into her tea and anything that you two didn't eat with her, she told Hayashi as he was shocked. My Aunt Mao makes tea for us, for she said it is an art and doesn't trust anyone to make tea for anyone in the family, said Hayashi as he was sickened by them and how foolish he was for not seeing the signs of his daughters being poisoned or even himself. But he was told that it was a new tea that she aunt had gotten from the land of lighting. Here, take this, said Washu as she handed both of them 2 tubes of some green glowing liquid. It will not taste very good, but it will counter the poison and will stop effects of further poisoning. But comes to me once a week for this medicament, for you need to clean house and they have tried killing a clan heiress and that is punishable by death, she told him as she could still hear Naruto screaming. Lady Washu, what is that creature that is crying and screaming for my daughter? Asked Hayashi once more as they heard the bars break and Ryoko yell. Oh no you don't, Washu sighed as she looked at the man before you. That is Naruto. Let's just say Namikaze had more secrets than anyone knew about and the bloodline limit was triggered, she told him. Hayashi's eyes widened as he learned that it was Naruto going wild crying for his eldest. Ryoko comes flying past Hayashi as Washu steps aside, allow Ryoko to slam into the wall right behind her. She looks over at her daughter. Is her proving to be a little more trickery to handle, dear? She asked Ryoko. Oh shut up and help me with him, growled out Ryoko as she glares at Washu. In a flash of light, Washu was fully grown and in her own battle gear as she bum rushes Naruto, raising her right hand, grabbing his head in her hand and slamming his head into the bars behind him. He didn't even know what hit him as he fell to the ground with his eyes spinning. She bends down and picks him up and throws him into another cage standing next to the one he had broken. There, that wasn't too hard to do, said Washu as she looks over at Ryoko with a large grin on her face. As Naruto slowly passed out, her turned back to normal, but his clothing was in rags, all ripped up in pieces. Hanabi looked over at Naruto and smiled. I'm honestly not shocked by this. He is full of surprise, she told the adults as she looked over at Ryoko, who was now standing and walking over to Washu. So Hayashi Hyuga, clan head, what are you going to do about your elders and main clan's transgression to your clan heiress? Questioned Washu as her outfit went from her simple battle gear to her more regal royal blue dress. As clan head, I demand their death for their transgressions against my children and myself, for they wanted my child out of the way so they could mold my youngest into a puppet that would do their bidding. said Hayashi as he had aged a few years in 1 hour. Washu nodded her head to this. As the lord of this land, I order for their deaths, she said as she turned to her 2 dolls. Take this scroll to the Hokage, she told them as the 2 dolls take the scroll and vanish. It was a dark day in the Hyuga compound when the elders along with several of the main family had been dragged off-chained and had their chakra sealed off. Many had no idea what was happening as ANBU had appeared at the compound and had a signed letter from the Fire Lord, Lord Hisashi, and Lord Hokage. It stated that the elders along with several main family members were to go to TNI and answer questions for their crimes against the clan head as well as the clan heiress. That night not a single soul left the TNI office alive, for they had been mind-walked by the Yamanaka clan and saw all their dirty deeds against the clan head's daughters as well as what they had done to his wife. Several others from the Hyuga main house had been sent to TNI to answer for the murder of the clan mother Minako Hyuga. Naruto woke up in his cage laying on the cold steel floor. He had seen his cage door was left open for him to leave once he had awoken. As he stood up and slowly took a shaky step out of his cage, he could hear light breathing of someone. Someone was with him in the lab and by the sounds of it they are sleeping. Slowly he followed the sound of breathing and found Hinata asleep in a bed that Washu had created for the girl to rest in. Slowly he walked over to her bed and sat down on the edge of it. He watched her sleep for a while. You know, kid, you are proving to be a creeper just watching the girl sleep like that, said Kurama as he knew this would set the boy off. Him not a creeper, him just worried about her. What's wrong with me worrying about her? Asked Naruto as he forgot to speak to the Biju inside his head. There isn't anything wrong with that, but it has appeared you have chosen your second mate. If you wish for this to never happen to her again and for her to get stronger, you will have to do what you did with the other girl. But with her you will have to turn her, and she will become whatever creature she is akin to, said Kurama as he was interested to see what this little bunny before him will turn into. Why don't we wait for now? She is too weak and could die from the transformation. As well, I'm not sure she would want to be bound to me as my mate, said Naruto as he didn't see Hinata wake up and listen to him talk to whoever it was, for she didn't see anyone around them or heard the other voice he was replying to. Fine, you have until the next full moon to find out her feelings for you, said Kurama as he closed his eyes to go back to sleep. Surprisingly to everyone, the little werefox virus had kept quiet during all of this. He was the one going around calling the girl the boy's other mate and was wanting to see her in her furry beauty as how they saw Ino and her werecat from. In Naruto, came Hinata's soft voice. It was just above a whisper. This has pulled Naruto away from his talk with the Biju and made him look over at the girl with pale lavender eyes. Hey Hinata-chan, how are you feeling? He asked her. Worry was lacing his voice and his eyes looked scared and sad. I am feeling a lot better now, said Hinata as she slowly sat up in her bed. What happened to me? She asked him as she looked around the room they both sat in. Naruto frowned as he looked down at his fist before looking over at her with a sad smile. It appears your clan elders and main branch family have been trying to kill you, Hinata-chan, he told her as he watched her eyes widen from fear and shock. How would they do that to me? Hinata said just above a small cry escaped her lips. Naruto pulled her into him as he just sat there holding her as she began crying. He just held her, allowing her to let it all out. Around the corner was Hayashi and Washu just watching the two kids. It appears he talks with it, he said as he looked down at Washu. She looks up at him with a smirk. It appears he does, but it doesn't hurt him or misleads him. So for now I will not worry about him speaking with the Biju, said Washu as she enjoyed watching her godson and his newest little girlfriend bond. Time skip. It was the eve of Naruto's 14th birthday and just a month away from graduation. Sitting in his room, Naruto looked out the window. It was going to be a full moon tonight and the girls would be by soon to spend the night running with him as Ryoko wanted Naruto to turn her tonight. During those last few years he had grown closer to Hinata and bitten her after she had become stronger to awaken an old bloodline deep within her. Another secret that went to the grave when her mother had died. Flashback. Now 11 years old, Naruto sat outside his home looking over the lake. It was a beautiful night. The moon was just half full, and he was lost in his own thoughts as he looked back in the last year of his life and how he and his friends have grown and his relationship with Ino was blossoming into something very special. This was a life he had never really dreamt of as he only had one dream, was to learn of his just a family and to know if they loved him or not. This was dream he held close to his heart, never speaking of it for the fear of someone using it against him, for the villagers could be very cruel to him. But now he was known as the Prince of Konoha and Whirlpool. Many people had changed their view of the boy and it was creeping him out at times for how fake people could be at the drop of a hat. Even Sasuke had slowly began to change as he wasn't seen as a prince anymore. He had been replaced with the blonde boy that just wanted to be seen for who he was and not for his mother or father was. For he wanted to build his own respect with his own two hands and show people that he wasn't them and his own man. But that would come in time as he was still young, and once he entered the world of shinobi, he would be his own legend. Little did he know he was already becoming a legend of his own making. But he will learn very soon. Hinata was having trouble sleeping as strange dreams of a woman with moon-like eyes shifting into a rabbit stood before her. Hinata looked at the beautiful woman with snow-white hair and lavender eyes like hers. "My dear, to my hand. Join me," said the woman with an alluring voice that made Hinata forget about everything and just want to follow the woman where she wanted to take the girl. "Who are you?" asked Hinata with a shaky voice as she wasn't sure if she should take the woman's hand. The woman smiled softly at her. "I am the past and the future of you," she told her as large rabbit ears hid in the woman's long locks as she smiled once more at Hinata as they both stood before a lake in the middle of a clear that Hinata had never been to. There was a full moon overhead as the woman walked onto the lake and slowly began dancing on the water. But if one would look closer, she was doing a fighting style that the elders once called the bastard style of their clan. A style her mother used when she was still alive and an active shinobi. "Don't be frightened, child. You're of the moon and must follow the path that had been predestined for you. But this time you will not be alone, for the Namikaze Alpha will walk beside you. He has been seeking you for a very long time, my dear," said the rabbit goddess before her. "What do you mean the Namikaze Alpha? What do you mean this was a predestined for me?" questioned Hinata as she was shocked and unsure of what to think of this and what the woman was telling her. The woman smiled softly as she looked over at Hinata as she kept going though her fighting style of a dance over the crystal clear lake. Once upon a time, a long time ago, a young maid from the Hyuga clan had fallen in love with the head of the Namikaze clan. The young man was a true warrior, on and off of the battlefield, that had agreed to meet on the first full moon to run away together to start a life together away from her clan and his. For at the time their clans had been fighting over land and other foolish things. But that night when the moon rose, they met at this very lake. But unknown to them there was another that lusted for the young clan head, and if she couldn't have him then no one would have them. As the two met and were to run off together, they had been attacked by a hired shinobi. He had killed them both as the woman of the Uchiha clan came out of the shadows looking down at them with her blood-red eyes as the moon was eclipsed. With their dying breath they both promised to come back and find each other, but before that they would get their revenge on the woman who had cursed them to death. That night a wolf arose from his dead body to always run the hillsides and only take a human form during the time when the moon wasn't full. As his body had changed, so did the young woman's form. Hers was a rabbit. They could be seen together running under the moonlight on the hillsides. Sadly, the woman that cursed them to death did not go unpunished, for she was cursed to turn into a beast during the full moon and run and hunt during the full moon. When this happened, her clan had run her out and told her to never come back, for she was a curse upon their clan, and they couldn't have her around to curse them further, for many of their clans men had died the night she first turned from her teeth and claws. She told Hinata, who was now crying for him, the sad tale of lost love, a tragic love story that she even felt she would live, for she had lost the only one she had ever loved. The woman stopped her dance and walked up to Hinata, cupping the girl's face in her left hand, looking into her eyes. "You haven't lost him yet, my dear, for he is of the last of the Namikazes and will take more than one bride. I would rather him be reunited with his lost love than have him with others he would never love. Yes, I know he does love the blonde-haired girl with his heart, as she has become his alpha with all the were-females to join him in this life. But it would be best if you become his second, for if anything ever happened to the other girl, he will need to gentle straight to guide him. She will be his courage and you will be his gentle heart, as another will become his fire to keep fight, as another will come and be his straight and strategy, as there may be another that will be his balance in this life and in the afterlife. But that is if he is able to find her, for she has been lost in time and has been seeking the missing part of her life," she told her with a soft smile. Hinata just nodded her head as the woman took another step closer to Hinata as she closed her eyes, and they both became one. As Hinata slept, her hair lightened into a more navy blue, and she had grown just a little as she had become one with her lost part of her soul. The breeze carried her scent through the air as it danced around Naruto, whose eyes snapped open as he was now shifting into his werefox form and took off running as he could smell Hinata, and she was going to shift on a half moon. He was worried and scared, for he didn't know that could happen. "It appears she has finally awoken," said the werefox as he now took on the form of a man that looked like Naruto but stood taller, and his eyes crystal blue as they looked up at Kurama. "So you finally chose now to show who you truly are?" asked Kurama as he looked at the young man that once was the head of the Namikaze clan. "It is finally time. But I don't know if the memories will be passed to him as it was to her," said the young Namikaze clan head. "Well, I will allow you to have a past mate as his mate. But just remember, the blonde is his alpha female and she has her clansmen backing her, and it would be nothing to kill a little bunny," said Kurama as he didn't really care for this little twist. "Yes, I understand. As I had helped him turn her first, he will need a strong alpha at his side. My past love was too gentle to be a true alpha. She could only be a beta at best for now, for her heart needs to become stronger," said the young Namikaze. Kurama nodded his head as he just watched through Naruto's eyes as the boy ran quickly to his new mate. He was building himself a little harem, and these girls will need to have a backbone, for they will be challenged and tested by others, for if there are other wares out there they will fight for a strong male, as a strong mate always meant strong offspring. Naruto jumped across the rooftop, slipping past ANBU and other shinobi patrolling the village for anything out of place. As he raced to the Hyuga compound, it was strange as he was close to the compound walls, he saw that the night guards had all fallen asleep. This was not right. Something was happening and he needed to find out what. Inside of her bedroom, Hinata thrashed and turned in her sleep as her hair grew down to the ground as long snow-white rabbit ears formed on her head, falling over the side of her bed as a fluffy tail appeared just above her butt. Slowly she shot up with her eyes slapping open as her bedroom window opened and werefox Naruto stepped inside on her room. Her lavender eyes had a slight red tint to them as she looked at him all wide-eyed. "Hinata, calm down. You must even out your breathing before you have a panic attack," said Naruto as he held out a clawed hand out to her. Slowly she reached out for him as the vision of the young Hyuga girl appeared over Hinata as she closed her eyes and took his clawed hand in her own. "Naruto-kun, it hurts so much," cried Hinata as he pulled her into his arms, and on her shoulder was her clan symbol of the flame in a circle. Without thinking, he bit down on her shoulder. This eased her pain as she relaxed into his embrace. Naruto's eyes shot open as the visions of the past flooded his mind as he saw the sad love story of his past life so long ago and how he was betrayed by a friend he called his sister as she wanted him for herself. It felt like flames engulfing her body as he held her and bit down on her. Slowly her body relaxed and cooled in his embrace. Slowly Naruto pulled away from her with a sheepish smile on his face. Inside of him, Kurama was glaring at the young man and woman before him as he had more work to do. Why was he cursed to be trapped within a child of the accursed moon? He just went to work fixing what needed taken care of in the young heiress and grumbled to himself as he hated all this past life BS. "How are you feeling, Hinata-chan?" asked Naruto as he looked at her with worry in his eyes. She softly smiled, looking up at him. "I'm alright, Naruto-kun. Thank you for coming to my rescue," she told him with a soft smile on her face. "Don't worry, Hinata-chan, but we will need to tell your father about this, and I am kind of freaked out that you changed without a full moon," Naruto told her as he couldn't understand what brought this on. But unknown to Naruto, it was the eve of Hinata's 11th birthday, and it was the night she was always destined to awaken her rabbit. Even if Naruto had never awoken his side of his bloodline, with Hinata awakening hers would have forced him to awaken the same night as her. But it was a strange blessing with him being bitten and awakening it a year earlier. The next morning, Hayashi had a massive headache and almost had a heart attack of learning his daughter had awoken a very old bloodline only spoke of in legends of his clan. A scroll he had spent the entire day seeking as he wanted to make sure it was the truth or just a story told to them as children of lost love. End of flashback. The past few years had been very interesting, with now having Hinata as his second bride for when they were old enough to get married and knew what they wanted to do with their future, as for Ino wanted to follow her father's footsteps and become one of the heads of T, and I as Ibiki had grown to like the girl when she would go to work with her father to learn more about her family jutsu and how it could be used to learn about the person's mind and how to fight a strong will to break and bend to her own will. Hinata was learning under Washu on becoming a healer and how to make medications and poisons alongside Ino, for they both were his deadly blossoms. One is fire blossom as his other was his snowflake blossom. From the felling he got from the woman he met the night Hinata turned, there was more to come, and his wasn't sure if he could handle them as he now Ryoko, who changed herself to appear as a teenage girl his own age. She has become his space lily as she was his spirit of battle and chaos that kept him at peace when his soul was crying for battle. Ryoko had taken a liking to Anko as they both has the same wild strike running through them, and they had almost burned the village down several times just from them having a night out on the town. Needless to say, Washu had to keep a tight leash when it came to those two going out and having fun in the village, for no one could handle the two when they partied. But somehow Naruto had stopped them several times. Anko was a little weirded out when she saw the boy's eyes shift from their blue to amber, and he had the air of an alpha hanging all around him. What he said was law, and not even the Hokage could command this type of order out of the two women. "Kurama, do you think I can handle Ryoko?" asked the newly named Kurama as he had finally gained the Bija's trust in learning his name. Kurama opened his crimson eyes as the werefox was laying across from him by the lake. "Yes, she is a free spirit like yourself, and I believe she will do well with one like yourself. She is the straight you will need to go into battle. There will a fire that burns deep within you. She will make the flame burn even brighter," he told the boy as he nodded his head to the Kurama. "Thanks, I needed to hear that. I know there has been something drawing me to Ryoko for a very long time, and I just needed some reassurance that I am doing the right thing in turning her," said Naruto as he felt more at ease at this. "You need another strong mate. Ino is strong-willed and Hinata is gentle at heart, and Ryoko is the will of fire that drives your fighting spirit," said the werefox. Naruto chuckled at the thought of Ryoko as his fighting spirit. For every time they would spar, they went all out to the point that the village could feel the aftershocks of their battles, and Ryoko or Jiraiya, when he was in the village, would have to step in and stop them from destroying the whole village. "Yeah, you're right. I just hope this world can handle a Ryoko," thought Naruto as the two inside of him just nodded their heads as they agreed with the boy. Planet Jurai. Ayaka stood before her parents. "We called you here to inform you that Ryoko left Earth, was thrown through a black hole into another place. One of our ships that had been seeking her out to see if she had anyone of finding Washu and Sasami spotted her being sucked in, and when they tried to follow, the hole closed and they saw eyes just looking at them with a smirk in them," said her father as he was now frowning at the idea that Takumi wouldn't allow them to find their missing child. "Lady Takumi does as she wishes, as she doesn't fall under our laws as a goddess," said Ayaka as she remembered the time she had met the woman. "Yes, I do understand that. But I want to send you to where the goddess rests and beg her to allow you to see your sister. Even if she cannot return here, we must know how she is doing," said her mother as she was worried for her youngest child, even if she knew the girl once she was older would become the goddess Tsunami. "Yes, mother, I will leave as soon as my ship is ready," said Ayaka as she bowed to her parents and auntie, leaving the throne room to take the mission her parents had given her. Back in Konoha, Ryoko sat in Washu's lab looking at her mother as Washu was busy working and looking over files on all 7 wares that ran freely in the village. Washu had the time of her life when she had found out about Hinata and couldn't help giggle at how the girl turned into a werebuddy. Something so sweet and cute. She looked like she couldn't even hurt a fly as she had her first turn during her first full moon, and Washu had all the wares in her lab for their 6-month testing and was shocked when Naruto had brought the girl with him. "So Mom, what do you think I would become as a were?" asked Ryoko as she wondered, as she was always a lone wolf in her past life as a space pirate. Washu stopped putting down her paperwork to look at her daughter for a minute. "To be honest, I'm not sure. You might become a cat or a rabbit, but I don't think that second one would happen. You could be a fox like Naruto, as you are cunning when it comes to battle, but also, I think you might be a wolf for how you used to live your life." She told her daughter, "I was thinking the same thing. Do you think Naruto-kun would still accept me if I become a wolf?" questioned Ryoko, as she was a little worried of him rejecting her, as she had been rejected in the past by someone she had thought she loved, for she had saw him grow up. Washu smiled softly at her daughter as she walked over to the girl before her. "Naruto wouldn't do that to you. He truly does care for you. He wouldn't give you his own curse if he didn't love you, sweetie," she told Ryoko. Ryoko nodded her head, as she knew Naruto was different from Tenchi and any other man she had met in her life. She knew she could trust him with her own life, and he would fight tooth and nail for her and the other girls. He would never turn his back on any of them. "Don't worry about tonight. Naruto will take care of you while you change," said Washu as she looked at her daughter. Ryoko just nodded her head as she stood to leave her mother's lab, for it was almost time for her to meet up with Naruto and the girls, as they would stand by his protection as she goes through her changes, as she was going to become their sister. Ino and Hinata walked to the Uzumaki compound as it was getting closer to time for Ryoko to change. "So how do you feel about having another sister?" asked Ino, as she was wondering about how Hinata felt about being part of this small weird little harem. Hinata looked over at Ino as her eyes showed she was a little worried and sad. "To be sure, I'm not sure, as I am still shocked about the past few years of being a were-rabbit and being his second wife. At first, I was jealous when I found out he was going to marry you, and I was going to lose out on the love I felt for him from the first time I met him. But now I'm alright with sharing him with you. But Ryoko is different than us. She is much older than us and has done a lot more than we have in her life. I worry that she would try to steal Naruto-kun from us. But after getting to know her, I can see the same sadness I had growing up after my mother died, and the sadness Naruto used to have and hid from the world. I think she will be good for him, for we are going to be his family soon and will give him children when we are older, giving him the large family he should have had growing up," she told Ino. Ino nodded her head. "Yeah, I know what you mean. I did feel the same way about her as well. But all the time we spend with her, she is a good person. She was just lost in her past, and this is the future she needs to make her stronger, and she will give us the strength we need to battle and stand strong next to Naruto-kun, for we are now sisters in arms and in this family," she told Hinata as she watched the girl next to her nodded her head. Off in the shadows, a girl with raven locks followed them as he cold gray eyes watched them. "So he has taken another into his little harem," she thought to herself. Before one of the two smelled her in the wind, she vanished back into the shadows she had been stalking them in. "Did you feel that?" asked Hinata as she saw a figure following them with her all-seeing eyes. "Yeah, she has been following us throughout the years. But for what reason I'm not sure," said Ino as she wondered who this girl that followed them was. "I am not sure, but we must be more careful, for she has gotten closer this time. The next time she could attack us, and we don't know if she is that werewolf Naruto-kun has spoken to us once about," said Hinata as she didn't want to tell Naruto about them being followed, for he would be worried and wouldn't allow them to move around the village freely without him or someone always with them. "I know he will freak out and will never leave our sides, and we will be returning to the academy tomorrow to join our class for the final month before we graduate," said Ino, as they didn't want a mother hen boyfriend shadowing them all the time. But unknown to them, Washu had her 2 dolls watching over the girls as they made their way to the compound. They had spotted the strange girl following them and knew this would have to report it to their mistress, as every time they tried to follow the girl she would just vanish into the shadows, always making them wonder if the girl could be of the Nara clan, or another clan that was also able to walk in the shadows. For there was one other clan that was able to use the shadows like the Nara clan, but was believed to have been wiped out during the SWWI. But who could say, as anyone could have gone into hiding, as there was also members of that clan that didn't take part in the war, for they were children or too old to fight. That was something they needed to look into. If someone from the Ankoku clan. Naruto stood up as he was to meet the girls at the gates, as he was going to walk them back to the lake, as Ryoko would be waiting for him at the center of the lake, as she wanted something cool to lay on, as shifted as how the girls told them changing had always been so hot and she just wanted to be comfortable. There before the gate sat Naruto on the wall watching for the girls, as they should be there any minute now. Hinata looked up at the moon, letting out a sigh. Both her and Ino learned to control their shifting, as for they never knew if they would be on missions during a full moon, and they didn't want to scare their future teammates with them shifting into a creature that they might try to kill, and as they fear they would kill them. Ino just sighed as she was still nervous, as they wouldn't know until Ryoko shift. Would they be able to help in any way, or would they be just there in the way? As when they awoke, it was just Naruto alone with them. But this was different, for they had a bloodline that was hidden within them that they knew nothing of, and Ryoko had blood of a goddess running through her, as she had told them stories about Washu. and Sasami is when she met her other aunt Takumi. Hey you two, I was getting worried, said Naruto as he saw the two girls walking up the path to his home. Hey Naruto-kun, said Hinata and Ino as they ran up to him as he opened the gate as he jumped down from the wall and walked up to both the girls running to him. He hugged them both and gave them both a kiss on the cheek as he didn't want to move things too fast for them as he wanted to build a strong base in their relationships. Sorry we were just talking and lost track of time on our way here, said Ino as she was blushing. We're sorry Naruto-kun. Is Ryukachan ready? Asked a worried Hinata. I'm not sure. She wasn't at the lake yet when I was there, said Naruto as he looked at the two girls sheepishly. They both giggled at him as he was acting like a nervous little boy who got his hand caught in the cookie jar. Well, we better hurry and get there before she shows up, said Ino as she took his arm and they took off running to the lake as they shifted in the moonlight into their wereforms. As they got to the lake, Ryoko was walking out of the house. She looked at the two girls standing on both sides of Naruto. They looked so beautiful in the moonlight, they had a haunting beauty to them that transferred over to their human selves as well. Naruto walked up to Ryoko looking into her eyes with love in his. He held out his clawed hand to her. She looked down at his hand as she took it with hers as he led them onto the lake. Fear not Ryukachan. All will be fine, he told her as he could feel her relax just a little. She smiled up at him. I know, I just needed to hear that from you, she told him as she looked up at him once more. He smiled down at her as he opened his jaw and leaned down and bit down on her shoulder. A silent scream escaped her lips as her mouth opened into a silent scream. From the shadows, Washu, Sasami, and Jiraiya watched as a new war was going to be born. Washu had to fight everything within her to not rush out to her daughter who was scared as in pain that needed her this very second. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder as she looked up at him. He shook his head. No, everything will be fine. Don't worry, Naruto and the girls will take care of her, he said as he was worried for the girl as well. He is right, little Washu. We would just get in the way and this could have a bad effect and the girls could attack as they are protecting their mate and future sister, said Sasami as she wanted to rush out there as well. But deep down she knew better. Hirama and the Werefox virus went to work to turn Ryoko and make sure the girl wouldn't be lost to the curse. An hour had passed before Naruto had let go of Ryoko's neck as her hair grew out and turned silver from the lovely cyan color it once was as she shifted into a werewolf. Her beautiful golden eyes glowed even brighter than before as she grinned looking at Naruto. How do you feel, my she-wolf? Asked Naruto as he looked down at his new lover. Ryoko smirked at him. I feel free, like nothing could ever hold me back ever again, she told him with this new feeling rushing through her. She loved it but knew it could overtake her if she didn't control it, and that was something she didn't want. Naruto leaned down and kissed her cheek and led her back to dry land as she ran over to his sister and they took off running through the forest on the Uzumaki land. They played the night away as this was a freeing experience they each loved when they turned. Naruto smiled as he watched them play in the moonlight. But something was bothering him as he could feel something dark watching them from the shadows. Crimson eyes watched from atop a tall tree of those who played in the darkness that once belonged to them. The time would come when they would all die or follow their rule as the true alpha. Morning slowly came as all the girls laid next to the lake sleeping as Naruto as he sat on a tree watching them sleep. A small smile graces his lips. I can stay like this forever, watching them forever, he thought to himself. The sun slowly crept up over the village walls as the girls transformed back to normal. Washu had made them bracelets that released their clothes that was like Ryoko's space battle outfit that covered his skin after that changed back from being in their forms. Washu opened the back door to Naruto's home as she stepped out of the kitchen. She had a large coffee mug in hand. She smiled as she saw Naruto sitting in a tree in a t-shirt and shorts. As he looked down at his three lovely future brides, he had slipped in the house early and changed and brought out blankets to cover up the girls when they had fallen asleep by the lake. So today is the big day, being you ready? Asked Washu as she stood below him. Naruto looked down at Washu from where he sat on the tree branch, a slight smile on his face. Yeah, I think I am, but I don't know how to feel about them not being on my team. But I know it would be more dangerous for myself and them if we are all teamed together, he said as he looked up at the early morning sky as dark blues and baby pinks and orange play across the sky as the sun rises. I know, I'm glad you know that you can't always be around to protect them. Ino's father has requested her to be the next Ino Shikacho team. Hinata is going to be on a tracking team and Ryoko and you are still up in the air. But I have a feeling that you two will be teamed together. But you are not going to be happy with your future teammates, said Washu as she took a drink of her coffee, as she already knew of all the team placements and knew Naruto was going to blow a fuse once he found out. Naruto looked down at her with a frown on his face. I figured I was going to be teamed up with Sasuke and Sakura, but I didn't know I was going to have Ryoko on my team, he said, looked down from the morning sky and down to his mother figure. Washu looked up at him with shock written across her face. How long did you figure that was the team you were going to be on? She asked him. Naruto let out a sigh. Looking at everyone in my class, there is going to be only 3 teams passing. While original the teams were going to be all 3-person teams, but now with Ryoko in the mix, one team was going to be a 4-person team. She doesn't fit into Ino's team as she doesn't do well with capture and interrogation. Then they're going to be Hinata team that is going to be focused solely on tracking, and Ryoko is a pretty good tracker. That isn't her field. Then there is the team I'm going to be on. That is going to be a heavy hitter, frontline team. For that I do question why Sakura is on it. But figure they believe she could become a medic in the future of a genjutsu user. But for now she will be just in the way. Sasuke is a ninjutsu user, and with his bloodline, once it awakens, he will be good in the front lines. Then there is me. I am a seals master, ninjutsu user, taijutsu master in my clan style, kenjutsu master in my mother's style. Then with my father's surprise bloodline along with the Warbite. Then being the hold of the Kurama, I am a chakra battery. I know I forgot a few things, but am still a little tired, for I watched over my girls as they played and slept last night. He said as he let out a sigh and jumped down and stole Wash's coffee from her and drank it quickly before she could take away from him. Hey, that was mine, grumbled Washu as she was pouting at her son. The girls had woken up a while ago listening to Washu and Naruto talk about their future teammates and everything else. They each frowned when they heard the teams they would be on. This is going to be hard with Kiba on my team. I don't know about Shino, but in a way I have a feeling he knows something is up with us, thought Hinata as she slowly pushed up and wrapped her lavender blanket around her shoulders. Daddy did say I was going to have to sit Shikamaru and Choji down and tell them what happened and about our family clan curse, and that Narukun saved me. I guess he'll ask Narukun to help me tell them and our sensei once I get to know who that person is, thought Ino as she sat up with her royal purple blanket wrapped around her shoulders as well, looking up at Naruto. So Naruto-kun and I have to deal with those two. Sasuke I can handle, for it isn't any trouble just throwing him into space if he pisses him off too much. But the fangirl, I don't know if I can deal with her. If I could I would trade her for Ayaka. Okami, that isn't good. If I would rather deal with that annoying woman, thought Ryoko as she wrapped her crimson blanket around her shoulders and leaned her head on Ino's shoulder, yawning softly. Morning, ladies, said Naruto as he gave Washu back her coffee cup. He turned to look at them each with a soft smile on his face. I know you three heard us talk. Yes, Ino, bring the guys over tonight and tell your parents we are having dinner, and even have Choji's and Shikamaru's parents come as well, he told her with a smile. He then looked over at Hinata, smiling. Once you feel safe with them, have them and their family come over for dinner, and you and I will tell them. But only when you feel safe enough if something happens and you shift while on a mission, Naruto told Hinata as he saw her shoulders relax and smile. He looked at Ryoko. No killing the last Uchiha and no killing the fangirl. A career-ending injury in training. That is fine, but that is after she fails to work together and just will not grow up, he told Ryoko with a playful smile. Ryoko grinned and nodded her head and looked over at the other girls. All three girls got up and charged Naruto, jumping on him. But their eyes widened when the Naruto they all sat on was just a shadow clone as it went up in smoke. Naruto jumped down from the tree they all once saw him in. A smirk played across his face. Really, girls? You tried this all night and still haven't been able to get me, and both you, Ino, and Hinata are only having to make 3 shadow clones before feeling sick, as Ryoko is a chakra monster like me and can spam the area with them, and I did. How many clones did you 3 catch last night? He asked them playfully as they all stood back up blushing. All your clones, grumbled Ryoko as she stormed into the house followed by Hinata and Ino. Washu turned to him. You know one day they will get you, she told him with a playful smirk. Naruto looked over at her. I know, but for now I just want to play around and give them a good hunt, he told her as he put his arm around his mother's shoulder, and they wandered back into the house, where they found Sasami making breakfast and all the girls had gone to take a shower and get ready for their big day. Ryoko was the first to come down for breakfast as she now had long hair down to the floor she had in several braids and in a ponytail where it was braided into like a rope, and at the very end of it was what looked like iron ball. But it didn't weigh anything for the seals Naruto had placed on it. Now dressed in a black battle skirt with black skin-tight shorts and black tank top with crimson jacket over it with knee-high shinobi boots with kunai pouch on her right leg and supply pouch filled with sealing scrolls and tools she would need out in the field. She had on long black fingerless gloves with steel plates on the back of the glove, and she had a sword on her back. She was a pretty good kenjutsu mistress, and she used a normal sword made of chakra metal and her energy sword in battle. This always threw everyone off, for they never knew what she was going to do. She was as unpredictable as Naruto, and with those two deck teaming the others at time, it could turn pretty deadly if Jiraiya or Washu didn't step in to stop them. After her was Hinata, who had grown out her hair and now wore it in a braid ponytail wrapping it around her neck. She now wore a black battle kimono with lavender butterflies, and obai with black skin-tight shorts with black knee-high shinobi boots with black fingerless gloves with steel plates on the back with a kunai pouch on her left leg and supply pouch with sealing scrolls and other supplies needed on the field. Twin sickles with chains attached to it hung from her waist. The weapon had another name known as the Dragon's Fang, as the metal was like chakra metal but much more ancient than anything any shinobi had seen, and it was sitting in a storage scroll in the Hyuga clan library until one day Hinata found it as she felt a pull to the scroll and open it, and the weapon had popped out when she unsealed it. There were several scrolls on how to use the weapon, and she had trained with it, making her one of the very few and rare Hyugas to use a weapon beside kunai and shuriken in battle. Along with this weapon, unknown to anyone, Hinata had chains wrapped around her arms under the sleeves of her kimono that she used in battle when she was unable to use her other weapon. They will fly out of the sleeves as if they are pieces of silk, and with the seals Naruto and Jiraiya placed on the chains and Hinata's arms. Her chain are light as a feather and are almost endless and will break off where she wants them to at will, and at the very end of the chain a spike will form from the seals lining each link of the chain. It had taken an army of Naruto shadow clones 1 month to make Hinata a lifetime supply of endless of chains, and all the metal and shinobi shops had been glad for all the business for the girl's unique weapon. Finally, Ino skipped down the stairs in her long royal purple battle skirt with skin-tight shorts, with the skirt having high slits almost all the way up to the hip. She is on a black tank top with a royal purple sleeveless jacket, with her arms wrapped with black bandages, with bandages around her waist as well, and on her hand she had on royal purple gloves with metal plates on the back of the glove, with black knee-high shinobi boots, her long blonde hair held up in a ponytail with braids looping under the ponytail. Just like the other two girls, had taken up a weapon for her family jutsu handy, as it was also left her open when she was using it and couldn't always rely on it in battle. So just like them, she went into her clan's archives and armory to see if she could find anything that pulled to her. She found a scroll with strange daggers that looked like lightning bolts, and, in the scroll, they are called the Legend of Pegasus and are for best used for lighting users. She had checked her affection and turned out she had an odd mix of lighting, water, and finally earth, even though earth was her weakest of her affections. After learning this, she also learned that the daggers were a different type of chakra metal, and she learnt the jutsus listed on the scroll to work with the daggers. Along with the daggers, she found another strange weapon called Kopish, is a sickle sword. It is a combination of short sword with a crescent-shaped blade at the base of the hilt of the sword. As a backup, she had a whip sealed in her wrist tattoo as a backup for you never know. All three girls sat at the table eating breakfast and chatting away while waiting for Naruto to join them before they went back for their first and final day of the Shinobi Academy in the past few years. Slowly coming down the stairs, Naruto looks up to the skylight in the center of the house to the beautiful crystal blue sky that awaits him outside. Coming down the stairs, he had on a long black duster with chakra steel sewn into it on the shoulders and along the back. But it was all sawn into the fabric to no one could see it. Under the duster, he has on a black tank top with his shinobi mesh armor on under the tank top. He has on black cargo pants with many pockets and a kane pouch around his right leg, and his supply pouch with sealing scrolls with all his extra tools. He also had black shinobi boots with black fingerless gloves with steel plates. He had seals all over his clothing, so one didn't know what he had on him at all times. As well, he had several seal tattoos going across his body along with several normal tattoos. He had his shadow clones do on him after they finished his sealing tattoos. On his back, he had black angel wings that took about a month to do. Needless to say, he was sore, for Kurama told him to suck it up, Buttercup, and laughed at the boy. He also had a fox skull with flames coming out of its mouth on his right arm with demon under it. He also kept the spiked collar he wore at Halloween as a joke, as it mean it will always be caged until he is able to break his bonds and be free. For he still had to hide who he was from the world. "About time you got down here, princess," said Jiraiya as he was walking into the dining room from the kitchen with a cup of coffee. "When did you get here, Rosanin?" asked Naruto, as last he knew the man was still out of the village on a mission. Jiraiya smirked. "I just got back 20 minutes ago, and I wanted to be here for your first and last day back at the academy. Yes, I will be taking pictures," he said as he looked over at the girls who just blushed at him. They are grateful for the bracelets they wore to clothe them when they changed back, for they didn't need him seeing them naked. Naruto nodded his head to this. "All right," he said, and walked over to the table and took his seat where Sasami had placed a plate down for him. "Thank you, Nichan," he told her. Sasami smiled. "You're welcome, Naruchan. Just go out there and make me proud. He'll look forward to seeking you at the tower for your missions," she told him as she kissed his cheek and vanished back into the kitchen to pack their lunches and leave for the Hokage Tower. Her new role was going to begin, and she needed to be ready for what is going to come their way. All her students could give all the current Jonin a run for their money, and she wouldn't mind putting it to a test. But there was one thing her kids lack, and that was on the field experience. So the Chunin exams would be their unveiling to the world. She had already entered talks with all the major villages to send teams for the exams that will be happening in 8 months. So this gave them the time they need to give the field experience they needed and prove that the academy needs to be changed to what she and the others had thought all those kids. Naruto finished eating and looked at the clock. "Ladies, it's time we headed out, for everyone will be waiting for us," he told them as they all nodded their heads to him. They stood up and took their dishes to the kitchen and washed them and gathered their things and left to the academy. Along their way to the academy, they met up with their friends along the way, and shockingly 2 years back Sasuke had finally joined them, as he had finally gotten into the right headspace and caught up quickly to the others as they are 2 years ahead of them. He joined them as they walked to the academy as Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino stood at the gates with all their awaiting family. Naruto shook his head as Jiraiya and Washu had already beat them there and were taking pictures and having fun teasing all the kids. Sasuke's little fan club stood off in the shadows just watching him as he stood with Naruto just talking. The boy had changed a lot in the 2 years since he had left the academy. His hair was now in a long ponytail with his right eye covered by his bangs. He had on a royal blue skin-tight shirt with shinobi mesh under it and cargo pants with a kane pouch on his right leg and shinobi boots. A double belts hung on his waist as 2 supply pouches hung from them as a sword was strapped to his back. Finishing everything off was the black fingerless gloves and sunglasses he had on to hide his eyes from everyone, as he didn't feel like looking at people at time. "So guys, ready for today?" asked Naruto as he grinned at his friends and loves. "Hell yeah," Let's light a fire under their lazy asses," cheered Ryoko as she jumped around Naruto's shoulders, hanging on his back as Ino was on his left and Hinata was on his right as they walked into the academy. Wash's little dolls followed them and his Ryo-Oki rod on Ryoko's shoulder as Naruto carried her on his shoulders, and the others followed behind the blonde and his mates. Iruka sat in his classroom awaiting his missing students for the past 4 years. Well, 2 for Sasuke, but 4 for the others. He didn't know what he was getting with these rookie 9, as all their skill were unknown to the scared man as he looked over their files to see a lot of it blacked out and a lot of it marked as classified, leaving him to wonder what the hell Washu-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and last Sasami-sama had taught them all. There was a knock at his classroom door as he stood up and everyone stopped talking, looking over at the door, for everyone knew the clan heirs returned today. Sakura wore a skin-tight red dress with a padded push-up bra with tight shorts to make her ass pop out, in hopes that Sasuke would look at her, or if he didn't, maybe one of the other clan heirs would check her out. But what made her eyes bug out was one blonde male with a silver hair woman hanging on him, with she knew was Ino on his left and Hinata on his right. He had gotten hot. He looked like a copy of the 4th Hokage but sexier. She was drooling and Ino and Hinata caught her staring at their mate and both growled at her. This scared Sakura as she didn't know what to think about this. "Alright guys, take any open spots you can find," said Iruka as he looked at his old students, proud of how much they had changed and grown through the years. Yeah, he had seen them in the village and also seen Naruto and the boys leading the ANBU on a chase throughout the village over pranks and other things. But boy, they all didn't look like how he remembered. That was for sure. Naruto nodded his head and moved up to the very top of the classroom where it was pretty much empty, and all the others followed suit. Iruka and Mizuki noticed this as Naruto was the leader of the group and the Uchiha heir was allowing this and following him without putting up a fight. What in the hell has happened? Iruka asked himself mentally as he just went back to doing his roll call. So the demon has them all under his control. Lord Orochimaru told me he wants the demon brat along with Sasuke-kun. But how am I going to get them? Wondered Mizuki to himself as he watched the rookie 9. Alright class, as you see, all the clan heirs have returned to take the final exam with each of you to become genin of our village, said Iruka as he looked at everyone with a smile. The exam will be over the basics written exam, Taijutsu, and lastly the graduation jutsus. He told them as whispers could be heard in the room as everyone kept looking over their shoulders at all the missing clan heirs and at the leader of the group. Iruka looked at Naruto a little nervously. "Naruto, I do have one question for you," he said. "What it is, Uruk-sensei?" asked Naruto as he smiled at his old teacher as Ryo-Oki sat on his head now napping. "Have you gotten your bloodline under control?" asked Iruka as he remembered the main reason for Naruto leaving was the poison ivy bloodline. Naruto smirked at his sensei. "Yeah, I got that under control a long time ago," he said. Iruka looked at him owlishly. "Then why didn't you return back to the academy if it was safe for you and the others?" he asked, feeling stupid. "Simple. I was learning things with Washibachin, Hirosanin, and Sasaminichin that you don't even bother teaching us here. Like for one, I am a seal master. In fact, I am a higher range of a seal master than Hirosanin," said Naruto with a smirk. "Yeah, whatever. Whoever this Hirosanin is must be a loser," said Sakura. She didn't like the fact she was being ignored by all the heirs. They just looked at her with disgust. It was Ryoko's turn to smirk. "So you are calling Jiraiya of the Sanin a loser?" she asked the Pinkette. Sakura just paled at this fact and turned away from them and didn't say anything else. "I see. What else did you learn?" asked Iruka. "We learned weapons, like Kenjutsu for example, and others, tree and water walking, survival, ninjutsus, medical jutsus, poisons, and so on," said Ryoko as she felt like answering. Both Iruka and Mizuki both looked shocked at them. "Hey Ryoko, you forgot to tell them we also learned sealing, that Naruto wasn't the only one to learn that old art," said Kiba as he was grinning now. "Troublesome. We are not at the same level as Naruto as he can spam shadow clones to learn with, as we can only make 1 or 2 and can only use 1 shadow clone to train with," said Shikamaru as he gave a lazy smirk. This had Iruka sputtering in shock. "You know shadow clones?" he asked them. "Yeah, but we just learned them about 6 months ago, for we had to raise our chakra reserves to even try to even make 1, said Choji as he wasn't snacking for once. Iruka looked at Naruto. "How many are you able to make? Is how they talk you can make about 10 or so," he asked. Naruto grinned. "I can make over 3,000 shadow clones before I feel my chakra even drop," he said as if it was no big deal. Iruka passed out at this. Hinata and Ino looked at Naruto and glared at him as they both went down and checked out Iruka to make sure he didn't die. Naruto looked at his 2 mates. "What, I didn't do anything wrong? I was just answering him honestly. What, did you want me to lie and say 300? he asked them. "Yes, that would have been better," hissed out Ino as her eyes flashed yellow and looked down at the down teacher that was now slowly coming to. "Are you alright, Uruke-sensei?" asked Hinata as she smiled down at him. Iruka smiled back up at her. "Yes, thank you both Hinata and Ino for making sure I am alright," he told the 2 girls as they returned to their seats. "Alright class, let's get this exam over and done with," said Iruka as Mizuki handed out the exams. He placed a genjutsu on Naruto's, who just rolled his eyes and broke it as Ryo-Oki woke up and hissed at the silver hair man, who just glared back at her. They each finished the exam in 5 minutes and gave it to Iruka to grade, as this part was set aside for 45 minutes. "Alright, you 9 have 40 minutes of free time, but please don't be too loud as the others are still taking the exam," he told them as they nodded their heads. Mizuki was mad as Naruto and the others got perfect 100 on the exams. He would have to find himself a scapegoat, and the demon and his slaves are proving to be harder to entrap. Maybe one of the fangirls would work. His eyes looked around the room as he looked at one Pinkette and another girl with green hair. They could work, he thought to himself as he grinned. Time had gone by and the Rookie 9 sat in their little group talking and going over their little game plan. They didn't want to give up too much of their skills to their senseis, for they couldn't trust Mizuki as he had the smell of snakes on him, and they met Anko. And the snake mistress had stressed she would never touch Mizuki even if he was the last man on earth. She would switch teams and if she was the last woman. There was always toys. So what are we going to do about Mizuki? He has been trying to place us all under genjutsu since we go here or our exams, asked Ino as she was getting annoyed by this. Naruto smirked. Well, it is a full moon tonight, we could always go hunting. He joked as the others looked at him confused, as only Shikamaru has a strange knowing look in his eyes. Come on, stop joking around, said Kiba as he didn't want to deal with the silver hair man anymore. We treated how Ibiki had shown us. We are now doing T&I mind game number 9, said Naruto as they all nodded their heads. They would be using clones and shadow clones to mess with the man's head, and how Naruto and the girls could make more. They would do more of the work with confusing the man. Why don't we just make it simple and you just tap him with your built-in truth serum, asked Shino as he didn't want to do T&I mind game number 9. They had retired several good ANBU that day and scared several prisoners straight for life. Naruto pouted at him. But I wanted to have a little fun with him before we gift-wrapped him for Anko and Ibiki. He whined. I agree with Shino. Several of those ANBU now Jonin still jump when they see me and am sweet and innocent, pouted Hinata as she didn't like freaking people out too much. Fine, you win, pouted Naruto as he glared at Mizuki. He'll get him during the taijutsu, but I am going to add in that new hallucination poison I have been working on, he told them. They all agreed. They didn't know what the poison did, but this would be fun to see. Don't you want to give them a heads up about that new poison you're going to give that monkey, asked Kurama from outside of his cage. No, I want to shock them. It will be fun, said Naruto with a devilish grin on his face. Dull One got a photo of that smirk that went right away to Washu, who was looking at all the photos and making copies for all the parents of all the kids as they took pics of all the kids as well. Oh well, something is about to go down, said Washu as she looks over at Sasami, who was doing paperwork, and Sarutobi was sitting in front of his old desk looking over Washu's shoulder at all the photos that had been sent in. Yes, it appears Naruto-kun is going to be making someone pay for something, said Sarutobi as he remembered that grin all too well. Alright class, let's go outside to the taijutsu ring, called Iruka as everyone got up and went outside. Mizuki waited to be last to leave, waking alongside Naruto, who brushed his fingers on Mizuki's arm, just giving the man a smile and running off. What is up with that demon? What, isn't he happy with those whores that hang off of him that he wants to have men too? Mizuki wondered to himself. Naruto caught up to the others. Alright, I'm done. Now we just have to wait, he told them as they nodded their heads. Outside, Naruto jumped into a tree as the others gathered around it. He watched as Mizuki sway a little and place his hand on his head as if he was having a dizzy spell. Iruka looks over at his friend. Are you alright, Mizuki? He asks him. Mizuki looks over at Iruka and could have sworn he saw a snake slither across the man's face. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's get started, he tells him. Iruka just nodded his head and looks at all the kids. Who wants to go first? He asks them. He'll go first, said Naruto with a grin, as he saw that it was already taking effect and knew it was now or never. Alright, Naruto versus Mizuki, said Iruka as he stood in the middle of the ring with the two bowing to each other. Alright, start, said Iruka, jumping out of the way. Naruto smirked as he just stood there watching Mizuki. As Mizuki saw Naruto's eyes change to amber and his teeth grow with claws growing as well. The only thing Naruto had done was just change his eye color to fuck with the man. What's wrong, Mizuki-sensei? Don't you want to fight me? He asked. Mizuki growled and ran at the boy. Like him scared of a demon like you, he tells Naruto as Iruka grows stiff at the comment. Naruto just nods his head and sidesteps that charging man and smacks him in the back of the head. While something is freaking you out, for you are sweating pretty heavy there, sensei, Naruto points out with a huge grin on his face. Anyone would sweat dealing with you, demon. But I have my orders from Lord Orochimaru to bring you and Sasuke-kun to him in the Forbidden Scroll, said Mizuki as he jumps at Naruto, setting himself up for an axe kick. Naruto's eyes narrow as he spins around as his heel meets with Mizuki's jaw as a creak is heard and the man is sent flying into the tree Naruto once sat in. Naruto looks over at Iruka. I need to take him to Ibiki if you don't mind, he said as he walks over to the knocked out form of Mizuki, picking up the man and throwing him over his shoulder and vanishing in a golden flash. This was the first time since his father was the yellow flash seen in the village. Ibiki sat in his office drinking his coffee, looking over some paperwork. It had been a very slow day for him, and he wanted something to do. Little did he know Naruto would be giving him something to do. Just then there is a knock at his door. Ibiki looks up from his paperwork. It's open, he calls out. In steps Naruto with Mizuki on his shoulder. What do you want, brat, and what's up with the knocked out Chunin? Asked Ibiki. Naruto smirked. He was screwing with mine and the others' exams by putting a genjutsu on them. So I wanted to do T&I mind games number 9 on him. but it was void on me. So I got him with my truth serum and new hallucination poison, and he should be feeling it all for a few hours and should be waking up soon too. But why I bring him here is, he told me he was going to kidnap me and team for the snake pedo and steal the forbidden scroll as well. He told Ibuki, well, dump him in room 5 and tell Anko the snake pedo has a puppet in room 5 and he'll be joining her, said Ibuki as Naruto nodded his head and dumped off Mizuki and found Anko in the hallway heading to the break room. Hey brat, what are you doing here? Asked Anko as she smiled at Naruto. Naruto grins at her. I got you and Ibuki a present, he told her. Arching a brow, she looks at him. What did you get us? She asked him. The latest puppet from the snake pedo. He is in room 5 and Ibuki will be joining you. He has been dosed with my truth serum, so he is good to go, said Naruto as he saw the evil smirk on Anko's face. Thanks Brett. Here, I thought you forgot my birthday, said Naruto as she hugged him and ran off to her new toy of the day. No one was going to be sleeping tonight from the screaming coming from T and I tonight. Academy. Uruka had found another teacher to help him finish the taijutsu part of the exam when Naruto had returned. So what have I missed? Asked Naruto as he looked around. Nothing much. Just injured 3 teachers and all the fangirls suck, said Ryoko as she was now bored. That sucks, said Naruto as he looked around to 3 men laying on the floor crying and Ino and Hinata healing them. There was a man in green spandex fighting Kiba right now and he was putting up a good fight. Naruto knew this man, it was Might Guy, the beautiful green beast of Konoha. Also pretty much the only sensei that can handle fighting against them all. When the man wasn't with his Genin team or on missions, he was at Naruto's working with the kids on their taijutsu with one of his students that Washu loved working on. For the boy had little to no chakra. Well, that was not until she was done with him, and now he was a beast with chakra and a ninjutsu along with taijutsu. But he likes everyone to believe he just only taijutsu until he breaks out the big guns and freaks them all out. Naruto sidestepped as Kiba came flying and he pulled Ryoko out of the way as Kiba landed where she was once standing. Your flame of youth still burns bright, young Kiba, said Guy as he grinned at the boy. Yeah, whatever, he'll get you next time, grumbled Kiba as he stood up and walked over to his friends as he was the last one to fight. Alright everyone, you did well today and now back inside, said Uruka as he turned to Guy. Thank you, Gason, for aiding me today in the exams, he said with a bow. It was no trouble at all, Uruka-kun. I just wish I was able to fight Naruto, but I was glad I was passing by when the girls saw me and asked me to help you, said Guy with a huge grin on his face. Sorry Gason-say, I had to drop off a traitor to Ibuki and Ankachan, said Naruto as he walked up to Guy and smiled at the man. That is alright Naruto-kun. He'll be over tonight for our evening match, said Guy. Alright, I look forward. But we can't fight all night for I have plans later in the evening, said Naruto as he shook hands with Guy. See you then, said Guy as he ran off to catch up to his Genin team who was doing a few drank missions this day as there was no cranks for them. They returned into the classroom and Naruto and his group sat together. Several fangirls watched Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, why don't you come sit with us, said Sakura as she was sitting with a girl with green hair. Sasuke looked at her and the other girl as they had hearts in their eyes. No, now leave me alone. I do not want girls that play ninja. I want really shinobi as a girlfriend, he told them and looked away. Unknown to his friends, he had gone on a date with Tenten a few times as she didn't know if she liked him or Neji and he wanted to know if he liked her as well. So they figure they try to date and see if they have feelings for each other. If they don't, they could stay as friends. His fangirls looked on with shock. But Sasuke-kun, don't you like girls with long hair and look like dolls and princesses? Asked a girl with black hair. No, I like girls that can fight and take care of themselves and not have to wait on my ass to save them, Sasuke told them as they began to cry. All they did was for nothing. Also, all that dieting you're doing is useless as you're making yourself weaker and you look sickly and gross. That was the final nail in the coffin. Naruto was laughing and all the girls were crying. I'm so glad you're dating Tenten, said Ino as she grinned at Sasuke who paled. He looked at her with narrow eyes. Who told you? He asked. Hinata smirked. We saw you two last night kissing, she told him as all the guys looked at Sasuke in shock. Damn, I lost the bet, whined Kiba as he pulled out $20 and paid Naruto. Sasuke looked a little confused. What bet? He asked. I bet Naruto that you would come out to him and try to kiss him this month, said Kiba as Sasuke jumped from his chair trying to kill the dog boy before him. Naruto pulled Sasuke off of Kiba. That's enough. You can't blame him for thinking you're gay for you don't look at the girls and ignore all the fangirls, he said as he uses his chains to hold Sasuke down. Sasuke glares at him. I don't look at the girls for they are with you and the fangirls are weak and ugly and useless, so I will not be wasting my time on them. I have been talking to only the girls that are shinobi or healthy looking, he says as he looks at the bony girls trying to get him to look at him. Dear Kami, eat some food, yelled Sasuke as he didn't like how skinny they are. Okay, settle down, said Uruka as he walked into the classroom to see all the fangirls crying and hearing Sasuke telling them to eat. Uruka had vanished into another room and had gone through all the civilian kids before returning back and think about calling the heirs as he wanted to leave them for last. Many of the fangirls didn't pass and just left in tears as they learned that their prince didn't like them the way they looked and found them gross. If they wanted to try for him again, they would have to gain some weight and work their asses off to become shinobi to catch his eye as a future girl and maybe wife. Shino, called Iruka. Shino got up and left, and it went like that for the next 30 minutes until it was just Naruto and Ino left waiting for their turns. He called Naruto next. Naruto went into the room and there was Iruka and a random teacher sitting there just glaring at him. "Alright Naruto, you need to do the 3. Clone, hedge, and replacement," said Iruka. "Hey Iruka, is it alright I do shadow clone? For my clones are still not that good and I was told if I asked you would allow it," asked Naruto. "Yeah, that's fine Naruto," said Iruka as the other teacher just laughed at the idea that the beast could do a jutsu that most shonen had issues with. With a nod, Naruto made the ram sign and a 3 shadow clone appeared next to him. One hedge into the 3rd Hokage, the other into the 4th Hokage, and the final one into his mother. Then he replaced himself with Iruka. "Very well done Naruto, you passed," said Iruka as he pointed to all the headbands and all calls before him. Naruto took a black one and walked out of the room after saying thank you and sending Ino, who returned shortly after with a purple headband. Iruka came out of the room. "Alright, for those of you who had passed, be back here tomorrow for team placement at 11 a.m., he told them as they all left. They walk out of the academy and head off to the village. Ino walked up to Shikamaru and Choji. They look over at her. "What's up Ino?" asks Choji as he smiles at her. She smiles at him. "Well, I already know we are going to be set as a team tomorrow and I want us to have dinner tonight with our families at Narukan's house, as we both have something to tell you guys," she says as she looks a little nervous at her childhood friends. "Troublesome." "Yeah, we'll be there Ino, so stop worrying so much," said Shikamaru with a sigh as he knows something has been up with Ino since we was 11 years old. "Thanks," said Ino as she ran off to go tell her parents and go and help make dinner for everyone. Naruto was getting pretty good at cooking, for Sasami had made sure he could cook, for he would one day need to make meals for his pregnant wives. Uzumaki Estate. It was about 5:30 and Naruto and Guy stood outside in the back in his private training ground. "So Naruto-kun, you have gotten better in your family's fighting style, but I think it would be interesting to see you mix both your mother's and father's styles," said Guy as he grinned at the boy. "Yeah, I have been trying that, but there is just one move that I keep getting stuck on," said Naruto as now Guy was looking at him with wonder. "What move would that be?" asked Guy as he walked over to Naruto. "It's the Thunder Fist. I keep trying to mix it with the Whirling Strike, where I shift from an uppercut to a spinning backhand, but it is proving to be a little harder than I believe it would be," said Naruto. Guy grinned at him. "Why don't you try the Whirling Strike with the Lightning Strike? That kick is fast and would work well with that move," he suggested. Naruto stood there for a few seconds thinking it over and his eyes light up. "I think you're right. He'll have to try that in our next spar," he told the man standing before him. "We could try it right now," said Guy with a huge grin on his face. "No you don't you two," came a voice from behind them. There stood Ino with a wooden spoon in her crossed arms. "We have plans for tonight and dinner is in 30 minutes and you need to shower and change Naruto," she told him. Naruto had a sheepish grin on his face. "Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry Inachin," he said as he looked back over at Guy. "I'm sorry Gaizensei. We will have to pick this up another day," he told the man standing before him. "That is fine Naruto-kun. You do not want to keep a lovely flower like Inachin waiting. We can always try this tomorrow if my team doesn't have a crank mission," said Guy as he grinned and bowed to Ino. "Have a wonderful night Inachin." With that, Guy was gone and Naruto was walking up to his girlfriend. "Now hurry up and shower. Mom and Dad are already here and the others should be here shortly," said Ino as Naruto nodded his head and ran into the house and past his future in-laws as he waved to them and vanished up the stairs as his shadow clone helped Ino in the kitchen. Usagi looks over at Ino with a soft smile on her face. "It appears you are able to keep your alpha-kun under control," she said with a soft giggle. Ino looks up to her mother with a soft smile. "Yeah, but we both know it's him allowing me, for he could just ignore more and kept his training with Gaizensei," she told her mother with a knowing look in her eyes. "Yes, I know. He could be like your father and his friends," said Usagi with a tried sigh. Inoichi comes walking into the kitchen with Yoshino and Chichai following behind him. "Dear, they have all arrived and the ladies are wanting to help," he told his wife as he knew the look in her eyes and he knew something was up. "Hello ladies," said Usagi as she smiled at her friends. "Hello Usagi," said Yoshino and Chichai as one. Ino comes up behind both older women. "Hello Auntie Yoshino and Auntie Chichai," she told them as she smiles as she held a tray with sake bottles and small cups, for she knew her father was going to need a strong drink for what was going to be shared with her future teammates and her friends. Naruto came walking down the stairs wearing a black bottom-down shirt with black pants and black boots. He smiles at all the fathers sitting in the living room talking and drinking sake. "Hello Inoichi, Shikaku-san, and Chaze-san. Hey Shika and Choji," he told everyone as he walked around the corner where his father had his private bar and pulled out a bottle of sake from the yuzu. "Here, I believe you would enjoy this bottle of whirling sake," he told them, opening the bottle and severing it to the older men. The 3 men looked at the sake that was served to them. It was a crimson color and it appeared to have a whirlpool in the center of their sake cups. Shikaku arches a brow to the drink and looks up at the young blonde. "I have never seen a sake like this," said Shikaku as he didn't know what to think about it. Naruto smirked. "I found a ton of scrolls with this sake in it. It had a note stating it was from Uzu and my grandfather's favorite. So I guess my great-auntie Mito had it stockpiled here and then Mom had a lot here too," he said as he smiled and turned to his friends. "Do you guys want anything to drink?" He asked them. Nah, I'm fine, said Shikamaru as Choji shook his head no as well. Alright, said Naruto as he vanished into the kitchen to help the ladies. So why are we here for dinner? Asked Shikaku as he looked at Inoichi with a questioning look as all three men got their asses handed to them from the sake. Coughing, Inoichi looks up to as one of his best friends and teammates. It's something Ino and Naruto wants to talk to everyone about, for they already know that Ino is going to be teamed with Shikamaru and Choji. He told them. Shikamaru and Choji just look at each other into the kitchen where the blonde had vanished into. What is going on? Something odd has been happening between Ino and Naruto since we began training together as well shortly after Hinata began acting like them as well and then that Ryoko girl. But she has been weird since we met her. He thought to himself. The kids have been acting strange for a while and now Ino has something she needs to tell us as a whole and needs Naruto's help. The girl has always been outspoken on her own without needing anyone to back her, thought Shikaku as he looks to his son who was studying the blonde that had vanished into the kitchen with the ladies. As Naruto walks into the kitchen all the ladies stop talking and look at him. Well, don't you clean up nicely, said Usagi as she smiles at her future son-in-law. Naruto blushes. Thank you. Ino and the girls went shopping for me and made sure I had everything I needed, he said as he smiles over at Ino. Well, I need you to look good as I hang off your arm as we go out on dates, teased Ino with a grin. The other mothers giggled at this. Well, it appears we are going to have to send you shopping for our sons, said Chichai as she smiles. Ino's eyes light up. I will do it. I don't have the stuff they like to wear, said Ino as she looks to the living room to her prey. Naruto cleared his throat as Ino's eyes softly shifted to Amber as she was lost in her thoughts. With him doing this pulled her back, and her eyes returned to their lovely pale teal color. She smiled at him sheepishly as she allowed her to take control for a brief second. He shook his head and walked over to the oven and pulled out the roast he had been cooking all day for the dinner. It was a recipe he had found in his father's clan estate and wanted to make it for everyone as it was a meat dinner, as it had beef roast with a mushroom gravy with homemade mash, potatoes and then walnut strawberry spinach salad to make Ino happy with stuffed mushrooms and bacon-wrapped asparagus. He made 3 clones without a hand signs and had them set the table as the ladies watched with awe. The boy was going to take care of Ino, Hinata, and Ryoko when they got married. If anything they saw now was any indications of what he could do in the kitchen. Well, ladies, dinner is ready if you would like to take a seat in the dining room just through that archway as I have one of my clones get the guys and lead them to you, said Naruto as Ino smiled and kissed him on the cheek. I'm so spoiled with you, Narukan, said Ino as she ran off with her mother and the other ladies. It appears I will have to have my son learn how to take care of his future wife from Naruto, said Yoshino as she walked out of the kitchen with the others. Naruto just chuckled as Sasami had made all the guys learn normal life skills as how she put it, one day you will get married and your wife will be pregnant, and you will need to take care of her while you are in the village. So you will learn how to cook and clean. Every time he thinks about her works he just chuckles. Everyone took their seats and everyone severed themselves and dinner was quiet for several minutes as everyone ate. Wow, everything takes wonderful Inachin, said Inoichi as he praised his daughter for cooking dinner. Ino grinned. Daddy, Naruto was the one that made dinner. I just made the sides for him with Mama's help, she told her father as he looked over at Naruto with shock in his eyes as said blonde was busy eating and enjoying the meat he cooked. Yes, Sasaminichin made sure we all knew how to cook and what I made is a recipe I found at my dad's, said Naruto as he smiled at everyone. Halfway through the meal Shikamaru was growing impatient at what Ino needed to talk to them about and voiced it. Troublesome. Ino, what is going on? I know you are scared to tell about something and are using Naruto as a security blanket, he said as he looked at the 2 blondes sitting next to each other. Naruto chuckled. Well, Ino is scared after she tells you something. That you two will reject her and will not want anything to do with her and me as well, he told them as he looked down at his plate of food before looking back up at them. Shikamaru let out a sigh. I didn't freak out when I figured out your secret of being the jailer of the Kyuubi and how you space out at times. I know you are talking to it, he said, so whatever it is, I don't think we will freak out over it. Leave it to you to figure out one of my little secrets, said Naruto as he is grinning at the raven hair boy that is sitting across from him. What is it? Asked Choji as he wanted to know now as well. Inoichi looked to his wife and took her hand squeezing it. Shikaku noticed this. Something was wrong for her parents to be worrying so much. It is a rare bloodline limit that was found in several clans, said Washu as all forgot about the pinkette for she has been quiet for once in her life. As Jiraiya sat next to her, Sasami wasn't there for she had some things to handle at the Hokage Tower. Why type of bloodline limit? Questioned Choza as he looked at the pinkette. It is one that allows the person to turn into a beast, a werewolf-like creature, said Naruto as he looked at everyone. Choza chuckled. Like what you were for Halloween so long ago, he asked the boy with laughter in his eyes. Naruto nodded his head as unbuttoned his shirt and removed it and slipped off his boots quickly as he shifted into his animalistic humanoid form. He towered over everyone at over 8 feet tall as his eyes glowed an amber color. This is the Genjutsu. It is a bloodline my father has been hiding from everyone for it was a curse that was passed down to us from an ancestor so long ago, he said as he saw that the men and women tried breaking it. Hinachan suffers from a curse like this, for a foolish old man didn't know how to keep his mouth shut and piss off an old gypsy, said Naruto as he looked at Ino, who now was in her werecap from as she looked at everyone with fear in her eyes as she looked like she was ready to begin to cry. Troublesome blondes. It makes sense now, how you two are always acting like an alpha and an alpha beta. Also it explains why you and Ino are getting married, for I have a feeling you're the reason she didn't lose herself. For all the stories, the person is lost to the beast, said Shikamaru as all eyes are on him. Naruto chuckled at them. Right again, with the cube I sealed within me. He changed the virus and made it to the point I am still myself. But also, I was also bitten by a werewolf that night so many years ago. So who's to say if I would have ever awoken this bloodline? He told them as he looked away and shifted back to his human form and put his shirt back on. He was glad the seals on the pants held out this time around, for it was getting expensive buy clothes every time he lost himself to his primal anger. Would you were bitten by a werewolf in the forest of death? Questioned Chichai as she looked shocked at this new information. Yeah, it bite me before it died, said Naruto, but his eyes hardened. But there is another one in the village and I still haven't met him and am not looking forward to the day. For they want the title of Alpha and it was pasted to me when I was marked, he said as he sat back down after helping Ino back into her chair. Troublesome. Why were we not told about this? Asked Shikaku as he looked at Washu and Jiraiya. Would you have believed us if we told you a werewolf was running around the village? Asked Jiraiya as he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes at the man that sat down the table from him. Shikaku let out a sigh. All right, you made your point, but my only question is, how many are like Naruto and Ino? He asked them. For now we are just telling you about them, for the others are still scared to let others know about them, said Washu. But classic Ryoko, she came into the dining room and grinned at everyone. Him a werewolf, she told them, and then walked out of the dining room laughing as she went out for the night with Anko. All eyes went to Washu and then to Naruto. Naruto just sighed. Yes, she is one, but that is the only one we are going to tell you about until the others are ready to come out. He said as he hoped if he said more than one that wouldn't push. They just nodded their heads to this. We will just treat it like a bloodline limit like Washu-sama has said it to be, said Inoichi now that he could speak as he was also scared about coming out about it. Troublesome. Inoichi, you know you could have always told us, said Shikaku as he looks at his friend with a soft smile. Inoichi looks down at his hands. I know, but it was a curse we lived with for so long and we hoped it would have ended with me, for I wasn't affected by it when it turned 12, he said as he looked up teary-eyed at everyone. They just nodded their heads. So this is why we are having dinner tonight together, so the children could come out and tell us, before something went wrong on a mission out of the village, asked Yoshino as she looked at Naruto and Ino. Both teens nod their heads to this. I didn't want to scare the boys, said Ino as she looks away still feeling a little scared. Oh sweetie, you are still sweet little Ino we all know and love, said Chichai as she smiles at the girl. Thank you, said Ino as she looks up at everyone with a teary smile. This will be fun to go thought about with the senseis we get and teammates, said Naruto, not looking forward, letting Sakura know his secret. His head drops as it hit the table. What's wrong, Naruto? Asked Uzagi as she looked at the boy. I am not looking forward to telling Sakura or whoever my future sensei is going to be, said Naruto as he looked up. So you're not worried about telling the Uchiha? Asked Choza. Nah, he seems like he would expect it better and move on from the shock. Sakura will treat me like a wild beast and will want my head on stick, said Naruto as the others nodding their heads. The others just nodded in agreement to this statement. Yeah, it sucks you're stuck with her, Naruto-kun, said Ino as she hugged him. The others looked at her. You already know what teams we are all going to be on, asked Choji a little shocked. Well yeah, if you think about it. Only 3 teams are going to pass. A tracking team that will be made up of Hinatachi, Shino, and Kiba and Akamaru. Then we will have an integration and information gathering team. That will be your team in the next generation of the Ino Shikacho. Then finally we will have a frontlines heavy hitter team that will be mine, that will have 4 members of myself, Sasuke, Ryoko, and finally Sakura. Why I only figured is because she is the daughter of a councilwoman and Sasuke and I are the only male heirs of our clans, and her mother somehow worked it to the point that she would be on our team to try and land herself a husband out of one of us, said Naruto as he grinned. Washu grinned. The reason I was given for Sakura for being on your team is that she was the top kunoichi of the year, she told them as Ino scoffed at the idea of Sakura being a true kunoichi. Yeah right, she must have greased some hands to get that title. But I don't think it was Urukei-sensei. I think more his teacher's aide, said Ino as she crossed her arms annoyed. You might be right, for I have heard he is in the pockets of several wealthy families, said Choza as he looked at the others. What? He questioned. They say I'm bad with gossip, but it appears Chazakan has me beat, teased Uzagi as she smiled at the large man. The large man just blushed at the childhood nickname that Uzagi gave him so long ago for all the gossip he would find out before her. Well, he has become a plaything for Anko and Ibiki as he is working for the snake, said Naruto as he took a bite out of his food. All eyes are on him. When did that happen? Asked Choza as he hadn't heard about that yet. Inoichi let out a sigh. It happened the day the kids went back for their first and final day of the academy. I am surprised Choji didn't tell you about it, he told him. All eyes are on Choji now. Well, I forgot, and I was more excited about the dinner tonight. he said with a sheepish grin on his face. Everyone just laughed at the boy as they knew he was looking forward to a dinner being cooked by Sasami or Naruto. For he would make lunch for everyone when Sasami was busy with teaching or something else that she wouldn't be able to cook for anyone. Well, we should call it a night, for it is late and you lot still have to go to the academy to meet with your teammates and your senseis, said Washu as she was looking at the clock wondering if her wayward daughter would be home soon. For it was the final night of the full moon and Hinata would be there soon to run the woods. She didn't want anyone knowing just yet. But fate wouldn't work well for the young heirs. There was a knock on the door. As Naruto quickly got up as he could smell Hinata and he could smell something else. Something that put him on edge. Hinata's walked to the Uzumaki estate compound. Hinata looked up at the twilight sky, as the sun was quickly going down and she needed to be at Naruto-kun's house soon. I should have left soon, but how everyone is there I can't be caught, she whispered to herself. Off in the shadows unknown to Hinata a beast stalked her from the shadows. Soon little rabbit, what you took from me will be mine, the creature from the shadows thought as he kept in the alleyways and any dark corners watching her. The breeze picked up and clear as day she could smell blood and death following after her. Stopping and looking around there was nothing was there. In a wooded area near Naruto-kun's place a growl could be heard and crimson eyes could be caught in the fading light of the sun as Hinata looks to the wooded area as she heard the growls. Her pale lavender eyes meet the crimson eyes. Slowly it took on step out and what she saw in the fading light was a midnight black wolf growling at her. She could feel the bloodlust coming off of it. You shall die this time around, girl, it growled out at her. This spooked Hinata as she took off running, forgetting what she was taught, to never run from a predator. She was more of fight or flight and her flight was kicking in as she jumped as massive powerful jaws almost caught her leg. She heard the snap of the jaws as she used her bloodline to see behind her without looking back and saw it was on her tail. She was now shifting in her fear state. I don't know who you are and what your problem is, but I am not going down, Hinata growled out as she jumped over the gates of Naruto's gate as she was already keyed to the seals on the gates and fence, but not without being bitten on the heel of her foot and clawed on her leg as she fell and rolled as the wolf crashed into the gate as it was shocked away and it let out a cry as it vanished back into the now darkness of the night that had arrived, her frightened run from it. Now with Naruto was now running to the door as he knew what the smell was. As he was running, he was shifting from human to his humanoid werefox as he pulled the door open. There kneeling against the wall by the door, panting with sweat running down her face and blood running down her leg and a pool of blood at the heel of her foot. What happened? Roared Naruto as he pulled her to him as he looked around his yard, but didn't see anything as shadow clones appear and took off running looking for whatever had hurt his mate. Hinata looked up at him with tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know. I was attacked by wolf on my way here and it spoke to me, she said as she was tearing up even more. Washu was by Naruto's side as she saw him shift and his clothing ripped off of him. Unlike last time he was larger and scary looking at all the men had pulled a weapon out of fear, for they'd never seen anything like this. Kit claimed down. It has already gone, growled out Kurama as he knew if Naruto kept going like this, he would be drawing onto his chakra and it wouldn't end well. Shit, if I and her were reborn, would it mean she was reborn as well? Questioned the werefox to itself as it wasn't going to say this to Kurama or Naruto, for they would demand many questions from him and as it was, he wouldn't be able to answer anything. Kurama caught the werefox quiet and thinking, the bastard knows something. He thought to himself as he went back to claim his kit. He would deal with the little shit soon. All the parents looked shocked to see the quiet shy clan heiress of the Hyuga clan to be a were-rabbit. She looked at them all with huge eyes as fear was creeping up into them as Naruto calmed down and pulled her into a hug once more. It is fine. They will not hurt you, he whispered into her ear. Slowly she nodded her head as she didn't know how to react right now. She had shifted back to normal and Washu was now glaring at Naruto. Take her inside so I can look over the bite marks, she ordered him. He slowly nodded his head as he scooped her up and took her into the house and room, a room Washu had set up for medical treatment and where she was teaching them when they used to come to the estate for training. Naruto placed her on a bed and Ino had gone and grabbed all the medical supplies that Washu was going to be needing. Naruto left the room as he needed to change as his clothing was now rags hanging off of him. He let out another sigh. Great, another outfit to be thrown out, he said as he walked past everyone as they just watched him. As he vanished up the stairs, all eyes are now on Jiraiya. I have never seen him get that large before, not even when Hinata was being poisoned by her clan elders, he told them as they all looked at them all wide-eyed as they heard something about that, but it was kept pretty quiet. This beast must be hunted down, said Choza as he was ready to find the werewolf. Naruto returned to the others as he had heard what Choza had said. Don't you think that is what Sum has been doing since the night I was bitten? No, this werewolf is smart and still holds its humanity just like we do, so I don't know if they have a biju or something inside of them, he said as he was now in black sweatpants and white tank top and barefoot standing before everyone. Troublesome. He is right. All we can do is be on guard at night and when we are out with the Ino or Hinata and Ryoko in the village, said Shikamaru as he was studying everything that was happening before them all. Just then Ryoko appears in front of them looking like she had seen the devil himself. What's wrong? Asked a worried Naruto as he was panicking now. I was walking home, and I saw a large werewolf stalking along the gates looking for a weak spot, but I slipped thought the fence without it seeing me. but it was huge, and I could smell blood coming from it as it was growling, said Ryoko as she was wrapping her mind around this. For this wolf was larger than her, and her werewolf from it might be as big as Naruto, if not bigger. Naruto let out a sigh. It appears everyone is staying here tonight, for that thing is hunting tonight and I will be standing guard outside. He told them as Washu and Ino returned. I can open doorways at the Hokage Tower, said Washu as she looked at the worried and stressed out boy before her. No, for that is too far from their compounds and that wolf has drawn first blood. It is safer if they stay here tonight, said Naruto as he shook his head no, as he looked out the living room window. Anyways, this place is huge, and they can have any room they wish, he said as he pulled off his tank top as he walked into the kitchen heading for the back door. He was going to go on the hunt tonight, for that bastard had attacked his mate and he wasn't going to stand down. They just watched him vanish as Washu let out a sigh and Ryoko and Ino ran after him. They knew they needed to be there for him, but stopped at the door where they saw him just standing there looking at them, shaking his head no. He didn't want them out there with him tonight. But Naruto, said Ino as she balled up her fist as Shikamaru and Choji stood in the kitchen entrance watching their friends. No, Ino, you and Ryoko stay in tonight, for I am not going to be able to protect you, and if I know you are out here with me and I find that bastard, it will not end well for me, growled out Naruto as both girls looked like they deflated and slowly nodded their heads to this. Shikamaru and Choji come walking up to them. It will be fine. We will be here to keep them safe, he said as he had something in his eyes. It wasn't the normal shine, but something else, but Naruto would worry about it later. He nods his head to them and vanishes into the night. The parents watched from the shadows as they saw that Naruto was acting older than the other teens, worried about this werewolf attacking Hinata and it might be going after the other girls. Ino, Ryoko, come over here, said Inoichi as he needed to have a talk with them. Both girls looked at him and walked back into the living room where Inoichi and the others awaited them. How long have you known about this other werewolf? Asked Shikaku as he wanted to know. Ino and Ryoko sat down and looked at each other. I found out about the werewolf the night I turned when I was 11 years old. Naruto-kun told me to be careful, for it is hunting and stalking anyone that is weaker than it, she told them. Ryoko just shrugged her shoulders. I heard about the bastard, but I didn't think it would grow balls and attack one of us girls, she said as she was worried about Hinata. In the shadows, Naruto stalked, sniffing the air for Hinata's blood or for the scent of a wolf. But the wind was still this night and everything had gone quiet. In the forest near the village, the werewolf grins as it vanishes into the shadows. Soon I'll use his little bunny and kitty against him to get what I want and have him to myself, thought the werewolf as it vanished. A howl was heard throughout the village as all the Ninken of the Inuzukas all hid that night. Not even the clan Alpha could get them to come out. Something bad was in the air and they feared it. Soon looked at them with worry in her eyes as she had never seen anything like this. But the howl was coming from the Uzumaki compound. Something was stalking the darkness near that compound, and the moon only made it more powerful, and she knew she didn't stand a chance against whatever it was.